790. In the meeting room of the Confucian Temple. Compared to the previous two meetings where the rules were strict, this meeting was more casual. Everyone could choose their own seats and there was no distinction between the main seat and the last seat. Those who had personal friendships, family friends, and close ties usually sat in a group. The sage of rites was absent, so were the quasi-sage and the sage of literature. Everyone, including the high priest and the headmaster of the academy, felt more relaxed. Alliance sat on the ground with his hands on the ground. He stretched his legs and heaved a sigh of relief. Scholar Yuping had already prepared a table and a bamboo mat. Each table had a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, a plate of immortal fruits, a few immortal jujubes from an immortal mansion on the immortal cloud ancient path. The jujube skin texture looked like the flowing sunset glow, a few golden apricots from the Central Earth's Taoist school scripture temple, green peaches planted by the Grand Master of the Jade Charm Mansion next to the Evening Jade Pavilion, and also plums and water caltrops from different heavenly paradises. There were not many of each, but they looked very colorful and festive. Aliang picked up a green peach and took a bite. It tasted so good that he closed his eyes in intoxication. When he visited the Evening Jade Pavilion, no one told him whether the peaches were ripe or not. After all, the ripe peaches would not be bright red. Alliance picked a big bag of peaches. He left in a hurry because he had something to do and did not inform the Evening Jade Pavilion. When he went down the mountain, he almost lost his teeth because of the sour taste. He had to finish the peaches even if he had to hold back his tears. It was better to share it with others than to enjoy it alone. Later, when they traveled around the world, Aliang sent many friends in the mountains to pay off some wine debts. For some reason in the following decades, there was a saying that the peach at the Evening Jade Pavilion did not live up to its name. The number one peach in the world, which was full of praise in the Imperial Bulletin, became the number one peach in the world, which was a bit too much. Alliance, on the other hand, was very indignant. He felt that the peach tasted strange, but to say that it was the last place really wasn't enough. Therefore, he specially went to several familiar mountain and river newspapers to say a few words of justice for the peach at the Evening Jade Pavilion. He didn't expect that the Jade Charm Mansion couldn't distinguish between good and bad. They set up a very hurtful restriction monument at the foot of the mountain, forbidding Alliance and the dog from climbing the mountain to pick the peach. Aliang repaid evil with good. He still had to put in a good word for the peach in the Evening Jade Pavilion. He said that after eating a peach in the Evening Jade Pavilion, a scholar could open his acupores and gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and turn it into literary luck. A pure warrior could increase his power for 60 years. A cultivator's chi practice was like the help of God. Later on, it was said that in the past few years, there were many guests who went to the Jade Charm Mansion because of its reputation. As a result, the harvest of the green peaches in the Evening Jade Pavilion was not very good. Brushing off one's clothes, one hides one's scholarly achievements. Alliance's motto in Jianghu was to be kind to others and make things convenient for others. On the table there were 2 pots of wine. One was the green bamboo wine from the Bamboo Sea Cave Heaven, and the other was the 10 flowers wine from the 100 flowers blessed land. The wine cup was an imitated divine cup unique to the 100 flowers blessed land. It could be considered an imitation of an official, so the price was not cheap. The wine cup on Alliance's table was a peach blossom cup. It was painted with a cluster of peach blossoms. Both dark red and light red were cute, like a woman's makeup. Beside it, there was a flower poem inscribed by the Confucian Temple's vice-hierarch, Old Master Han. Alliance turned his head to look at Yuping, who was standing at the door. Without needing Alliance to ask, Yuping noticed his gaze and took the initiative to say, "Other than the brush, ink, paper and inkstone, you can take everything else." Alliance asked, "What about the table and the bamboo mat?" Yuping asked back, "What do you think?" Alliance immediately understood. Okay. Brother Yuping was generous and righteous. Yuping also understood immediately and said, "When we go to the Merit Forest, we can drink a pot of green armor tea from Qingyu Blessed Land." Mr. Liu picked it himself and asked the Knightless Marquis to send it to the Confucian Temple. Usually, even Teacher Dong is reluctant to drink it. Alliance smiled knowingly. He understood again. Later he would go to the Merit Forest to pack it up or give it to the old scholar. Lu Ji poured a cup of green bamboo wine and drank it in one gulp. Why did it taste like fake wine? The wine tasted good, but it did not taste that good. She was more used to the wine from Green Immortal Mountain at the Great Wall of Sword Aura shop. Alliance turned his head to ask Qi Tingji if he wanted to eat or drink. Qi Tingji smiled and said, "Take it all." Alliance did not stand on ceremony. As a scholar, he was not familiar with common affairs and was thin-skinned. It was difficult for him to earn money. Moreover, he had a lot of credit outside. He could only earn a small amount of money. As for the left and right, there was no need to ask. Aliang moved the two's wine cups and immortal fruits to his table. Young people like Zhao Yaoguang and Lin Junbai were sitting nearby. Aliang asked the little celestial master to help pass the message. Those who didn't drink, bring the wine pots and wine cups. Those who drank, keep the wine. Don't be stingy. When drinking, you must be bold. What's wrong with using wine cups? Bring the wine cups. If you can't get an ascendant realm in one gulp, bring them all. Soon, Alliance gathered a full set of 12 flower deity cups. The cups were stacked on top of each other. Alliance asked Zhao Yaoguang and the rest to call their friends and gathered a full set of flower deity cups. It was the same peach blossom cup, but the paintings and poems were different. Alliance sighed. The flower mistress of the blessed land of 100 flowers was really good at dealing with people. As the hierarch of the Confucian temple, Old Master Dong was the first to speak. He said in a deep voice, "Even the wasteland world knows this. There's no reason why you don't know." He was not saying this to the cultivators at the peak of the mountain. Instead, he was saying this to the headmasters of the academies who were knowledgeable but were too open-minded. Some teachers were very strict in their studies. They were often pedantic and old-fashioned. Knowledge was beneficial to the world. However, when it came to helping the people, it was not so good. Therefore, the Confucian temple had disputes about the candidates for the 72 headmasters of the academies. The hierarch of the Confucian temple's opening speech made the atmosphere of the meeting tense. No matter what, when the Sage of Rites took that step, it meant that the Confucian temple was going to take the wasteland world seriously this time. Between the two tables, water vapor rose. Finally, 5 scrolls of landscape paintings appeared. There was an entrance to the ultimate in each of the 4 seas that led to the wasteland world. The Confucian temple named the ultimate in each of the 4 seas. They were the Eye of Heaven, the Mark of Mark, the Holy Land, and the Sunfall. Other than that, there were 3 crossings. They were called the Candle Crossing, the Horse Crossing, and the Lei Crossing. The Lei Crossing had been built into a city by the Mahis Juzi. To the north of the 3 crossings was the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was difficult to repair. Compared to the ultimate in each of the 4 seas, the 3 crossings and the 2 sections of the Great Wall of Sword Qi could be regarded as one land. The ultimate in each of the wasteland world and the 3 crossings in the northernmost part of the wasteland world would be the 5 footholds of the vast world in the wasteland world. Everyone received 5 booklets. The booklets were very thick and detailed. They described the situation of the 5 entrances in detail. It involved the geographical situation of each sect, kingdom, and tribe in the wasteland world. It also included the exact distribution and reserves of various resources. Yupan Shui stared at the scrolls. If he was not wrong, the scrolls would soon be filled with battles. This plump old man who looked like a rich man asked worriedly, "To the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi is the blind old man from the 100,000 mountains. What should we do? If we are not careful, the connection between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the 3 crossings will be cut off by this guy." The golden armored puppets in the 100,000 mountains were not only capable of moving mountains. Once they entered the battlefield, they would cause immeasurable damage to the vast world. Especially when the blind old man was an extremely experienced cultivator of the 14th realm. He was also in his own world. For 10,000 years, even the moon-bearing mountain could only turn a blind eye to him. If the blind old man insisted on blocking the way, who would stop him? Even if they could stop him, most of the top forces of the vast world would be held back. For example, Yu Xin, Great Heavenly Master Zhao Tianlai, and Venerable Fire Dragon? Would they have to accompany the blind old man to drink the northwest wind and bask in the sun every day? As for the ordinary Ascendant Realm cultivators, they were not enough to deal with the blind old man. They might even be stuffed into the teeth of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon guarding the gate and have a few meals. As long as they reached the 14th realm, especially when they had the geographical advantage of the Dao integration stage, it would be a nightmare to fight against them. Teacher Dong wanted to say something, but he hesitated. However, from the looks of it, the Confucian Temple's sect master's expression was not serious. Instead, he seemed to be smiling. Alliance had a strange expression on his face. Good heavens, the blind old man was willing to throw away his dignity for his first disciple. He ran over to the moon-bearing mountain and pretended to be a supporter of the vast world, but in reality he was not helping either side. He was clearly telling the Confucian Temple the same thing. I originally wanted to help the moon-bearing mountain, but now I have a good disciple who is both open and closed. Since that kid is also a disciple of the Confucian Temple, I won't side with the vast world. If you need my help in the future, the Confucian Temple can discuss it with my disciple. His words are very useful. Li Huai and the Ascendant Realm Taoist nun, who was his retainer. At this moment, the master and servant, who had a huge age gap, were still happily strolling around the Panshui County. Taoist nun felt that he had benefited from Uncle Li's influence and had become a familiar face in the Confucian temple. He felt that he would be able to travel the vast world in the future. He did not dare to say that he could enjoy every day, but he no longer had to worry about being struck by lightning or being eaten by flying swords. Li Huai was in a good mood after meeting Qin Pingan. He walked around the bookstore while hinting to Taoist nun if there were any valuable items. He asked Taoist nun to pick something of good quality as a gift and settle the bill with the blind old man, who was more than half his master. They were family, so there was no need to be so polite. Taoist nun was in an even better mood. He promised that he would not let the young master's gift be degrading. At the same time, he immersed his mind in his mini-world and quickly wandered among the items in front of him. He was dazzled. Fortunately, he did not see where the blind old man was standing. Otherwise, he would have been scared out of his wits. The blind old man, who was at the 14th realm, was not easy to kill. It was just a few steps away from the Confucian temple. None of them knew what kind of shady business the old blind man had done in order to turn from half a master to a master, where he had stuck his old face close to the ground. Old Master Dong didn't say much. After mulling over his words for a while, he gave a vague explanation. This senior, although he was on the opposite side of the discussion earlier, he definitely won't participate in this war. Everyone can rest assured that he won't participate in this war. The 100,000 mountains will remain neutral. Teacher Han poured a cup of 10 flowers wine and drank by himself. Compared to the 100 flowers wine, the quality of the wine was much lower. It was not that the Blessed Land's flower master did not have enough 100 flowers wine, but the Confucian temple had declined. Moreover, the Confucian temple had paid for all the wine and immortal fruits. Of course, the price was much lower than the market price. In fact, the wine and fruits on the table were almost priceless. However, the sects and immortals who were able to show their faces would not feel that they had suffered a loss. Lu Ji asked telepathically, "How long will this meeting take?" Judging from the Confucian temple's posture, it would take at least a few hours for the door to open. Zuyu nodded and said, "If it's at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it'll take at least 10 meetings." Qi Tingji smiled and comforted his chief consecrator. "There aren't many meetings like this. As long as we get through this, it'll be difficult to have such meetings in the future." Lu Ji was still not used to it. She took a sip of wine to drown her sorrows. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the so-called meeting of more than 10 peak-level sword immortals on the city wall was actually just a few words from the leader of the sword immortals. If there were no objections, the meeting would pass. Even if the sword workshop and clothing workshop were having their own meetings, a large number of sword immortals would find excuses to leave in less than an hour. It was rare for Lu Ji to participate in important meetings with Dong Sanging or Abbot Qin Shi. The sword immortals did not have the courage to leave, so they gathered outside the meeting hall one by one. They chatted inside while they drank outside. Lu Ji's cultivation level was high. Peak reserve sword immortals like Yu Qing and me who could sit outside the meeting hall and drink. Some sword immortals in the Jade Realm could also take their time and drink a whole pot of wine. The poor sword immortals whose cultivation level was not high enough were usually kicked back inside after a few sips. Otherwise, they could only stand up and leave after a few glances from the great sword immortals at the side. After all, once half of the seats were empty, the meeting hall would be sparse. It would not look good. However, Dong Sanging and Qin Shi would also come out to drink. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the only exception was probably the Summer Palace led by Qin Pingan. Teacher Han smiled and said, "For this meeting, everyone outside the Confucian temple need not be ashamed to talk about benefits." The vice leader of the Confucian temple, who was the closest confidant to the secondary sage and who was the first to propose a complete theory of Tao, said something surprising today. Fame, wealth, merits and merit in exchange for the location of a lower sect. Also, there is a limited quota for the next opening of the five-colored world. Everyone can talk about it today. There is nothing to be afraid of. At this point, Teacher Han looked at Wealth God Lu of the Snow Mountain continent and then looked at Song Jiangkyung of the Aquarius continent. The youthful Lu Tue had just finished flipping through the book and unknowingly finished the fruits on the table. He asked, "Other than the various dynasties and vassals of the Central Divine Continent, where do the rest of the military strength come from? Let's just talk about the Fuyao continent. The cultivators on the mountain and the soldiers at the foot of the mountain are not enough." Lu Tue's words could not be considered as airing dirty linen in public. Everyone present knew each other well. The Fuyao continent was only slightly better than the Tongya continent. After the Great Battle, other than the Fuyao continent, which had its mountains and rivers destroyed, the Central Divine Continent, the Snow Mountain Continent, the North Continent, and the Liuxia continent were relatively intact. Ignoring the casualties of the cultivators on the mountain, the forces at the foot of the mountain were relatively intact. There were a total of 8 people including Lu Tue. Each of them had a representative in their own continent. The latest book appeared on their tables. Teacher Han said, "After reading it, you can increase or decrease the manpower at your discretion." Wei Ying flipped open the book and quickly finished reading it. Then, she took out a few pieces of white paper from the table and wrote down the names of the cultivators from the True Realm sect, as well as the forces on the mountain that the Confucian temple had left out. However, other than the True Realm sect, the other immortals had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be suspected of being generous. At the end of the day, they had to be mutually beneficial. Wei Ying was not foolish enough to make herself the public enemy of an entire continent just to please the Confucian temple. Finally, Wei Ying wrote down the 3 words Tongya sect on a piece of white paper. Then she raised her head and asked Teacher Han, "If the cultivators from the Tongya sect are willing to go to the savage battlefield, will the Confucian temple agree?" Teacher Han had an appreciative look on his face. He nodded and said, "Of course. After Sect Master Wei returns, you can help the Confucian temple discuss this matter with the cultivators from the Tongya sect." As the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, Chao Pu was very familiar with the forces on the mountain and at the foot of the Jinjia continent. He raised a few objections, and a scholar from the Confucian temple was in charge of answering them. The discussion on the combative soldiers of the 9 continents lasted for an hour. Even then, there was still no final conclusion. Teacher Han gave the Confucian temple's opinion. After this discussion ended, each continent would have another discussion. The Confucian temple would gather more great cultivators from each continent to discuss the details in private. The master of the Zhuolu Songzi suddenly said, "The locations of the 4 entrances to the ultimate were clearly carefully selected by the savage battlefield. The spiritual energy was thin, and the resources were barren. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were either rivers or mountains. It was extremely inconvenient for the troops at the foot of the mountain to advance on the battlefield. For the cultivators of the savage battlefield, there was no geographical advantage to speak of. Zhao Tianlai, Zheng Juzhong, Pei Bei, Huayin, and the others had been stationed at the ultimate or the ferry to prevent the great cultivators of the savage battlefield from tampering with the entrances. In particular, they had to pay attention to the traces of the array masters." Teacher Dong asked, "Is there anything we need to check and fill in the gaps?" Zheng Juxin's mind moved slightly. The exit of the ultimate, which was called the Village of Gods, and the crossing of horses were added to the map. Compared to the 2 maps of the Confucian temple that were already very detailed, there were more mountains and rivers. Heavenly Master Zhao raised a hand and put 2 fingers together. He pointed at the exit of the Heaven's Eye returning ruins and said, pointing at the mountains and rivers. Dozens of specks of light of different depths appeared on the painting of mountains and rivers. They were all traces of lurking great demons. Other than that, 6 golden threads appeared at the borders. They were the concealment formations that the great demons of the savage battlefield had meticulously set up. Wei Yin's scalp went numb. Previously, he had been stationed at the ferry and the ultimate for only 2 to 3 years. However, he had been cautious and conscientious. He had been flying around to help the Confucian temple to survey the geography of the mountains and rivers. He had even used talismans to form soldiers and commanded hundreds of puppets to patrol the mountains and rivers. He had not rested for a single day. He thought that he had achieved outstanding results. He had thought that he would outshine the others, but he had still been at a disadvantage. The city lord of the White Emperor City and the Grand Heavenly Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain were not concealing their abilities. They had purposely concealed these secrets from the Confucian temple. It was obvious that Zheng Juzhong and Zhao Tianlai had used their own techniques to investigate the ultimate after they had left the ferry. For the first time, Venerable Fiery Dragon was embarrassed. It was infuriating to compare himself to others. He had become a good-for-nothing. He had no choice but to put in more effort the next time he was in the savage battlefield. A tree needs its bark and a man needs his face. One should not be too greedy. Yu Xian asked, "Could the ultimate be hiding something from the moon-supporting mountain?" Teacher Dong nodded and said, "We can't rule out this possibility." Yuan Yin said, "We have to prepare for the worst. We can assume that every fellow Taoist in the ultimate has a sovereign stage demon whose combat power is equivalent to Imperial Concubine Fei." Lu Qi smiled and asked, "Does Mountain Elder Yuan have a countermeasure?" Yuan Yen nodded. Another small booklet appeared on the table. Ordinary scholars could talk without doing anything. The root of this was that they could raise problems but could not solve them. Or perhaps they had never thought of solving the problem. Lu Qi flipped open the booklet and nodded with a smile. Teacher Yuan's words were targeted. The names of Lady Tantan of the Lushui Pit, the Water Lords of the Five Great Lakes, including Marquis Li Yi of the Bright Moon Lake, and a large number of water gods, water immortals, and water descendants appeared in the booklet. Among them were the Water Lord of the Mirage Lake of the Middle Plains, the Duke of Spirit Origin of the Northern Reed Continent, and Xin Lin of the Nanshuan Hall, the Marquis of Longting Li Yuan, the water god of the Tiefu River of the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius Continent, Jianghu, the old flood dragon of the Qiantang River in the southeast. In short, the high-ranking water gods of the various continents, their general forces, and the depth of their water residences were all recorded in detail by the Confucian Temple. Alliance said in amazement, "The water god's escort. Interesting." Before the troops and horses were mobilized, the rations had to be prepared first. Where would the troops come from and how they would march? Next, it was time to discuss the matter of setting up camp in the wilderness. Mahis Juzi city at the Earth Vein Ferry would continuously move south. Within the city he could station 200,000 elites from the foot of the mountain. Other than that, the three branches of Moism had more than 6,000 people. They would work together with the craftsmen to send out a total of 12,000 Qi cultivators. Both parties would rely on the Bingzhu and Zuma ferries respectively to build a huge city that could also move south. The other four ultimate ruins entrances were all set up. The Yu Xian Talisman lineage and the Celestial Master residence of the Dragon Tiger Mountain were at the ultimate ruins of Heaven's Eye and God's Village respectively. They would use talisman strongmen and mountain-moving puppets to open up roads, move mountains and build bridges. The military cultivators and Yin-Yang formation masters were at the ultimate ruins of Tattoos and Sunfall respectively. They were in charge of building large formations and gathering the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers. The Shang clan was in charge of spending money. They would use the immortal money to create the heavenly anomalies of the four ultimate ruins. The Qi cultivators of the Nong family and the Yao family were in charge of planting immortal herbs and 5 grains. Apart from that, the Confucian Temple would mobilize all the remaining sword boats and ferries that the noble world had built previously but had not used. The Confucian Temple would be responsible for all the debts that the Song clan owed to the Moism. The Confucian Temple would also give the Song clan an additional sum of immortal money. Song Zhengqiang said, "Give the Dali dynasty at least 3 sections." Old Master Dong smiled and said, "That's feasible. Just 3, no more." Venerable Fiery Dragon said in a deep voice, "Even if the sword cultivators of the North Continent are willing to join the battlefield, the Confucian Temple will have to do something." Old Master Dong nodded and said, "Of course." The Grand Chancellor of the Li Ji Academy smiled and said, "Venerable, please come up with a plan. The Confucian Temple will wait for the sword cultivators of different realms to be compensated. The North Continent can just say the word." The Grand Chancellor said to Lin Junbai, "Junbai, you will be in charge of communicating with Venerable Fiery Dragon about this." Lin Junbai stood up and bowed to Venerable Fiery Dragon. He did not say anything. He was a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. Hence, he was considered part of the North Continent. Hence, there was no need for formalities with Venerable Fiery Dragon. Even if he said another word, it would be redundant. Venerable Fiery Dragon had a good impression of this lad. He was pleasing to the eye. It was said that he had been a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage for a few years in the summer palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had even joined the battlefield many times. As for breaking through 3 realms in 3 years, that was not the most important thing. Old Master Han suddenly said, "Venerable, you can tell all the sword cultivators of the North Continent that even if you are going to travel on your sword in the wilderness, you don't have to use your sword. The Confucian Temple will still pay you regardless of your realm. You don't have to feel embarrassed." Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled and asked, "What if it's a young sword cultivator who is going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time? Will the Confucian Temple still pay you?" Old Master Dong said seriously, "Of course we will. Even if the Confucian Temple needs to borrow money from others, we won't even frown." The god of wealth of the Lu family from the Snow Mountain continent smiled and said, "For the next 100 years, we won't take the 10% of the Lu family's income from spending money on snow." Old Master Dong smiled and asked, "Isn't such a deal inappropriate?" Lu Jubao smiled and did not say anything. Old Master Han nodded and said, "Since God of Wealth Lu has said so, the Confucian Temple can't reject it. Otherwise it will seem pretentious." Lu Jubao nodded slightly. It was an eye-opener for Venerable Fiery Dragon. Did Old Master Dong say that the Confucian Temple should not feel embarrassed when talking about money? Venerable Fiery Dragon glanced at the fat woman. Madame Tantan was a little confused. Yu Xian smiled and comforted her telepathically. "That's how a poor person looks at a rich person. Madame Tantan, you don't have to care about this jealousy." Madame Tantan was reminded, and immediately said with a trembling voice, "Lushui Pit is willing to give up all its assets and let the Confucian Temple take care of it. People could not go beyond the sky. People who saw gods would like to visit mountains. People who saw ghosts would be afraid of the dark." She was really afraid that Venerable Fiery Dragon would be in trouble. He was a great celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a bandit leader of the North Continent. It took him more than a few days to block the entrance of Lushui Pit. The two gigantic fire dragons that were 10,000 feet long swam rapidly in the water and circled around Lushui Pit every day. That was nothing. Most importantly, Venerable Fiery Dragon dared to say anything and was shameless enough to say anything. He had to help Madame Tantan calculate the days outside the gate every day. This was because Venerable Fiery Dragon said that Brother Zhao of Dragon Tiger Mountain was his sworn brother. After receiving the message from his flying sword, Brother Zhao immediately left the mountain with his seal and sword and would soon visit Lushui Pit. Madame Tantan naturally felt that every day was like a year. She could only brace herself and endure till the end. As for the group of aquatic demons hiding in Lushui Pit, they trembled every day as if they were mourning the death of their parents. Day after day, they felt that they could see the Celestial Master's face every day. Then the Celestial Master's sword would slash open the seal of Lushui Pit, and the Celestial Master's seal would slap them. Wouldn't they all die then? Madame Tantan's words at least left some leeway. She said to take care of them, but she did not say that they would be given away for free. However, if the Confucian Temple was ruthless, they would all be blackmailed. At most, she would just treat it as a loss of wealth. Disregarding the fishing immortal who was guarding Dragon Rest Stone and the lone rider of the South Sea, the Lushui Pit had tens of thousands of prawn soldiers and crab generals. Other than a rare guest like Venerable Fire Dragon, the Lushui Pit was a true overlord in the sea. Moreover, every world was originally one of the ancient ruins. There were many relics of the ancient battlefield left behind in the Howran Sea. There were also many opportunities for immortals. The sea was vast and Lushui Pit had many underlings. Over thousands of years they had plundered many treasures. They were all heavenly and earthly treasures of good quality. Otherwise, ordinary items would not be able to catch the eye of Madame Tantan. She only said that the piles of dragon pearls were not allowed to be stored in the treasure vault. Gradually turning yellow? There was once a great cultivator who took the initiative to look for her, hoping to trade the dragon pearls. In the end, the Lushui Pit, which was clearly a profitable business, did not even open its doors. Earning such a small amount of money? She was flustered. Then, the Confucian Temple gave her a list of cultivators who were stationed in various places. They were responsible for the initial safety of the 5 wildlands. When the battle lines were fully spread out, they did not need to be retainers anymore. The people on the list were required to be present. Other than that, the Confucian Temple would continue to add people to the list. None of the top forces in the Howran Sea would be left out. No one could stay out of it. At the heavenly eye of the ruins of Sinkhole, the 2 vice leaders of the Confucian Temple, the 3 chancellors of the Confucian Temple, the heavenly home, Yu Xian Zhao Tianlai the Venerable Fire Dragon, Wai Shang, Ming, Zheng Juzhong, Pei Wan, Wayne, Guahading, Lu Tuesday Xingxiang, Sunset, Suzi Lu Qi, Song Zhangqiang, Wang, the Great Wall of Sword Aura, Tingji Luji, Alliance left and right. Teacher Dong said, "At the moment we can only talk about strategies on paper. Let's make a few simulations of the battlefield." A group of strategists from the Confucian Temple, including Yuan Yen, chose the wildlands to fight against Howran on the 5 battlefields. Zheng Juzhong glanced at the soldiers on both sides who were advancing on the battlefields and did not say anything. The most basic and fundamental method of calculation was the most important thing. The city master of White Emperor City did not say anything. However, the Confucian Temple did not plan to let go of this chess player who was regarded as the first of the world. The 3 ancestral masters of the Confucian school were especially eager to hear Zheng Juzhong's words. The simulation of the battlefield was like the construction of a building. The so-called general rules were the key. Only when the basic structure of the building was stable could the upper level be added or subtracted at will. The mortise and tenon style, the rotation system where the curve came from, the tilt rules of the side feet and the rise, the rules of the big woodwork and the cutting. Take the simplest example. How could two cultivators of the Earth Immortal tribe with different cultivation paths accurately determine their combat strength on the battlefield? It would not be two rigid numbers. There must be fluctuations. Otherwise, the simulation would be child's play. Even if this fluctuation was taken into account, as long as it was not perfect enough and the errors continued to accumulate, the result of the sand table deduction would be nothing more than a pile of paper. The Confucian Temple's self-mocking armchair strategist was just a pile of paper. Lu Ji said, "The Summer Palace seemed to have tried it, but it did not succeed." Xuanhuan nodded and said, "It was too difficult. There were too few sword cultivators who were proficient in calculation at that time. Also, no one dared to try it." Alliance sighed and said, "If only I was at the Summer Palace. I could definitely help Qin Pingan." Qi Tingji thought of something and asked curiously, "What's the matter with that dragon slayer?" Alliance lifted his chin and pointed at Huai Xian, who was dressed in white and looked as elegant as himself. "You can ask him. The dragon slayer from 3,000 years ago was indeed strange. Not only did he act unreasonably, but his unification of the Wei and his realm drop were also unpredictable. Even a Liang had to say that killing the flood dragon was like chopping melons and vegetables. Every flood dragon he saw would be chopped to death, and every flood dragon he saw would be chopped to death." Regarding this matter, Alliance even went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to ask his boss about it. It did not make sense for him to be so fierce. No matter how good his swordsmanship was, he could not be better than Qin Qingdao. No matter how broad his swordsmanship was, Alliance did not think that the dragon slayer was stronger than him. However, even if a Liang were to face those horde of flood dragons, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to kill them as easily as the green-robed man did. His sword fell like rain. However, his boss replied that he could not be stronger than him. Why should he waste his time thinking about it? Go figure it out yourself. Alliance was so angry that he almost brought his 2 children to the thatched hut to water it secretly at night. Now it was even stranger. The dragon slayer might have dropped in realm back then, which was why he disappeared for 3,000 years. Then he merged with the Wei and broke through, returning to the 14th realm. Therefore, Alliance asked Zheng Zhuzhong telepathically, "Brother Huai Xian? There's something that I'm confused about, and I hope that elder brother can help me." Zheng Zhuzhong smiled. "I can't help." Zheng Zhuzhong and the Dragon Slayer, the master and disciple, actually met in the Aquarius continent after a long separation. At that time, Zheng Zhuzhong's disciple was already stronger than the teacher. At that time, the blind old Taoist, Jia Cheng, admitted that his cultivation was not as good as Zheng Zhuzhong's. As for now, it was hard to say. When Pei Bei returned to the central divine continent from the inverted mountain, this female martial god of the Great Duan dynasty had asked the White Emperor city. Both of them were part of the 10 of the central divine continent. However, the outside world only heard that the 2 of them did not have a clear winner in the Battle of Pei Bei. But in truth, the 2 of them did not fight at all. Zheng Zhuzhong said to Pei Bei, "Wait until you have crossed that threshold, then come back with all your strength. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity?" Pei Bei did not feel that Zheng Zhuzhong was boasting shamelessly, so she agreed. Over at the White Emperor city, the news spread that it was a draw. Actually, the 2 of them were just drinking in the colorful clouds. Zheng Zhuzhong even played a game of chess with Chao Ci. Chao Ci's chess skills were not bad, but the knowledge of this young martial artist was overshadowed by his dazzling martial arts talent. In truth, Chao Ci's 4 arts were not bad. Alliance and Qi Tingji's doubts were long gone by Zheng Zhuzhong's eldest disciple, Fu Jing. Little White Emperor Fu Jing, as a pure sword cultivator, was very focused on winning and losing. He really wanted to ask the swordmaster. Anyways, as long as the cultivators of the White Emperor city had the ability, they could even kill their master. Zheng Zhuzhong had once meticulously planned a rebellion for a full 600 years. Han Xiaosa and the other junior brothers, as well as several direct disciples like Fu Jing, worked together to become guest elders and worshippers. The mastermind who was trying to change the entire White Emperor city was a person formed by one of Zheng Zhuzhong's thoughts, who had been kept in the dark. Then he had roped in a large group of hostile forces of White Emperor city. He was so confident that he felt that it would not be a problem for him to kill someone in the 14th level. From beginning to end, only that idiot Lu Qiqing did not participate. Zheng Zhuzhong was greatly disappointed with this junior brother of the Glass Pavilion master. He felt that Lu Qiqing was a piece of trash, but more or less he felt warmth towards his fellow disciples. As for those who participated in the betrayal, Zheng Zhuzhong did not settle accounts with any of the White Emperor City cultivators. They were a bunch of trash that could only be kept as decorations. As for the hostile factions that Zheng Zhuzhong had colluded with himself, their fates were more pitiful. In the next 300 years, Zheng Zhuzhong didn't kill anyone, but the ancestral master halls had endless internal strife, scheming against each other. Within the same sect, there was an endless stream of assassination methods, and every time a cultivator succeeded, they would feel complacent. Two sects of the Central Plains that originally had deep backgrounds slaughtered each other to their heart's content. In the end, they slaughtered each other to the point where they couldn't even keep their title. The most terrifying part was that even Fu Jing, Zheng Zhuzhong's first disciple, still had doubts in the depths of his heart. Was he Fu Jing, or was he one of his master's avatars? Panshui County. Guken was playing chess by himself. Martial Aunt Han Xiaosa was sitting at the door. She suddenly called out to her senior apprentice brother. Zheng Zhuzhong ignored her. He walked into the room and sat across from the chessboard. Han Xiaosa also didn't care. Guken slowly put down the chessboard in his hands. He looked up and asked, "Is the meeting over?" Zheng Zhuzhong shook his head. "I'm still in the middle of a meeting. I distracted myself and came here." In the entire White Emperor City, the only person who could make Zheng Zhuzhong talk a little more was this new disciple who had just been accepted a few years ago. Guken said, "If Grandmaster wants to maintain the 14th realm, does it mean that there must be at least one true dragon in the human world?" This was actually a paradox. Grandmaster swore to kill all the true dragons in the world. Therefore, with this great wish, his sword heart combined with the Dao heart sword and became a 14th realm cultivator. However, once he really killed all the true dragons, his realm would drop and he would become an ascendant realm sword cultivator again. Moreover, he would be devoured by his sword heart and his vitality would be greatly damaged. Zheng Zhuzhong nodded. Han Xiaosa suddenly turned her head. Obviously, she was shocked by this statement. Regarding the realm of the Dragon Slayer, some said that it was the 14th realm, some said that it was the peak of the Ascendant realm. Some even said that the reason why he could slay a dragon was because he had the 4th immortal sword in addition to Taibai, Wanfa, and Taoist canon. Guken was puzzled. Grandmaster is also a native of Howran. Why didn't he attract the hatred of the extraterrestrial gods after becoming a 14th realm sword cultivator? Is it because the flood dragons betrayed us and sided with us? Zheng Zhuzhong smiled. Something like that. Guken said, "However, the rise of the flood dragons is the general trend. If we want the world's water to flow in an orderly manner, the Confucian Temple still needs the flood dragons to take care of it. When that time comes, what will Grandmaster do?" Zheng Zhuzhong asked in return, "You're only in the Jade primitive realm. Why would you worry about the great path of a 14th realm sword cultivator?" Guken said directly, "I hope to learn the sword from Grandmaster. This is because Master isn't willing to teach me the art of the sword." Zheng Zhuzhong nodded and said, "I can help you build a bridge. Your Grandmaster has disliked me for many years. He'll be more than happy to give me some trouble." Han Xiaosa sighed. This pair of master and disciple in the room as well as the Grandmaster, are they stupid? She continued to look at herself in the mirror and apply makeup. She pursed her lips and turned to ask, "Little Can, what color is better?" Guken turned to look and smiled. "Light red is better. The color of peony is a little bright. Why don't you use the fragrance of plum blossom nunnery?" Han Xiaosa smiled and wiped the corners of her lips clean. She changed to the lipstick that Guken mentioned. There were many anglers at the Mandarin Duck Shoe. When Qin Pingan was participating in the meeting at the riverside, another Qin Pingan was sent to the vicinity of the Mandarin Duck Zhu by the Sage of Rites. It was probably to prevent those who were participating in the meeting in the Confucian Temple from speculating. Otherwise, with his identity as a hidden official, he should have appeared in the Confucian Temple no matter what. The meeting and the angling did not affect either of them. He did not need to speak much, so he was happy to be free. Qin Pingan chose a secluded spot and sat there to fish. He made 2 nests and was ready to take turns fishing. Qin Pingan was very familiar with things like fishing. He had specially prepared fishing rods and bait in the near-hand shop. However, since xianxia and the other martial arts masters gathered here, it seemed to have become a scenic spot. Soon there were 2 groups of anglers around Qin Pingan. They were both young men and women. Obviously they were not interested in fishing. It was a pity that the nests that Qin Pingan made earlier were useless. These immortals on the mountain did not even know how to pull the rod and spread the bait. After casting the rod once, they stood still and waited foolishly for the fish to take the bait. Could it be that they were the silly fishes? Madame Huanyin and a young flower goddess from the blessed land of 100 flowers happened to pass by. When they saw the green robe from afar, they were so scared that they ran away. Qin Pingan suddenly stood up and waved in the distance. On the road, there was a young woman in red leading a horse slowly. She quickly hid the wine pot and let go of the horse's reins. She ran all the way and jumped to her feet. She shouted, "Young Masters Jr." 791. The two of them reunited in the green mountains and clear waters. They were no longer a young man and a young girl. Hearing Li Baoping's loud greeting, Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. He joked, "You can drink now. You don't have to hide it. Little martial uncle is also a drunkard." Li Baoping smiled brightly and said, "I'm an old girl." Qin Pingan was speechless. Normally Li Baoping would say, "You're an adult now, you can drink." It was not until this moment that Qin Pingan remembered that Li Baoping and Li Huai were not young anymore. However, he had no choice. He always liked to think of them as children. In fact, according to the customs of his hometown, the people who had traveled far back in those days should have been married long ago. Their children might have reached the age of kiln workers' apprentices. Now, Li Baoping only needed to raise her eyes slightly to see little martial uncle. She blinked and said, "Fortunately, little martial uncle looks exactly as I imagined. So even if you did not greet me just now, I would have recognized you at a glance." Qin Pingan reached out and patted Li Baoping's head. He smiled and said, "In little martial uncle's eyes, there seems to be no difference except that I'm taller." It seemed that she was still the little girl in red who ran in the streets of his hometown with a locust tree branch on her shoulder. Thinking of this, Qin Pingan was not so sad. Thus, he quietly gave up the idea of taking out the blade-strengthening gourd to drink. When he was 14 years old, when only little Baoping followed him to travel far away, Qin Pingan occasionally felt confused. Would the little girl really not be tired after walking so far? She would at least complain, but she never did. Qin Pingan could not help but smile. No matter how hard he tried, he would still smile. He took out a small bamboo chair and handed it to Li Baoping. The two of them sat by the water. Qin Pingan lifted the rod again, hung the bait, and threw the rod skillfully again. He turned his head and said, "There is still a fishing rod." Li Baoping sat at the side and shook her head gently. Then she lifted her feet and tapped her shoes. "I'll just watch little Ant Master fish. Lazy people are blessed with laziness." At the foot of Qin Pingan's bamboo chair, there was a fish basket tied to the water and a large stone was used to press the rope. Li Baoping got up and squatted by the water. She pulled the bamboo basket out of the water and found that there were many fish inside. They were all golden carps unique to the Yuanyangzhu. However, these golden carps were actually not related to the narcissus. They just looked cute. After adding scallions, ginger, and garlic, they would definitely be delicious no matter steamed or braised. The youngest uncle's culinary skills were very good. Li Baoping shook the fish basket in her hand, swallowed her saliva secretly, and asked in a low voice, "Junior martial uncle, have you brought all the seasonings for the grilled fish?" Qin Pingan nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, pots and pans, cooking wine, spicy soy sauce, salt and vinegar, white sugar, cinnamon, ginger, onions and garlic. In terms of cooking skills, little Ant Master has only lost once in his life. He has to get back at me." Li Baoping grinned. She knew that when they were in the Huangting Kingdom, they were invited to have a meal at the residence of an assistant minister who had retired to the mountains. At the dining table, everyone wolfed down the food, especially Li Huai, who was the most heartless. He complained that the youngest Ant Master's food was tasteless and even complained that the youngest Ant Master could not catch a big fish. How could a palm-sized fish be called a fish? Look at the fish head on the table. It's bigger than your whole fish. Look at the big plate and the soup. The youngest Ant Master was a little angry that time. Thinking of this old incident, Li Baoping suddenly felt that Li Huai was so annoying when he was young. This time she could settle the score with him. Li Baoping put the fish basket back into the water and asked softly, "My brother is traveling here now. Have you seen him, little Ant Master?" Qin Pingan said in his heart, "No, I've only been here for a few days. I've been staying in the Merit Forest with Mr. and Senior Brother. Then I went to Wenjin Crossing in Panshui County. I just met Alliance and Li Huai. Then I was caught off guard and was brought to attend the meeting. During the meeting, I secretly asked Senior Brother Mao. I heard that you were at AO2 Mountain. I just came here to fish not long ago. I originally planned to fish for a few more hours before going to look for you." Qin Pingan would unknowingly talk about things in detail. Perhaps it was because his junior martial uncle was used to this when he was with Li Baoping. In fact, Qin Pingan planned to take advantage of this rare opportunity to attend the meeting to do a lot of things. For example, he would pay a visit to Venerable Hualong of Lying Ground Peak and thank Xian Peak for the gift from Yuanling Hall. He also needed to take the initiative to be a guest and personally find the patriarch of the Yu family to thank him. Yu Panshui once gave Pei Chen a bamboo paper cutter. It was a priceless item. In addition, Yu Panshui, the retired emperor of the Xianmi dynasty, had deep or shallow traces of wealth in both the Aquarius continent and the Tongyi continent. According to Cui Dongshan, this beauty Yu and the treasure bowl of the White Jade continent were old friends who were generous and generous. Since that was the case, a lot of things could be discussed. It was better to talk about it openly. Compared to hugging Buddha's feet at the last minute, it could save a lot of trouble. Old Man Yao once said that it was better to travel a few more times on the 1st and 15th day of the year. It was easier to spend the year by traveling long distances. Hearing that Madame Gui was also here, Qin Pingan planned to ask about some credit matters and help Lu Xianyang settle a certain matter. Maybe he could attend the wedding banquet soon. No one should fight with Qin Pingan over the matter of helping to arrange the wedding banquet. Eavesdropping was a custom in his hometown. He must have it. He still needed to talk to a certain martial arts grandmaster in the Great Duan dynasty. He needed to use the method that the other party was good at to talk about the same principle. But all these big and small matters could be put aside as compared to the small treasure bottle. Qin Pingan suddenly lifted the fishing rod, leaned forward and started to stretch his arms. The fishing line and the bamboo rod were drawn in an arc. He then started to walk the fish carefully. The figure on the small bamboo chair was tilted to and fro. The immortals fishing in the water on the mountain was the same principle as the Qi cultivators drinking at the table. If one used spells to change their supernatural powers, it would be a very unpleasant business. In the words of the world's most famous fisherman Zhang Xiaoxia, since one was so capable, one should use spells to move the river. The entire river would be one's. What was a few hundred or a few thousand caddies of fish? Did one have to fill it with something close to them and sell it for money? Did his family run a restaurant or a fish market? Li Baoping watched the tug-of-war without blinking. She said casually, "I came all the way here from the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Mr. Mao. Previously I was by Sister Yu's side, but she has more and more things to do. She has to busy herself with receiving people every day. I bid farewell and left." Qin Pingan nodded and suddenly asked with a smile, "How's the chess skills of Xiaoyuan dynasty's Jiangqi? Can he win against the city lord of Baidi City?" Qin Pingan had heard of Jiang Longxiang's name for a long time. Back in the Summer Palace, he had asked Lin Junbai about this person's legendary deeds. Qin Pingan knew that when he was young he was recognized as a child prodigy. Moreover, he was already famous for his chess skills. When he went to the capital he won one chess game a year. 7 years later he was known as the second Xiaoyuan dynasty, second only to the imperial tutor Cao Pu. Later, a young man named Zhou Dongjiang appeared in a vassal state of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. According to age he was 2 generations lower than Jiang Longxiang. Zhou Dongjiang was proud and arrogant. Before he reached the age of 20, he thought that he had reached the level of second hand. That meant that Jiang Longxiang would at most let him play 2 chess pieces. It would be hard to predict who would win or lose. However, Jiang Longxiang insisted that this junior's chess skills were still third hand for the time being. Both sides eventually agreed to a battle at the Fast Pavilion. That was how the Fast Pavilion chess record was created. Although it was just a game of chess, both sides had exhausted their minds and thoughts. This famous Jiangqi saint probably still didn't know that the young recluse of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had actually admired him for a long time. Li Baoping said with a smile. Anyway, he asked Lin Junbai to guard the arena together with him, but he didn't play with Lin Junbai. Later, when Fu Jing really climbed the mountain, he quickly let Yu Qingqing sit down. He disappeared and didn't even watch the game. Later, when Fu Jing left, he showed up and helped Yu Qingqing to review the game. It was wonderful here and there, and it was inappropriate there. It seems that, not to mention Little Emperor, even if Castellan Zheng went up the mountain personally, he could tie with Lin Junbai. Qin Pingan said with a smile, "What do you think? Our chess saint, Jiang Qixing, has only won 1 chess player a year in the capital city of Xiaoyuan in his hometown. For 7 years he hasn't lost a single time. In fact, it's all because of his chess skills. This requires precise inspection of his chess skills and careful selection of his opponent. He also needs to be thick-skinned. Outside the chessboard he's the best of the best. Then he quickly looks for wine to drink, tidies himself up, and tactfully refuses the identity of a chess player bestowed by the emperor in front of everyone. He's very arrogant, heroic, and awe-inspiring. If I were the emperor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, I would directly give him a golden plaque to bear the burden of righteousness. Li Baoping nodded and said, then I'll give you another pair of couplets. On the chessboard he moves like a dragon and a tiger. In the officialdom he is as smooth as flowing water. With a horizontal stroke he is invincible in the world. The top, middle and bottom couplets were all gathered. Chen Pingan couldn't help laughing and said, if Martial Uncle didn't guess wrong when Jiangqi Saint and Yu Qingqing reviewed the game, there must be a few people around them who were responsible for shocking them. Li Baoping laughed and said, yes, it's not surprising at all. They chatted while walking the fish. In the end, Chen Pingan successfully pulled the rod and dragged a black carp that weighed more than 20 kilograms to the shore. The fish basket was a little small. Since he had enough fish today, Chen Pingan didn't think about it. Besides, the meat of the black carp was ordinary and not delicious. However, the meat was thick and had few bones, so it was more suitable for smoking and marinating. Chen Pingan squatted on the shore, skillfully took off the fish hook, and gently held the back of the black carp. After a while he let go. The big black carp, which was choking in the light, suddenly swung its tail, splashing water, and quickly went into the deep water. Chen Pingan raised his head and smiled at Li Baoping. He seemed to be saying, see, this is the big fish that Li Huai has been thinking about. Li Baoping raised her hands and gave a thumbs up. Chen Pingan sat back on the bamboo chair and said with a smile, why don't we go to Auto Mountain? Li Baoping's eyes lit up. Put a gunny sack and beat the stun stick. Chen Pingan complained, how can a scholar do such a thing? It's not easy to walk on the mountain road at night. If someone bumps into something we can't help them. Good intentions do bad things. Li Baoping said seriously, yes, yes. Then she hit her palm with her fist and said, then I have to change my clothes and do good deeds without leaving my name. In fact, when she met her brother Li Shixing, he said that she didn't have to pay attention to the family rule of wearing red clothes. However, Li Baoping didn't want to change later. Some habits would be hard to get used to once they were changed. The children born and raised in Liju Cave were the least emotional about leaving their hometown. After all, they would spend the rest of their lives in that place, so there was no need to talk about whether they were resigned to their fate or not. That had been the case for generations. Being born in that place, they felt as if they had spent their entire lives there. Even if they left, they would not go far. Every family would go to their graves on Qingming Day, with a piece of fatty meat, rice cake, and tofu each placed on a white porcelain plate. It would take the elderly, young, and strong children at most 2 hours to visit all the graves. If they met on the mountain road, the elders would laugh and chat with each other, and the children would even laugh and play with each other. When they arrived at each grave, the elders would talk to their children about what generation was lying in the grave. Some impatient adults simply stopped talking. They put down the plate, pressed a stone on the red paper, offered incense, and casually said a few words. Many young men from poor families were too lazy to ask their ancestors to bless them and make them rich. After all, begging was useless. They picked up the plate, urged their children to quickly finish kowtowing, and took their children to the next grave. If it was raining during Qingming Day, the mountain road would be muddy and difficult to walk. They might have to stop their children from kowtowing at the grave. If their children's clothes and pants got dirty, it would be troublesome for their wives to clean them. In the children's minds, the furthest parting was when their grandfather and father went to the dragon kiln outside the town to make porcelain or went to the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. They didn't see each other often. The nearer parting was when their mother went to Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley to be a cook or embroiderer. The nearer parting was when they went home with their classmates after school every day. It was when the smoke from the kitchen chimney said goodbye to the day. It was when the oil lamp at home turned off at night and said goodbye to the day. Birth, old age, illness, and death were all in their hometown. After participating in many happy events, they cried and laughed. After participating in the last event, a person's life was considered to be settled and resting. When the heavenly abode fell and took root, it became a blessed land. When the door opened, the separation began to increase. The old people in the town were still fine. At most, they couldn't stand the instigation of the younger generation in the family. They sold their ancestral home and received a large sum of money to move to the provincial capital to settle down. Young men who had capital had a good time to start their business. They either started to do business, went far away and drank at the table, or they did not know how to make money. In any case, mountains of gold and silver fell from the sky. But when it came to spending money, there was no need for others to teach them. Everyone had the ability to do so. About 20 years, a generation thought that the money that they wouldn't be able to spend in a few lifetimes was wasted overnight. The skills of baking the kiln that were passed down from generation to generation had long been abandoned. It was as if they had returned everything to the old master of the dragon kiln. In the past, everyone was poor and used to living a hard life. They didn't feel that there was anything to suffer. Anyway, there were always people in the neighborhood who were poorer. When the crops were in bad condition, there were flaws in the dragon kiln, or there were many inferior products at the kiln. There were bound to be people who were so poor that they didn't have enough to eat and had to borrow rice from their relatives and neighbors to survive. But when they had enjoyed the good fortune and realized the good things of the world, it was especially uncomfortable. Many times, the quality of the porcelain made by the dragon kiln was really up to the heavens as long as the bowl was put into the kiln. No matter how experienced a master was, no matter how carefully he watched the kiln's fire, he still couldn't guarantee the quality of the porcelain and the quantity of the finished product. That was why there was an old saying, "Heaven and earth are in charge but not people." It was as if the porcelain mountain in his hometown was the life of many people. Chen Pingan subconsciously wanted to take the wine pot, but he realized that there was no blade-strengthening gourd hanging on his waist. Li Baoping asked curiously, "Why isn't Martial Uncle carrying a sword now?" I looked up and saw Martial Uncle going to the Merit Forest. He seemed to be carrying a sword. Although there was a camouflage and I couldn't see it clearly, I recognized him at a glance. When traveling in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I heard Mr. Mao say in private that the immortal sword that the person was most proud of, Tai Bai, was divided into 4 parts in the Fuyao continent. Mr. Mao wasn't sure about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but Li Huai said that he must have gone to look for Martial Uncle. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Martial Uncle took the Tai Bai sword tip and refined it into a long sword. It's the one he was carrying before. However, Martial Uncle's real body isn't here at the moment. He's still participating in another more important meeting, so he didn't carry the sword with him. As for what's going on with Martial Uncle now, he's still confused. If he wasn't an Ascendant Realm cultivator, he wouldn't be able to pry into Qin Pingan's mind at will." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "If I were senior fellow apprentice Mao, I would use a few book problems to test Li Huai. When this guy can't answer, I'll say that it's better to use one's but to think than to use one's brain." Li Baoping nodded vigorously and said, "That's what Mr. Mao did. Li Huai has thick skin since he was young anyway, so it doesn't matter." Then Li Baoping said, "It's good that Martial Uncle doesn't carry a sword on his back. Otherwise he would have to take it off and put it on his knees. But in this way fishing will be troublesome. He can't always hold it in his hand. It's even worse to put the sword on his feet." Qin Pingan smiled. It was still the familiar little treasure bottle. She always had a lot of weird ideas and strange questions. Many things that outsiders cared about very much, she just said, "Oh." But many things that people didn't care about at all, she had a lot of, "Ah." When he was traveling, Little Treasure Bottle once asked him that there was only one real moon in the sky. Then, how many fake moons were there in the world? In the river, in the well, in the water tank, they all had to be counted. Qin Pingan had to say that he didn't know. Little Treasure Bottle kept asking when Martial Uncle would know the answer. Of course, the answer was still that he didn't know. Once, Qin Pingan sat by the bonfire to keep watch at night. Then Little Treasure Bottle pointed to the river not far away and said that in a long river, there were 3 people standing in the upper, middle, and lower reaches. The 3 of them could see a total of several moons from the water. Martial Uncle should know this. Qin Pingan was stunned for a long time at that time, but he couldn't give an answer. The little girl in red sat aside, leaning against the small bamboo box. She crossed her arms, shook her head and sighed. Although little Martial Uncle was a little stupid, he was the little Martial Uncle that he had chosen carefully. What could he do? Qin Pingan had been paying attention to the movements on both sides. Birds of a feather flocked together. One group of fishermen was the scions of the rich families at the foot of the mountain, while the other group was the immortal masters who cultivated on the mountain. The 2 groups of people chatted with each other without any scruples. The things they talked about were not confidential, so they didn't talk like Qin Pingan and Li Baoping. Those who could be brought here by the elders of the family and the ancestral masters on the mountain definitely had extraordinary identities. They were all outstanding disciples of the Chinese sects or the direct disciples of the ancestral masters of large sections. Now, it was much more difficult to meet cultivators of the lower 5 realms than immortals of the upper 5 realms. Previously, when Li Baoping didn't appear, both sides were obviously not interested in Qin Pingan. They most likely thought that this fisherman who was not qualified to participate in the discussion was an ordinary scion of a rich family or a disciple of a sect who had left the ancestral master's side. Qin Pingan roughly determined the identities of the 2 parties through their casual conversation that they were not afraid of being eavesdropped on. On the left, there were the Xie family of the Miyun continent, the Qiu family of the Liuxia continent, and the Zhu family of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. They mainly came from these three families, which were all rich and noble families. For example, the Xie family was actually very rich. It was only because of the Lu family, which was the richest family in the world, that they didn't seem so eye-catching. He remembered that one of the regrets in his life was that he had never been to Yuzhou in the Liuxia continent because he heard that the hot pot there was the best in the world. However, Senior Song also said that it was good that he hadn't been there. If he really went to Yuzhou, he would go back to his hometown and eat hot pot again. Wouldn't that be terrible? Then he might as well not go to Yuzhou and leave it as a memory. Therefore, Qin Pingan had a deep impression of Yuzhou. These young men and women from famous families had set up long and short tables, which were filled with immortal fruits full of spiritual energy. The floor was covered with a mat, and there were maids helping to set up a stove to boil tea. There were also noblemen holding cups, drinking wine and reciting poems. In any case, they were doing everything except fishing. On the right, there was a female sword cultivator from the Mei Mountain Sword sect. She didn't look more than 100 years old and was an extraordinary golden core sword cultivator. It was said that there was a strange phenomenon of dragon clouds at the mountain gate, which looked like a waterfall. There was also an inverted jade peak standing beside the lake. The mountain was reflected in the water. It was actually an immortal Taoist temple with reality in the water and illusion on the shore. It was very strange. Climbing the mountain was like entering the water. What the cultivator saw was also the scene in the lake. Qin Pingan looked at her a few more times. The main thing was that this female sword cultivator had a small and exquisite ink stick hanging on her waist. The ink stick was inscribed with a popular poem about swords. Because of the ink stick, Qin Pingan thought of his disciple, Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou seemed to be the only person of the same age who could make Pei Chen suffer. How rare was that? Just ask the white head of the dancing peak. There was also a fairy from the Plum Blossom Nunnery with a treasure-spitting marten on her shoulder. This little fellow was not only a natural piggy bank, but it could also produce money after eating it. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. The Plum Blossom Nunnery had the beautiful scenery of 10,000 acres of plum blossoms flying in snow. The rouge and face powder from the Plum Blossom Nunnery sold well in all continents. It was very popular both on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. There was a young master from a large sect in the north of the Golden Armor continent, Lotus City. The city where his sect was located was built on a huge lotus leaf. The lotus bloomed once every 300 years. Each time it bloomed, it would be a natural city-protecting formation that was not afraid of the flying swords of sword immortals. Legend had it that this lotus was an item from the Tao ancestors' small lotus grotto heaven. As for how it spread to Lotus City, there were many different opinions. One of the most mysterious theories was that the Tao ancestor plucked the lotus and threw it into the vast world for some reason. Another more credible theory was that after the old master son of the great mystic sect lent his sword to the person he was most proud of in the mortal world, the two of them drank and got drunk. The old immortal who was traveling far and wide took out a purple gold lotus seed and watered it with the wine in his cup. In the blink of an eye, a lotus emerged from the water and stood tall. Then it bloomed suddenly and was as big as a mountain. There was a young man who liked to look at people from the corner of his eyes. Many changes in his thoughts were reflected in the curvature of his mouth. It was said that in the dynasty where the Song family of Zhuolu was from the emperor to the commoners, it was popular to wear flower hairpins. After entering the mountains to cultivate and ascend, as long as one had the heart, they would realize that the people around them were people they had either seen or heard of. Was it useful? It did not seem to have much meaning. This was because most people would just pass by and never meet again. They would just be passers-by on the road of life. Just like the martial artist Huang Shi at the ruins of the immortal residence, the little fox in the mountains outside Jingzhou city of Meili country, the young man in the dog meat shop in Shihao country, and Sun Dengxian who Qin Pingan respectfully called hero from the bottom of his heart. Was it useless? That might not be the case. Among the crowd there might be people like Song Lanxiao on the sunny road, Lu Jimao on the winding road, or Ma Kuxuan on the single-plank bridge that only allowed one person to pass. Perhaps it was because of Qin Pingan's appearance that the old master Wang Yuanzhang on the night boat and the sword immortal Fu Lingqing, the leader of the Tong Yi sect, could still see each other from afar even though they were already separated by life and death. As for Madame Huanyin who saw him from afar and left without greeting him, Qin Pingan pretended that he did not know. It was quite good because there seemed to be a young flower goddess who came from the blessed land of 100 flowers beside Madame Huanyin. Otherwise, what else could they do when they saw each other? They would chat about the good weather and whether they had eaten. When Li Baoping appeared, both sides began to whisper and discuss. A guest of the Xie clan who was sitting on a praying mat and concentrating on breathing was an old sword immortal in the unpolished jade realm. When the old man saw the girl in red earlier, he could not help but sigh, "What a potential cultivator. The sun is bright in the sky, surrounded by clouds. Jade and gold, one mind and spirit close to the Tao." The old man did not use his inner thoughts when he said these words. A handsome young man from the Chiu clan said hesitantly, "It seems to be Li Baoping from the Cliff Academy." Because Li Baoping had a debate with Xuanhuan, and because he was a Confucian scholar from the Cliff Academy in the Aquarius continent, he was indeed more eye-catching in the Liji Learning Palace. A young woman with a plump figure casually glanced at the green-robed man who was pulling a fish in a funny manner and smiled. Since she called him young martial uncle, he must be from the Aquarius continent. He must be a gentleman from the Cliff Academy. Otherwise there is no such person in the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest. Song Zhangqiang of the Dali dynasty, Jiang clan of Cloud Forest, and the Divine Grandeur sect. Only these three groups of people from the Aquarius continent came to the Confucian temple. Song Zhangqiang of the Dali dynasty was alone. This martial artist who was rumored to have reached the 11th realm was famous in the world. The Divine Grandeur sect was a Taoist sect. Everyone wore Taoist robes and a fishtail crown. As for the green-robed man who had a fangxuan item, it was not surprising. The strange thing was that there were two small chairs made of ordinary green bamboo in the fangxuan item. Chen Pingan actually paid more attention to the flower hairpin child in the end. It was not because First Seat Zhou had an illegitimate son in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land who was nicknamed Flower Hairpin Child. It was because the way this guy looked at Li Baoping was not in the right way. For example, the other disciples of the wealthy clans were also stunned when they saw Li Baoping. However, they were definitely not as secretive and sneaky as this guy. It was as if they were already scheming and ready to take action at any time. Chen Pingan made a mental note in his heart. Everyone loved beauty. This was human nature. It was normal to take a few more glances at a good-looking girl. In the wine shops of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were many people who openly stared at girls passing by. Not to mention the gazes, there were also frequent whistles from bachelors. However, that kind of gaze did not belong to a sword cultivator. Instead, it was like hops floating in a bowl. It was gone with a gulp. However, some gazes were like the slug in the lion garden of Xuanhuan country. They were sticky and greasy. Moreover, people with such gazes would often be in his territory, looking for prey and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Chen Pingan continued to quietly sense the flower hairpin child's chi ripples. Li Baoping was silent for a long time. Then she said softly, "Little martial uncle, I was not there twice when you offered incense at the ancestral hall of Luapa Mountain. I'm sorry." Chen Pingan waved his hand and said softly, "It's okay. It's nothing. Little martial uncle had already prepared a place for you to study at the Luapa Mountain and the photo reading post. Yu Lu and xianxia had already chosen the photo reading post and occupied 2 mansions. They did not stand on ceremony with me at all. However, little martial uncle has something to tell you. Actually, Wuxia Peak and Yuanmu Peak have 2 places. That place is truly beautiful and tranquil." Little martial uncle had purposely not told anyone about this. No one was in a hurry to build a mansion because they had all been secretly circled by little martial uncle. "In the future I will bring you there to take a look. If you choose, little martial uncle will get people to build a mansion and a library. Wuxia Peak is better to watch the sunrise and sunset. However, the sea of clouds at Yuanmu Peak is better than the Luapa Mountain. When the weather is clear, you can see the lake near the Yellow Lake Mountain. The scenery is beautiful. Therefore, little martial uncle suggested that you choose Yuanmu Peak." Little martial uncle also planned to pave all the mountain paths on Yuanmu Peak with large strips of bluestone slabs and bamboo fences on both sides. During the journey you will pass by an extremely high cliff. There is an ancient pine tree that is at least 1,000 years old. Between the pine trees, there are vines that connect the tree to the wall like a big salamander. When the time comes, I will ask an expert to help engrave a notice on the cliff. If I can ask Su Zi and Lu Qi to engrave the notice, that would be the best. However, it will be difficult. After all, it is not as simple as asking for a copybook. The 2 seniors have to go to the Luapa Mountain as guests. If it is not possible, little martial uncle will have to ask your 2 martial uncles to do it. In short, Yuanmu Peak was a good place for studying. The sky breeze was cold and refreshing, and the bells in the library were ringing. It sounded pretty good, right? When you got tired of flipping through the books, you could walk out of the library and look at the scenery in the distance. All these years, little martial uncle has bought a lot of books for you on my travels. Just at the Tsushan ferry in the southernmost part of Tongye continent, I bought a lot of books. It is a big sack that weighs about 100 caddies. They are all precious books from the wealthy families in the county. Little martial uncle said so much in one breath. Li Baoping listened carefully and her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Li Baoping asked, "Little martial uncle, have you celebrated your birthday in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so many years?" Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and smiled. "It is not that I forgot. I just didn't have the time. I really haven't." When he was young in his hometown, Qin Pingan did not have the habit of celebrating his birthday. Lu Xianyang did not either. He found it troublesome and pretentious. Only the little slug could eat a meal of fish at home on his birthday. And a day or two before Gukan's birthday, Qin Pingan would drag Lu Xianyang into the mountains and the water. Qin Pingan changed the topic. "I heard from Chui Dongshan that the young man Jiang Taigong is called Su Bai, right?" Little martial uncle met him when he attended the meeting. Actually, Qin Pingan had asked a lot about Li Baoping after returning home twice. Therefore he knew a lot. He had been studying in the academy for so many years. He had visited the Fox Nation and met Pei Qian at the Yu family in the Central Plains. Even when he was at the Merit Forest, Qin Pingan did not forget to ask his teacher about the little treasure bottle. For example, he asked about the details of the dispute with Yuan Yan. Qin Pingan had specially flipped through many books in the Confucian Temple during the 2 days he was at the Merit Forest. In the end, during the dispute between the two of them, Qin Pingan, as Li Baoping's little martial uncle, could not help much. Li Baoping sighed. "He's a troublemaker. He only stopped after my brother taught him a lesson." Qin Pingan held back his laughter and nodded. "He's just one of the 10 young candidates. He's not worthy of our little treasure bottle. He's far from it." Li Baoping rolled her eyes and leaned back on the bamboo chair. She did not want to talk about Su Bai anymore. She was the only one among the group of children who had traveled to study and cultivated the qi of Confucianism step by step. As for asking Lin Shui and xianxia about immortal spells, and asking Yu Lu about martial arts, Li Baoping seemed to be just interested. Qin Pingan asked, "Have you been bullied during your travels all these years?" Li Baoping shook her head. "No." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Little martial uncle's swordsmanship is still very average. However, traveling through mountains and rivers requires strength. Therefore his martial arts are passable. He can't beat an ascendant, but he can still beat an immortal." "I remember. There's really one." Li Baoping suddenly slapped the chair and turned to smile at little martial uncle. "It's at the edge of the Fox Nation in Qingfeng City. Gukan was also there. He's very loyal." I was surprised. Qin Pingan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Li Baoping was about to talk about this topic. She blinked and said in her mind, "My brother is here." Qin Pingan turned to look. It was Li Shixing. Moreover, Qin Pingan did not detect the slightest trace of Li Shixing and Li Baoping's conversation. This was a good thing. The two of them got up from the bamboo chair at the same time. Li Baoping smiled and said, "Little martial uncle, there's an acquaintance." Qin Pingan smiled and did not say anything. The group of people slowly walked over. In addition to Li Baoping's elder brother, Li Shixing, there was also Zhou Li who came from the Divine Grandeur sect to the Middle Continent. Lady Gui was followed by an old man. He was called an old man because of his age. In fact, he was just a middle-aged man with a dull expression. Xiao Yang, the sect master of the Cooling sect, and Gao Jinfu, the nascent soul cultivator of the Divine Grandeur sect. They were once the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Divine Grandeur sect. The two of them appeared together in the Liju Grotto heaven. Except for Zhou Li, Qin Pingan indeed knew them. As they approached, Qin Pingan and Li Shixing bowed and greeted Lady Gui with a smile. Lady Gui smiled and nodded. Qin Pingan gave a fist salute to Zhou Li. "Greetings, Mr. Zhou." It was said that this person would be the next sect master of the Qingxian sect. The reputation and foundation of the Qingxian sect in the Middle Continent was only slightly inferior to the mountain where the talisman Yuxian was and the celestial master residence of the Longhu mountain. The main reason was that the current sect master of the Qingxian sect had been in closed-door training for 600 years. As for the Qingxian sect of the Middle Earth, which was an upper sect of the Divine Grandeur sect, its orthodox lineage was the lineage of the White Jade Capital's chief. This was yet another unresolved Taoist case that left outsiders puzzled. For some reason, Zhou Li did not participate in any of the meetings held in the Confucian Temple. Qin Pingan hesitated for a while before addressing him as Mr. Zhou. Zhou smiled and returned a Taoist bow to Qin Pingan. He said in his mind, "I've heard of your name for a long time. It's my honor to meet you today." He would look for Qin Pingan in private later and treat him to a drink. He could even call him Brother Qin. Li Shixing asked with a smile, "How is it?" Zhou replied with a smile, "Don't get angry if you don't talk. You can live forever if you cultivate in peace. Besides, the good thing is that when you interact with people, you don't care about the pleasure of making friends, and you don't get tired of being together for a long time." Further away from the Mandarin duck Zhu, the girl nicknamed Rui Feng, could not help but ask again, "Sister Huanyin, who is that person? Why do you seem to be afraid of him? You clearly know him, so why are you avoiding him?" When they were a little further away from the green-robed man, Madame Huanyin smiled and said, "I'm afraid that he's joking." The girl suddenly realized. "Sister Huanyin, could it be that you like him?" Madame Huanyin was stunned. She quickly reached out and covered the silly girl's mouth. "Don't talk nonsense. If that guy heard it, she would have to compensate him with a plum blossom garden at the very least." Liking him was equivalent to having a sword fight with that black-hearted and merciless hidden official, wasn't it? If she was not careful, she would really be beaten to death by him. By the river, Qin Pingan caught another golden carp and put it into the fish basket. Both sides looked at each other. Of course, it was not because they coveted that carp. Instead, both groups of people used this opportunity to size up the young man in green again. He took the initiative to call Madame Gue, Aunt Gue. He was even praised by the famous Gu Qingsong. "Kid, you're promising. You didn't pick the wrong person. I won't scold you anymore." Obviously, it was the wording of an elder on the mountain and half of their own junior. He also seemed to recognize He Xiaoyang from the North Continent and greeted him as sect master. "Congratulation." If they were not mistaken, He Xiaoyang seemed to be smiling. It was different from the gossip in the Shanshui Palace in the early years. As the direct disciple of the third sect master of the Baekokkyung building, He Xiaoyang was also an immortal who could establish a sect in the North Continent. Of course, He Xiaoyang was indeed very beautiful. Moreover, it was said that she was focused on cultivation and had no interest in love at all. Even the only disciple of the great sword immortal Bai Shang of the North Continent, Su Xian, was infatuated with her. However, because He Xiaoyang was annoyed by this person, she directly attacked him and seriously injured him. She did not give Bai Shang any face at all. In the end, it caused the two sects to form a deadly feud. Bai Shang also seemed to have said that He Xiaoyang could forget about reaching the Ascendant Realm in this lifetime. Both men and women would look at He Xiaoyang a few more times. The more the man looked at her, the more he felt that her temperament was otherworldly, and she had a sense of independence. If he became a Tao companion with such a woman on the mountain, he would not envy them anymore. The woman looked at her a few more times, probably because she wanted to take a look at He Xiaoyang, and her beauty would be reduced by a little. No matter what, the two groups of people inevitably thought highly of the young angler. After all, he could know so many great cultivators. Li Baoping said, "Little martial uncle, sister, he seems to be the same as when we first met. She may be even prettier." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't care." He just couldn't help but think of the women on Luopa Mountain, such as the diligent Sun Yuanji and the sharp-tongued Yuan Bao. In fact, these two women were martial artists. They were not young anymore and had not married yet. Women, after all, did not have to worry about marriage. Even if there were one or two more crow's feet at the corner of their eyes, it would not hinder them from being liked by men. Moreover, what kind of feng shui on his mountain, no matter men or women, none of them were ugly. Zhulian, Jiang Shangzhen, Miyu Chui Dongshan, Chao Qinglang, and Yuan Lai had not even pulled in Wei Shanjun in those guests. Swordsmanship, boxing, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, grooming, there was nothing they couldn't talk about, and there was nothing they weren't good at. He, the mountain master, was the most shameless when it came to making money. Otherwise, the immortal money of the Aquarius continent would flood into Luopa Mountain like a flood. As for female martial artists, as long as they reached the Qi refinement realm, they could not only temper their body, but also nourish their soul. Although it was not as good as the Qi refinement warrior reaching the middle 5 realms, the effect was still very obvious. When they reached the golden body realm, there would be an additional benefit. The Pushen Huang Yiyun of the Tongye continent was not young, but she still looked young now. However, on his own mountain, Yuan Lai had long liked Sun Yuanji, Yuan Bao secretly admired Chao Qinglang, and Qin Pingan had already heard about it when he returned home this time. In fact, even Xiaomi had found out. She secretly told the good mountain master that every time Chao Qinglang was present, Yuan Bao would speak especially fiercely and with a very loud voice. He even deliberately did not look at Chao Qinglang. Who was he trying to fool? He did not look at her, but his heart was full of Chao Qinglang. So now, was Yuan Bao the only one who mistakenly thought that he liked her? Only she knew. Li Baoping smiled and asked, "Little Uncle Master, are you thinking about happy things?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I'm thinking about helping the mountain earn money." Li Baoping remembered something. "I heard that there is a very big bag shop above the Yuanyangzhu. It seems that business is quite good. If Little Uncle Master is free, you can go there and take a look." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I'll go there when I'm free. Yes, it's best if we bring Li Huai along." Qin Pingan immediately took out a yellow paper talisman from his sleeve. He reached out and touched the talisman. With a flash of spiritual light, Qin Pingan silently chanted a sentence in his heart. The talisman turned into a yellow paper crane and flew away. It went to Panshui City to find Li Huai and asked him to come to the Yuanyangzhu to meet him. The old man sitting on the praying mat opened his eyes again. When he saw the yellow crane leaving, he exclaimed in surprise. Why wasn't it a golden body realm martial artist, but a talisman cultivator with the aura of an earth immortal? Could it be that he was a disciple of the Pushanyi clan of the Tongye continent? The rich young master who was drinking wine raised his head and drank a cup of wine. Good fellow, he was in the mood for poetry. He laughed and recited a poem. The yellow crane's voice came from the building outside the building. The fishing rod melted the day and drank away the sorrows. The celestial brew dispelled the drunkenness in the mountain, and one felt light and ascended to the heavens. Qin Pingan suddenly felt that things like limericks should be avoided if possible. Indeed, the speaker was happy, but the listener was worried. Li Baoping. Qin Pingan said to the man with the flower hairpin telepathically, "Have you seen enough?" The man was a little surprised. He hesitated for a moment and laughed. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Qin Pingan said, "I advise you to watch your eyes and then focus on your heart. Walking on the mountain, it's more important to talk about your heart." The man raised a finger and gently touched the flower hairpin in his hair. It was a gift from the flower god of the blessed land of 100 flowers. Of course, it was not because of his face but because of his master. Qin Pingan did not say anything else. The man actually leaned back and stared blankly at the red-clothed woman who was captivated by his gaze. If only she did not have the identity of a disciple of the academy. He maintained that posture and asked the man in green with a smile, "What's wrong? I just took a few glances and you want to kill me? Who are you to kill?" Qin Pingan smiled and turned his head. The man raised a hand and patted his neck gently. He laughed in his heart. Come. Throw a talisman here. Take it that I'm sincerely begging you. How about that?" This outsider who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth only knew Lady Gui and Gu Qingsong. At most, he could barely say a few words in front of Zhou Li and He Xiaoyang. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the central divine continent? Li Baoping asked, "Little Uncle Master, what's wrong?" Qin Pingan put down the fishing rod in his hand and smiled. "Someone begged me to hit him. I was almost scared to death by him. He was not killed by Wen Hai's careful plot and was not killed by the sword cultivator dragon god. He did not expect to meet a peerless expert here." Li Baoping blinked. "He grew up eating arsenic." Qin Pingan smiled and did not say anything. He did not have any thoughts about what he said to Li Baoping. Therefore both groups of people heard it. The man with the flower hairpin sneered and stretched. Then, a flying sword that was used to save people was caught by the hands of the man in green and thrown into the water. The man in green reached out and grabbed a blocking spell, and the creation in his palm gathered into a ball. As for the man with the flower hairpin, the man in green who appeared behind him reached out and grabbed him by the neck. He lifted him up and threw him with all his strength. The latter ran as fast as lightning and directly went to the other side of the river, rolling and skipping along the way. His green robe was even more elusive. He appeared on the other side of the river in an instant and stepped on the neck of the flower hairpin man. With another kick, he bounced back to his original position. He was not the slightest bit behind. 792. The old sword cultivator was confused and asked, "Master Hidden Official, what are you doing?" It was because the handsome hidden official in front of him had secretly cast a high-level sword spell and drew a circle of golden sword energy around them. It was obvious that he had isolated the small world to prevent others from eavesdropping on their conversation. The old sword cultivator didn't believe that the hidden official wasn't an immortal with such proficiency in swordsmanship. Was it because the master hidden official didn't want to reveal his identity? Was it necessary? However, the old sword cultivator didn't want to criticize the master hidden official. Qin Pingan said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'll settle this myself." He turned around and looked at the sleeping flower hairpin man. He was in the state of bamboo strips and had a body as thin as paper. He wasn't an ordinary embroidered pillow. He was most likely a young talent who relied on his sex reputation. If he beat up the young one, the old one would come. If the old one came to question him, he would talk nicely. If not, he would just throw a few more punches. If it was the ascendant state cultivator, he would greet his senior martial brother. After all, the Confucian temple wasn't far away. However, if nothing went wrong, Li Huai and his ascendant state retainer would arrive at the Mandarin Duck Zhu soon. The old sword cultivator felt uncomfortable when he heard the title of Master Hidden Official. It was even more awkward than when old bastard Pooh called him old trash. The hidden official's words were too polite and distant. That was treating him as an outsider and not treating him as one of his own. How could this be allowed? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and he could not let it slip by. Otherwise, when he returned to his hometown Wuxia continent, how could he win back some ground from bastard Pooh? The old sword cultivator had already thought of how to brag to Pooh He when he returned to Liuxia continent. The old sword cultivator misunderstood that the young master hidden official didn't want him to get involved. He smiled and said, "No matter what this kid's name is, he must have some background to be able to come here. Don't worry, I will only secretly stab him with my sword. I won't really cut off his head." Qin Pingan felt a little helpless. "Senior, you don't know the name and background of this flower hairpin customer either?" Of course, Qin Pingan didn't want this old sword cultivator who had a close relationship with the Xia family of Miyun to get involved in this mess. When the old sword cultivator saw that the young secluded official did not speak, he felt that he had guessed the other party's thoughts. The other party was most likely worried that he would be careless and leave a mess behind due to his lack of discipline and immaturity. The old man cast a sidelong glance at the gaudy young man on the ground. It was strange. The more he looked at him, the more he was asking for a beating. The old sword cultivator's train of thought became increasingly clear. His sword heart had never been so clear before. He tirelessly told the young secluded official the plan in his heart. "As long as I poke him with my sword, the sword aura will linger in this little bastard's natal acupuncture points. If I delay it for a little while longer, I guarantee that even immortals will not be able to save him. I'll immediately withdraw from the Confucian temple's territory and return to the Liuxia continent to hide for a few years. Before I leave on the ferry, I'll find a friend on the mountain to pass a message to him. Tell him that I've been displeased with that kid for a long time." That's why the secluded official took action. It wasn't to hurt him but to save him. Especially that kick, it was to help him disperse the sword aura and save his life. In short, I guarantee that I won't let Lord Secluded Official be stained with feces or urine. We're sword cultivators after all. If we don't have grudges on the mountain and go out to drink with friends, we'll be embarrassed to call ourselves sword cultivators. Among the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, sword cultivators were undoubtedly the first. It was not without reason. The world was vast and sword cultivators could survive anywhere. If there was no place for them to stay, there would naturally be a place for them to stay. Even if there was no place for them to stay as a sword cultivator, they could stand tall in the world with just a sword. For example, in the Aquarius continent, Li Tuanjing had once suppressed Jingyang Mountain for hundreds of years. When Li Tuanjing was still alive, the Wind Thunder Garden was more powerful than a sect. When Qin Pingan was young, he saw sword cultivator Lu Baqiao. Other than infatuation, the biggest impression he had was Lu Baqiao's high-spirited demeanor. It was as if there was no other obstacle in the world other than the obstacle of love. There was also the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin and the North Continent's heavenly monarch Xiexi. They took the initiative to challenge each other twice. In the second round, they traveled across continents with their swords. Back then, in the inverted Xian Mountain Spring Banner House, Fuyao Continent's Xieji, Jingjia Continent's Song Pin, Liuxia Continent's Puhi and Snowy Mountain Continent's Xuanhuan, were all instructed by the Summer Palace to appear and talk to their fellow countrymen. Without exception, they were all swift and decisive. Especially that Puhi. He was not a rogue cultivator, but his methods were even wilder than rogue cultivators. Not only did he directly throw a nascent soul cultivator on the secret ferry out of the house, but when he returned home he still wanted to continue. He even went to find Patriarch Li Sun of the Cloud Forest secret mansion where the ferry was located. As a guest of the sect, Sword Immortal Ling Ran naturally did not want to challenge Pu He. Due to his duty he wanted to smooth things over. In the end, Li Sun received a message from Pu He on his flying sword. In the end, even though Li Sun had the advantage in numbers, he could only apologize to the nascent soul sword cultivator Pu He. These were the actions of a sword cultivator. One side asked the sword, the other side asked the sword. Both sides felt that this was a matter of course. Chen Pingan became a sword cultivator at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In fact, subconsciously, it seemed that the sword cultivator Chen Pingan was still there and had not returned for a long time. It was only when he met the old sword cultivator Yu Yu that Chen Pingan remembered that the overwhelming sword cultivators, especially after they became sword immortals, were actually very reasonable. However, their reasons were often unusual. Just like Yu Yu today. In just a few blinks of an eye, the handsome young master from the central divine continent was already lying on the ground on his last breath. Fortunately, the plum flower on his head that came from the 100 Flowers blessed land was still tender and beautiful. It was not damaged at all. And for some reason, Yu Yu seemed to be chatting with the young but bad-tempered expert. Although it was unknown what they were talking about, seeing that Yu Yu cupped his fists and smiled, did he meet a playful senior on the mountain? The noble young master of the Xia clan who liked to drink wine and recite poetry was frightened and sat up straight. He slapped his knees hard and shouted loudly, "Sudden rise immortal? Immortal." Whether a cultivator's realm was high or not was one matter. Whether a fight was good or not was another matter. Spells and supernatural powers were natural and smooth. One's posture was ethereal, freehand and divine. That was true ability. In other words, this Gong son of the Miun Xia clan liked to fight beautifully. Being good-looking was the most important thing. One had to have the bearing of an immortal and be outstanding. For example, the sword immortal Yu Yu, the head guest elder, was very popular when he fought with all his strength. Yu Yu looked embarrassed and continued to speak to the young guest elder telepathically. "Guest elder, don't pay attention to this kid. It's true that he's simple-minded, but his heart isn't bad." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I can see that." After all, they were kindred spirits who liked limericks. On Yu Yu's side, mainly the three noble clans were relatively quiet. Their intention of choosing to be a bystander was more obvious. Only the young lady from the immortal Cloud Zhu clan of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, whose relationship with Zhu Mei was unknown, was more carefree. She did not choose to speak telepathically and directly asked the young master of the Xia clan with a smile, "Can you see what realm he is at?" The man laughed and said, "I can see that he's not a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms." The lady rolled her eyes charmingly and then turned to look at the man in green. She was a little curious. The poor guy from the Jiozhen Immortal School was a golden core cultivator with excellent survival skills. He was also the direct disciple of the Abbey Dean and the beloved disciple. How did he end up like a little chick being bullied by others? In the central divine continent there were many geniuses. Each of the young people was more ambitious than the next. As for the old masters of the various clans on the mountain, they actually did not mind fights between people of the same age. However, if there was a huge age gap and some people relied on their accumulated realm to bully the younger generation, it was a taboo. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that the man in green who looked young and ruthless couldn't be young. As for how old he was, it was hard to guess. A fellow who could flirt with the old Yu Yu, a young nascent soul sword immortal of 200 to 300 years old? Or an old sword immortal Yu Pu who was at least 500 years old and just looked young? The young cultivator from the Lotus City who could follow Yu Yu to rescue him had a particularly grave expression. Casually stepping into the muddy waters on the mountain would cause endless trouble. If he had known that the other party could ignore Yu Yu's flying sword, startling bird, he definitely wouldn't have acted rashly. However, the Lotus City of the Jinjia continent and the Jiozhen Immortal School of the Great Yong dynasty of the Central Divine Continent had been on good terms for generations. They had frequent business dealings. It was reasonable for them to act. In the past, the two sides were on equal footing. However, during the Battle of the Jinjia continent, although the Lotus City managed to protect the mountain with great difficulty, its vitality was greatly damaged and its losses were disastrous. The city lord had no choice but to break her oath and leave the Lotus City for the first time. She traveled across continents to the Central Divine Continent and took the initiative to find Zhuolu Songzi, whom she had originally vowed to never meet again. The young female sword cultivator from the Mei Mountain Sword sect clutched the inkstone at her waist with one hand and formed a sword seal with the other. She said telepathically to her friends, "It's a sword cultivator who hides his strength." Just now, the other party's technique of isolating heaven and earth is very likely the lightning pool sword formation that banished Immortal Mountain Sword Immortal Lu is most adept at. That talisman technique from before was a smokescreen. The fairy from the Plum Blossom Nunnery, who had a small sable lying on her shoulder, paled. She couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "Should I activate the mirror's flower, water and moon to prevent this person from acting recklessly and casually killing people?" The man from the Lotus City sighed, "Don't add fuel to the fire. We can only wait and see. Have you forgotten? When sword immortals kill people, they don't care about any rules or taboos." The Golden Core Sword cultivator from the May Mountain Sword sect nodded and said, "It's indeed very similar to immortal Lu Zhou's sword formation. Lu Zhou was adept at using his flying sword to draw the lightning pool forbidden area. When Qi refinement warriors were inside, they would be suppressed by the sword Qi of heaven and earth. It was already extremely difficult for Qi refinement warriors to fight against sword cultivators of the same realm. With the addition of the array formations restriction, it was one disaster after another. Could it be that this young sword immortal was from the same sect as immortal Lu Zhou, who loved to play chess? Or was it a certain old ancestor of the banished immortal mountain who didn't like to show his face? If that was the case, then everything made sense. Everyone's expressions changed subtly. Qin Pingan noted them down one by one. Most of the time, in a person's eyes and face, the unspoken words were closer to the truth than the words spoken. Qin Pingan glanced at a thin old man in the distance. He seemed to be a guest of the Qiu family from the Liuxia continent's Yuzhou. He was sitting beside two young people and had been admiring the scenery of the Mandarin Duckshu. There was an open wooden box beside his hand that was filled with carving knives of different styles. He was not fishing and had been carving jade. After Qin Pingan used his sword Qi to create a small golden lightning pool world, the other cultivators, be it their spells or wills, were all defeated upon contact with the sword Qi. All of them retreated in the face of difficulties. Only this old man could touch the lightning pool sword formation without retreating. With a twist of his wrist, the carving knife moved slightly, showing signs of unraveling. However, under the premise that the old man still had energy to spare, he quickly gave up on this sword-seeking action. At this moment, sensing Qin Pingan's gaze, the old man smiled slightly and said apologetically in his mind, "Breaking the formation just now was out of habit. I beg Sword Immortal not to think too much about it. After this, I will give you this almost completed landscape following movement stamp as an apology." Qin Pingan replied in his mind, "I don't deserve it. Mister doesn't need to think too much about it. Since we've met, it's best to not overthink it." Walking on the mountain, there were many times when one didn't need to take a step back. Perhaps one only needed to take the initiative to lean to the side and the single plank bridge would become a path. The old man was slightly surprised and nodded with a smile. "I didn't expect Sword Immortal Senior to be an expert in metal and stone. Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Qing and my master is xianxia." Qin Pingan's eyes lit up and immediately changed his mind. "I'll kindly accept Mr. Lin's following movement stamp." He had never heard of Lin Qing, but Qin Pingan had heard of the name Xianxia. This person came from Laoqing Blessed Land and liked to sign off his work with the word Xian, which was worth thousands of gold. Yangxian's talisman in Laoqing Blessed Land under Xianzong was like the Chao family in charge of the Jiang family in Yunku Blessed Land. It was a mutual achievement. Generation after generation, the Chao family created the 18 sceneries of Yunku Blessed Land. Yangxian, on the other hand, helped Laoqing Blessed Land to create a few unique jades and stones, making them one of the essentials in the vast world. The creation of a mountain depended on the cultivation, realm, and connections of the founder. But the true foundation of a sect depended on how many treasure basins like Yangxian and Chaoxiang they had. Luopa Mountain already had 1.5. Lotus Root Blessed Land's Fox Country Master Pei Xiang could only be considered half. As for the one, it was of course Judge Chang Ming who had supernatural powers. Qin Pingan took the initiative to say, "If there's a chance, I hope to visit Yangxian and shamelessly ask for a few jade mountain seeds to stabilize the feng shui of my house." Because Qin Pingan had seen the records of this Yangxian in the Immortal Book, he bought from Lingjizhai an inverted hanging mountain. Of course the text was not much, but for a craftsman, it was already a great honor. In the Annals of Mountains and Seas, which described the general situation of the vast world, there was a sentence, "Yangxian carved a fox button, slightly purple on the neck, supreme divine quality," which made people fascinated. In the book, there was also a copy of Yangxian's most famous small jade mountain seed with the title of 18 Paradises. It was Yangxian's best carving skills. There was a picture of a mountain stream, the sky was high and the clouds were sparse. A hermit rode on a donkey followed by a porter. High up in the mountain, there was a pavilion hidden in the green. If one looked closely, the inscription of a horse under the eaves could be seen. In the pavilion, there was a beauty leaning against the railing, holding a silk fan. The fan was painted with court ladies, and the court ladies were grooming in front of the mirror. In the mirror there was the moon was the Xuanhuan palace, and in the Xuanhuan palace, there was a goddess practicing. Layer by layer, there was another world, and it could be said that it was the best work. To be honest, as long as it was an authentic product of xianxia, it would be a big profit no matter how high the price was. Therefore, what the cultivators on the mountain lacked was not money, but the mountain connections to negotiate with xianxia face to face. The talisman Yuxian, who was about to merge with the Tao galaxy and reach the 14th level, was known as the 3 lower sects of the One Ancestor Mountain. He had 1 high-class blessed land, 1 small paradises, and 2 medium-class blessed lands under his jurisdiction. The Old Keng blessed land, which was rich, was just one of them. Although Yang Xian was only a craftsman, it was said that she was good at making Xian weapons. Who would dare to force a deal with Yang Xian? If they were not careful, the talisman would be full. Even if they were all chess players, their chess skills were also divided into strong and weak players. Then, even if they were all Ascendant Realm cultivators, they would be divided into strong and weak. The talisman Yuxian, the Grand Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, and Immortal Fire Dragon were all recognized as old Ascendant Realm cultivators. Not only were they old, but they also had a deep foundation of Ascendant Realm cultivators. When Lin Qing heard this, he was extremely surprised, but he still nodded with a smile and agreed. As a guest of the Qiu clan in Yuzhou, the old man immediately reminded the 2 disciples of the Qiu clan. Shengong, Shenji, don't act rashly. This person is definitely not a rebel. He might have a grudge against the 9 Truths Immortal Pavilion. Anyway, just watch from afar and remember not to say anything. The old man thought for a while and added, this sword immortal whose real age is unknown admires my master. Judging from his temperament, he is most likely a disciple of a noble family like the 2 of you. Therefore, there is no need to make enemies with him for the 9 Truths Immortal Pavilion, which has a mediocre reputation. Yu asked a few questions and made an exception to be the informant. He immediately said to the young secluded official, the guy on the ground is called Li Qingzhu. He likes to eat crabs, which is why he got the nickname Li Baishui. He is one of the disciples of the owner of the 9 Truths Immortal Pavilion, Yunzhan. Li Qingzhu's cultivation talent is average, but he knows how to make trouble. His master loves him like a son. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Qin Pingan nodded and said with a smile, I know. Qin Pingan lightly kicked the flower hairpin guest's head and smiled. Wake up. It's not dark yet. Don't sleep. The young man who had missed twice slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the mysterious green-robed guest, his face turned pale. He used both his hands and legs to lie down, but he took a few steps back. This genius of the Central Divine Continent was indeed worried that he would have to lie down again if he got up. Since that was the case, he might as well lie down. Perhaps he would suffer less. Oh, he was quite good at acting. Qin Pingan saw through the other party's movements in his sleeves. He was using a secret technique to call for reinforcements. He pretended not to see and did not stop him. Because Qin Pingan wanted to see the other party's expression. A belly full of evil tricks swaying around. In the end, it had to be supported by a bad guts. When a bad guts was completely crushed and turned into a bitter guts, the bad guys would be much more honest. Since he had already sent a message to his teacher, everything must be fine. Therefore, the flower hairpin guest sat up. Li Qingzhu quickly regained her composure. She was still as elegant as ever. She was still in a leisurely mood as she adjusted the plum blossom in her hair. She tidied her clothes. Her injuries were not light, and the spiritual qi in her qi residence was in a mess. Just recuperating would take a lot of money and effort. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for her to fully recover. This guy in front of her was really hateful. The man was still smiling. Today's humiliation will be repaid generously. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and smiled. Hand it over. The disciple from the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium was a little confused. Qin Pingan smiled. Talking about money will hurt our relationship. We don't have anything to hurt. Hurry up and hand over the money. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money. Most of the time it's money to buy your life. The man's eyes burned as he laughed. Money to buy my life. Then do you know that my master is in Mandarin Duckshu right now? I'm afraid that you won't have the life to spend it. He was full of courage. After he slowly got up, he patted the dust off his body with one hand and stretched out his other hand. Hand it over. It's your turn. Qin Pingan smiled. It's fine to wear a flower hairpin, but it's a little inappropriate to wear a plum blossom. It's easy to be unlucky. Li Qingzhu smiled. Very good. You're right. I'll definitely help you pass the message to the flower goddess. Qin Pingan nodded. It seems like you still don't learn your lesson. You can't control your mouth. Remember to do what you say. After this, pass this message to the flower goddess. Li Qingzhu was not afraid even if the heavenly king came. She was in the right. No matter what, it was this guy who wantonly hurt her. On the mountain you don't care about your actions. Who do you think you are? The sage of rights. You're just a child in Gu Qingsong's eyes. If you're really capable, why don't you go and get close to venerable fiery dragon? Why don't you go and call the great sword immortal your brother? Li Qingzhu turned to look at the woman in red. Then she retracted her gaze and grinned. What? I took another look. Come again if you're so capable. At this moment, there must be many experts at the Mandarin Duck Zhu paying attention to this place. I beg you to continue to commit murder in front of everyone. Qin Pingan laughed telepathically. Do you know that Yun Mu is waiting for me to make a move on the shore of the Mandarin Duck Zhu? That's why he'll appear here. So, as long as I don't move and chat with you, you can only stand here and embarrass yourself? Tell me what's the point of saying or doing anything now? Think about it carefully. Even if Yun Mu helps you get back at him, so what? Wasn't the story of Li Baixia's rampage in the Mandarin Duck Zhu town also a story worthy of being written about? When the ban on the Confucian Temple's landscape bulletin is lifted, will it spread throughout the central divine continent? I think so. Also, Brother Qingzhu, have you noticed that the female sword cultivator from the Mei Mountain sword sect that you adore is drifting further and further away from you? Even the fairy from the Plum Blossom Nunnery who used to adore you looks at you differently now. Or perhaps, when your master Yun Mu returns to the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium in the future, every time he sees you, his favorite disciple, he'll inevitably remember the beautiful scene of the Mandarin Duck Zhu going down the drain? Li Qingzhu's face was livid. That person began to speak again with a smile. Take a guess. Did I say these words to you in my heart or did everyone hear it? Brother Qingzhu, why do you think I let you go down the drain twice? Of course, it's to help you become famous in the Confucian Temple. After the battle at Panshui County, Gu Qingsong, you'll probably be the most famous one. Actually, it's fine. Fame is nothing. Cultivators don't go down the mountain for decades. It's normal. Besides, your senior brothers, sisters, and junior brothers and junior sisters who only know how to cultivate foolishly will definitely comfort you on the mountain. Take a look at the Nine True Immortal Gymnasium. Inside and outside the mountains, everyone from your master to your fellow disciples is there. I've thought about it for you. I've even thought of 2 nicknames for you in the Landscape Palace Bulletin. One is Li Piao and the other is Li Squinting. So, you have the nerve to ask me for money? Shouldn't you give me money as a reward to thank me? Li Qingzhu's face was pale and his lips were trembling. This time, he did not have the courage to look at the woman from the corner of his eyes. He did not even have the courage to speak harshly to the green-robed man in front of him. These words, it was like a sword cultivator asking for a sword for 10 or 100 years after he handed it over. This was because the real sword cultivators were the people Li Qingzhu was familiar with. Every now and then, someone would help Qin Pingan pass the sword and ask for the sword. I'm just teasing you. It's really boring. Qin Pingan kicked the man again and sent him into the water. This time he used a lot of force. It was as if a chopstick was stabbed into the water and hit the bottom of the riverbed. Call your elders over. He wanted to experience the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium style. If one was not a real fisherman, it would be difficult for them to understand the beauty of this sentence. If the fish that came ashore was too small, they would release it after catching it. Most of them would say this sentence. It was as popular as the saying, the water level rises by 3 feet when the nest is dug. Qin Pingan rubbed his chin. His head is really hard. He can't even crack open his head. Li Baoping looked at the Mandarin Duck Zhu in the middle of the water in the distance and asked softly, Little Uncle Master? She sensed the abnormality over there. She meant to ask if she needed to call her brother over for help. Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled. It's a small matter. Qin Pingan's meaning was even simpler. It was a small matter. In fact, it was fine. With Little Uncle Master around, it was enough. Over at the Mandarin Duck Zhu, someone looked displeased. After receiving a message from his direct disciple asking for help, his true immortal body stood by the river with his hands behind his back. He performed the mountain and river observation technique and looked at the man in green robes by the river. When Yun Zhan, the owner of the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium, saw that the man deliberately hurt another person under his nose, he shouted angrily, "How dare you, thief!" His words were like thunder on the river. Then the immortal manifested his Dharma idol. He wore a snow-white Taoist robe and flew out like a white rainbow piercing through the sky. With an imposing aura, he flew above the river in the blink of an eye and looked down at the people by the river. The immortal's Dharma idol looked down from above with an imposing aura. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you, kid? How dare you hurt people in the Confucian temple without any reason?" It was obvious that he did not participate in any of the discussions in the Confucian temple. Otherwise he would not have asked, "Who are you, kid?" Yu was displeased. "I'm a pure jade sword cultivator. If I don't kill an immortal, am I supposed to kill a pure jade chi refinement warrior? Isn't this bullying?" Yu did not recognize the little brat who was enjoying himself in the river, but he was familiar with this majestic Middle-earth immortal. In fact, most of the peak cultivators, ascendant realm cultivators, immortals, and pure jade realm sword immortals in the vast world were familiar with each other. If the other party did not use any concealment techniques, they would be able to recognize each other at a glance. For example, this white-robed immortal was called Xuanhuan, and his Taoist name was wuxia. He had a Taoist companion who had just ascended to the immortal realm. They shared the same mountain, which was why the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium had become so popular in recent years. Chen Pingan advised Yu telepathically, "Senior, please don't use your sword." He was not used to it. If they were at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, sword cultivators would have cheered and whistled. "Help me use my sword? I don't even have time to watch the show, let alone drink." Yu immediately withdrew his sword chi. "You're in charge. I'll watch. However, if you need to use your sword later, don't hold back. Just let me know or give me a look." Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and looked up with a smile. "My surname is Wu and my name is Tai. We're not familiar with each other, so you can just call me by my name." It was not that this immortal had a good temper, but in a fight on the mountain, there had to be morality and righteousness before killing. The immortal Dharma idol stretched out its hand, wanting to grab the drenched chicken. Chen Pingan sneered. "Did you ask for my permission?" He put two fingers together to form a sword seal and used the finger sword technique. A sword beam appeared out of thin air and slashed down, cutting off the arm of the immortal Dharma idol along with the river water of the Mandarin duck shoe. Xuanhuan was caught off guard. The sword beam was too fast. Fortunately, the white arm of the immortal Dharma idol and the snow-white sleeves of his robe quickly recovered. Chen Pingan smiled and telepathically spoke to the people by the river. Xuanhuan's immortal Dharma idol sneered. "What did my disciple do? Why did you have to use so much force? Did you hurt his internal organs and 6 natal aperture acupoints? You attacked him twice and almost broke his longevity bridge. Which sword cultivator dares to act so violently?" The people by the river had strange expressions on their faces. Even the young female cultivator from May Mountain Sword Sect and the fairy from Plum Blossom Nunnery, who had been trembling with fear, wanted to laugh at this moment. However, they tried hard to suppress their laughter. Before immortal Xuanhuan of Nine Truths Immortal Pavilion spoke, the green-robed sword immortal seemed to have foreseen the future. He said that this immortal felt that he had encountered a tough opponent after being hit by a sword and would definitely pour out his grievances for his disciple so that he could win over the spectators from the Mandarin duck shoe. Then he would ask about the inheritance of the patriarch and the Tao veins on the mountain top before deciding whether to have a battle of wits or a battle of wits. Yu was filled with emotions. The reclusive official who was praised by Old Pooh was indeed worthy of his reputation. Xuanhuan sensed the strange expressions of the people by the river, but he did not think too much about it. He could not afford to be distracted. His Dharma form formed a talisman Tao formula with one hand and a military Tao formula with the other. The river water turned into a green flood dragon and crashed toward the green-robed immortal by the river. Above the river, a golden body immortal general who had half descended and half revealed his divinity appeared and walked on the river water. Chen Pingan took a step forward and came to the center of the river. Sword energy poured out, making him look like he was standing in a snow-white full moon. A bright moon sword chi collided with a water dragon, causing energy to surge endlessly as the river water roiled and gave rise to waves of enormous waves that surged violently onto the shore. An azure-clothed figure actually still had the strength to spare to take care of the shore. He lightly swayed his sleeve to shake out a stream of talismans, and then he lined up in a line on the shore like a formation of soldiers that completely shattered those waves. The golden body immortal general held a long spear in his hand, which left a long trail of golden light that was 70 to 80 feet long. The spear broke through the bright moon of sword energy, but the green-robed immortal raised his arm and pressed two fingers together, gently stopping the tip of the spear. The Dharma form of the immortal raised a hand, which turned out to be a fire dragon in the water. Several fire dragons flew above the water and circled around the green-robed immortal, creating a unique formation of an alchemy cauldron. True fire boiled the water, causing clouds to rise into the sky. Another palm was raised and brought down again. A bronze-round mirror appeared between the heaven and earth, shining brightly in all directions and enveloping the green-robed immortal within. Immortal Xuanhuan then unleashed his prime magical treasure. The Dharma form of the Dharma form held a huge white jade Ganoderma and smashed it heavily toward the green-robed immortal. The immortals had endless tricks up their sleeves. The battle was very intense. As for the young sword immortal who seemed to be at a disadvantage and could only defend himself, he could only guard his own territory and enjoy the dazzling divine abilities of the immortals. Beside the Mandarin Duck stronghold, more and more grand cultivators gathered. They were all here to watch the exciting battle between Patriarch Xuanhuan and the others. In the Great Qin dynasty, there was a custom of the whole country wearing flowers. Therefore they had a very good relationship with 100 Flowers Blessed Land. As for the Nine Truths Immortal School located in the Great Yong dynasty, although it was currently a vassal of the Zhuolu Song clan, during its most prosperous period, it was once a first-rate immortal power in the Central Plains. During that period of time when the Nine Truths Immortal School was most glorious and glorious, the Zhuolu Song clan would send their descendants to the Nine Truths Immortal School to cultivate. The school had 5 living ancestral masters, plus the other 4 consecrators and guest elders, which made a total of 9 upper 5 realms cultivators. At that time, one of the ancestral masters was still in the ascendant realm. Unfortunately, he could not make further progress and regretted the death of his great Tao. His ancestors were once rich. Now it could not be said that the school had declined. The 2 immortals, plus the consecrators and guest elders, made a total of 5 upper 5 realms cultivators. The Taoist lineages of the Nine Truths Immortal Abode were rather diverse. There were talisman Taoists, sword cultivators, military cultivators, and martial cultivators. All of them had different legacies and could allow their disciples to choose their cultivation path. The Tao companion of the ancestral master, Yunmu, owned a broken grotto heaven secret realm that was filled with savage winds and miasma. It was rich in baleful aura and was good at catching and nurturing ghosts. Celine Zhao, the immortal of the Liuxia continent, and his senior sister, Songo, had been participating in a meeting and had yet to return. Therefore Celine Zhao had been strolling around. Celine Zhao was puzzled. Where did this sword immortal come from? Old man Yen, do you know this person? Besides Celine Zhao was a great cultivator from the Xiaoyuan dynasty Jianghu. This person was extremely famous, not only because he was an immortal but also because of certain rumors about mountains and rivers that added fuel to the fire. They were so disgusting that they didn't have to pay for it with their lives. There were things like, if there's wine, there'll be Yenji's lackey. There were also things like, ascendant realm divine ability to freeload wine. Yengu shook his head. He looks unfamiliar. A cultivator who was familiar with him could not help but ask, is a sword immortal's physique so tough? Yengu frowned. It can't be that other than a sword immortal, he's also a far-roaming realm or a peak realm martial artist. Celine Zhao curled his lips. Either he's an immortal realm sword cultivator who's hidden from the world, or else it doesn't make sense. A flower deity, the destiny master of 100 Flowers Blessed Land, had a worried expression. She was somewhat resentful of the young cultivator from the Nine Truths Immortal Pavilion. This kind of grudge on the mountain should be settled by one's own ability. Why did he have to involve her? Moreover, for some reason, this flower deity felt that the green-robed visitor had some connection with her. This was even more illogical. Under normal circumstances, this kind of mysterious attraction would only appear between her and the flower deity's guest elder. Could it be that the young sword immortal had a poem in his heart that was enough to leave his name in history? Celine Zhao said, why do I feel that something is wrong? Yengu nodded. That sword immortal seems to be, a cultivator at the side continued, walking fish? Yu was not worried about the young hidden official's safety at all. Was this a joke? What kind of place was the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Why would an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator like him be worried about a hidden official from the Great Wall of Sword Qi? This old sword cultivator from the Dawn Flow continent was old friends with Pu He. Moreover, they had an extremely good relationship. Otherwise, Yu, who was an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator, would not be so kind as to invite him for a drink and endure a scolding without retorting. Many years ago, so long that it felt like a previous life, when Yu went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to train, he was still a Golden Core Realm Sword cultivator. He stayed there for 3 years and participated in a great battle. He had seen many sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi on the way and on the battlefield. However, none of them touched a cup at the table because they did not have the opportunity to drink at the same table as a sword immortal. After all, the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the past had many unwritten rules. If one's realm was not high enough and did not have enough battle achievements, even if they drank with a sword immortal, they would not have the face to approach the table. A junior toasting with a senior sword cultivator? The Great Wall of Sword Chi did not have such a custom. It was especially difficult for foreign sword cultivators who had not been training for long to integrate into the Great Wall of Sword Chi. During Yu Yu's training he was young and full of vigor. However, when he returned he felt lonely and waning. When he returned to the Dawnflow continent, he did not like to mention that he had been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Since it was the same as not going there, why mention it? However, Yu Yu's good friend Puhi was different. She went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi at the unpolished Jade Realm. Puhi was once the most famous sword immortal in the Dawnflow continent. Because of her extreme temperament, she killed people based on her emotions. She was proud and arrogant. She traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Chi because she wanted to teach the Great Wall of Sword Chi that her Howran sword arts were not weak. In the end, Yu Yu quickly received news from the Upside Down Mountains Ape Raven residence. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It said that Puhi had offended Great Sword Immortal Mi Hu and Q Sword was defeated. Therefore, she had to stay there to practice her sword for 100 years according to the bet and could not return. This made many Dawnflow Continent's mountain cultivators heave a sigh of relief. Yu Yu sent a few letters over to comfort her good friend. However, Puhi did not reply to any of them. However, even many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not know the inside story. Puhi's Q-Sword's opponent was not Great Sword Immortal Mi Hu, but the one who was famous for breaking flying swords with fancy fists but impractical legs. Mi Hu. Otherwise, why would Puhi, a Jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, lose Q-Sword to Mi Hu, a peak immortal realm sword cultivator candidate? Why would Puhi find it hard to let go of the fact that she had practiced swordsmanship for over 100 years at the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Based on Mi Hu's style, he was one realm higher than the opponent. He would not agree to Q-Sword's terms that had no suspense. He would also not make things difficult for a small Yu Pu. Puhi grumbled in private. You mother asterisk Kerr lied to me that at the Great Wall of Sword Chi Miyu, this Jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, was the most useless. Miyu said that when he went into seclusion to break through to the Jade unpolished realm from the nascent soul realm, it was too bumpy and he had wasted countless years. He was the biggest joke at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. When the Q-Sword battle ended, he was almost killed by Miyu and carried to Sun Jiyuan's residence. He was lying in bed recuperating. That mother asterisk Kerr still had the face to come and greet him with wine. He sighed and felt sad. At that time, he asked him what was going on. Didn't he say he was 90% sure? In the end, Alliance had an innocent look on his face and turned the tables on him. I said I was 90% sure, but that was because I said you would lose. I didn't say you were 90% sure. Old brother Pu, you misunderstood. The trash of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in your hometown's Xianxia continent is destined to be an invincible sword cultivator. In the end, Alliance slapped his head and remembered something. He mentioned to Puhi that Miyu, when he was in the Golden Core and Nascent Soul realms, was very fierce with his sword. He earned the nickname Miyu Waste based on his ability. He liked to slash with his sword and cut the demons in half at the waist. Relying on the bet that only those in the upper 5 realms were qualified to bet, Alliance won a lot of money for wine. This was because Alliance helped Puhi to become famous. He said that this guy's sword skills were amazing. He was the Golden Armor Continent's genius of the sword Dao. He was so talented that he was invincible in the continent. He was destined to be a great sword immortal. He could even fight against Mihu. Q-Sword Miyu? It was a waste of talent. 100 years. A whole 100 years, Puhi would have to follow the bet with Miyu and leave it at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There was one good thing about Puhi. He was willing to accept his loss and did not blame others. He only blamed his own sword skills for being too lousy. In the beginning it was quite despairing. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was not much better than the Liuxia continent. However, after using his sword more, he got used to the atmosphere of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As time passed, many familiar old people left first, and many unfamiliar young faces at the table also left in a hurry. It was as if the Great Wall of Sword Chi had become a familiar hometown, and the distant hometown of Haoran gradually became more unfamiliar. As for Miyu, he was tricked into a ditch by Cui Dongshan. Facing the Q-sword left and right, he could not fight back. Miyu did not even have the thought of using his sword to fight back. It was not that Miyu was too weak, but that the left and right were too strong. After all, even the great sword immortal Yu Qing did not want to fight with the left and right. Wasn't he also slashed out of the city by the left and right and forced to fight the Q-sword? After returning to his hometown, Yu specially looked for Pu He and asked about the Q-sword. Pu He only said that Mihu's sword skills were passable. In the end, the old man who had lost his cultivation level added some nonsense. He said that Mihu's younger brother was a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator called Miyu. His sword skills were actually not bad. He was not as bad as the rumors said. This guy was from the hidden official sword cultivator lineage of the Summer Palace. As for me, I am good brothers with the hidden official. So when Miyu saw me, he should be lower in seniority. If there is a chance in the future, I will introduce you two to each other. You heard of Miyu? It was not because Miyu's sword skills were not bad, but because this handsome sword immortal had countless romantic affairs. Yu had some guesses. However, he was scolded by Pu He for being a good-for-nothing. He could not get a word in, so Yu did not dare to ask more. Old man Pu had accumulated quite a bit of power in the Liuxia continent. Yu was also afraid. Just as Yu could not help but use his sword. Two figures descended from the sky. One was a young monk holding a mountain walking stick. Beside him was a yellow-clothed old man's retainer. Li Huai and Daoist Nen stood beside Li Baoping. Li Huai said with a blank face, "Where is Baoping?" Li Baoping said in annoyance, "You are here but you did not bring your eyes." Li Huai was already used to it. He pretended not to hear and continued to ask, "What do you say now? Do you need me to go?" Li Baoping shook his head, "Young martial uncle does not need to help." Li Huai sneered, "Qin Pingan does not need help. Is that the reason why I should not help?" Li Baoping turned his head. Li Huai immediately changed his words, "Of course it is. You can provoke anyone but not Li Baoping." Li Huai used telepathy to communicate with the old alliance leader. He also used telepathy to speak to Daoist Nen beside him. "If we join forces, can we beat that unknown realm and unknown name? Who is that powerful white-clothed man?" Daoist Nen said bitterly, "Young master, you can insult me as you like, but I will not allow you to insult yourself." Li Huai was confused. "What do you mean?" Daoist Nen said firmly, "As your personal retinue, fighting an immortal is like eating." "Young master, your previous question was hurtful." The Ascendant Realm cultivator suddenly changed his words, "It's not hurting people, it's hurting a liang." Li Huai did not care that Daoist Nen took advantage of alliance. He was stunned and swallowed his saliva. "Immortal?" Daoist Nen was a little embarrassed. "That guy's realm is a little low." Li Huai asked tentatively, "Then let's kill him? Let's make it clear in advance. If you can't, then you can't. Don't try to be brave." Daoist Nen's eyes were burning. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young master, we are all men. Your question is unnecessary. Since Uncle Li said so, then I have the old blind man's protection. Not to mention that gaudy immortal who tickled the hidden official, there are a lot of immortals in the Mandarin Duckshu. They can all come at once." At this moment, Qin Pingan's voice came and he said to the three of them with a smile, "You don't have to do anything." Daoist Nen said angrily, "Qin Pingan, who do you think you are?" Li Huai also said angrily, "What the hell?" Daoist Nen shut his mouth resentfully. On the water surface, Qin Pingan said two words with a smile, "Flowers bloom." Wu Shuangjiang could learn everything and so could Qin Pingan. The hundreds of green-robed visitors suddenly scattered like flowers. "793. After Yunzhan's true body at the edge of the Mandarin Duck stronghold had its neck broken by the green-robed figure, its figure actually dissipated on the spot and transformed into a dark violet talisman with white gold characters that slowly drifted down. Qin Pingan reached out and pinched the precious talisman between his fingers. Purple and white light circulated. Qin Pingan did not keep it in his sleeve. Instead, he shook his wrist gently and shattered it with his martial qi. Looking around, he could not find any trace of Yun Zai. It seemed that this immortal of the Central Plains was not good at fighting, but he was good at escaping. His attacking methods were weaker than Han Yushu of the 10,000 Jade sect. On the distant battlefield on the river, Qin Pingan was using the blossoming flower technique that he had learned from Wu Shuangjiang. It was only similar in appearance, but it was only 30 to 40% similar in spirit. However, Qin Pingan had used the land-shrinking talisman. All of the petals that bloomed like lotus flowers were actually land-shrinking talismans. They were equivalent to temporary fairy ports, allowing Qin Pingan to reverse the mountains and rivers at will and change his position. Therefore, 70 to 80 green-robed men stood on the surface of a large river in the Mandarin Duckshu. It was quite a spectacular sight. The young sword immortals were all in high spirits. They wore long green robes and cloth shoes. Their large sleeves fluttered in the wind, and they looked elegant. As for the immortal Yun Zai, who had suffered a great loss, he had already retracted his Dharma idol when he summoned his talisman substitute. No one knew where he was hiding. However, he definitely did not go far. The yellow paper talisman that Qin Pingan had taken out from one of his sleeves had been smashed by the huge waves. The talisman collapsed one by one. The talisman glowed brightly and spread everywhere. Wisps of spiritual energy seemed to have pulled out a fishing net to catch the immortal. Qin Pingan had used this method of casting a wide net with a large number of talisman to investigate the details of the battlefield many times in the Great Wall of Sword Chi battlefield. He was already quite familiar with it. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes. Found it. With a slight thought, a sword beam shot out rapidly. From the shore of the Mandarin Duckshu, it swept across dozens of miles of water. The sword beam pointed at the place where the immortal Yun Zai was hiding. After the immortal escaped from the Mandarin Duckshu Island, he had cast a camouflage spell. Only a few traces of the talisman's spiritual energy had leaked Yun Zai's trail. A white-robed immortal appeared on the river surface. He held a white jade Ganoderma in one hand, showing the bearing of an immortal. In front of the mirror inscriptions, the innermost layer of purple characters. The innermost layer of purple characters started with holding mirror purple, followed by 100 essence slaying 100 essence. The head and tail connected like a coiling dragon. Red runes in S in the middle, 3 dragons pearls in their mouths, pearls in the middle. 3 fire, each bee in each pearl. Red runes red in the middle. 3 the pearls and a pearls. In the middle, in red dragon ins, 3 fire pearls red of which Paraza and, in. The straight sword beam from the Mandarin Duckshu arrived in an instant. Immortal Yun Zai raised his arm high and chanted the Tao incantation in his heart. He held the mirror in his hand to face the enemy. The first inscription formation on the mirror shattered instantly. Yun Zai frowned slightly and looked at it. It was indeed a natal flying sword that was snow white in color. The 3 fire dragons in the second circle continued to spin rapidly. A crack appeared on one of the pearls in the dragon's mouth. However, after the flying sword broke through the first layer of the mountain and river restriction, it finally showed a trace of stagnation. Yun Zhan's heart slightly calmed down. Yun Zai exhaled lightly after the mirror lit up. Purple smoke rose in spirals and condensed into a 5-colored rope. The phenomenon of the treasure flashed and disappeared. It was one of the foundations of the 9 Truths immortal pavilion on the mountain. It was an ancestral divine ability of the heavenly rope binding ghosts and gods. It was also known as the sword-catching technique. Yun Zai's teacher, the Ascendant Realm Patriarch, was able to become famous in the central region because of this technique. It had made many unruly sword immortals suffer. When the flying sword came to a complete stop, or when the other party saw that the situation was not good and wanted to withdraw, Yunmu would let this audacious sword cultivator have a taste of what it felt like to have his flying sword seized, and then have his soul refined and his sword heart crushed. Yun Zai always felt that the dozens of green-robed men behind him would be a hindrance. Therefore, Ain spirit wearing the military school's golden crow armor went out and took the white jade Ganoderma. He turned around and gently pointed at the river with the Ganoderma in his hand. The water under his feet surged and a magnificent phenomenon of a dragon drawing water appeared. A green mark appeared on the white jade Ganoderma. Yun Zai's Ain spirit wearing the golden armor pointed at the green-robed men with the Ganoderma. For a moment, the sky darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. With Yun Zai's Ain spirit as the center, the area within a radius of dozens of miles around the Mandarin Duckshu suddenly became as bright as night. On the river, it was as if the Nether army had passed through. A cavalry of heroic spirits and ghosts appeared. They were all condensed by the water fate and wore green armor. They stepped on the waves downstream with a murderous aura and a thunderous momentum. Although it was an army of Nether army with strong water fate, their atmosphere was not tainted. After all, the 9 Truths Immortal Martial School was a famous immortal sect and not one of those evil sects that had no taboos. The pearls held by the 3 fire dragons had been shattered and the mirror was left with the last layer of the mountain river formation. However, Yunzai was no longer holding the mirror with one hand. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and looked very calm. It was as if he was certain that the flying sword was at the end of its tether and could not break the immortal weapon prohibition of the 9 Truths Immortal Martial School's most precious treasure. The white-robed immortal wore a laurel on his head. His sideburns fluttered and his Dao aura was clear and strange. In terms of appearance, he was indeed excellent. It was no wonder that the Qi cultivators of the 9 Truths Immortal Martial School were hailed as the secluded people in the mountains by many mountain river reports. As the 9 Truths Immortal Martial School planted many ancient plums and orchids in the mountains, the male Qi cultivators were often called plum immortals while the female Qi cultivators were called orchid masters. Qin Pingan glanced at the Nether army charging on the river. The Yin spirit was a little envious. Qin Pingan silently said in his heart, "The flowers bloom again." The 81 green-robed visitors were divided into 3 groups. With the large river as the battlefield, the 2 armies faced off against each other. However, there was a great disparity in strength between the 2 sides. On the shore of the Mandarin Duck Zhu, not far from the green-robed sword immortal, Luxia continent's immortal Qinzhao and 3 other great cultivators on the mountain stood side by side. To be honest, the other party's appearance shocked the 3 of them. Qinzhao took the lead and chose to stay 100 feet away from that person. At this moment, Qinzhao glanced at the green-robed sword immortal who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. She smiled and said telepathically to her 2 friends beside her, "This fight is going to make my flesh ache." Xianxia nodded and said, "This talisman is precious because it hurts. In ordinary battles, even if it's against immortals of the same realm, I won't use this talisman." It was a great talisman on the mountain that had been enshrined in the 9 Truths Immortal Martial School's ancestral hall for many years. It was called the Purple Ganoderma White Luan Escape Talisman. It was said that when the ancestral master of the Immortal Martial School ascended to the Ascendant Realm and came out of seclusion, the talisman was given to a certain ancestral master of the Immortal Martial School. After the ancestral master of the Ascendant Realm died, this talisman was passed down. Qinzhao asked, "Daoist Tian and I, can you tell the cultivation base of this sword immortal?" The old cultivator called Tian and I shook his head. "I can't tell, but his physique is unbelievably tough. He's really hard to deal with." If the cultivators on the mountain fought against sword cultivators or pure martial artists, they would mostly rely on their endless spells and techniques to slowly accumulate an advantage. Offensive magic treasures, defensive abilities, concealment techniques, mysterious escape techniques, none of them could be lacking. Qin Pingan turned to look at the 3 people and smiled, "Is the show good?" Qinzhao smiled and pretended not to hear. Sword immortals all had bad tempers. He could just ignore them. Otherwise, why would he, Qinzhao, attack? 2 immortals against 1 sword immortal? Even if they won, their reputation would be tarnished. If they lost, they would be done for, their reputation would be destroyed in a day. Xianxia nodded at the sword immortal. He wouldn't go as far as to become enemies with this brainless sword immortal for the sake of an ordinary Yunzhao. The green-robed sword immortal's true body was still standing in the same spot. He raised his hands and placed them in front of him. The back of his hands gently tapped his palms. His demeanor was very casual. Yunzhan was about to reveal his Dharma form again. He could not possibly allow the green-robed sword immortal to rely only on a flying sword and a few strange doppelgangers to be able to spar with an immortal like an outsider watching from the sidelines. Yunmu's heart instantly tightened as he quickly executed the Dipper steps. Then he took out another natal item, the Divine Firmament Jade Book from the 9 True Immortal Pavilion. Stepping on the 7 stars, he activated his spirit and ascended to the Jade Capital. The Divine Firmament Jade Book, Cloud Ascension Scenery, Eternal Residence in the Purple Court. On the surface of the river beneath Yunyan's feet, bursts of purple qi emerged. A white jade immortal book appeared, causing the entire river surface within 1,000 feet of it to instantly sink and surge towards the 2 sides of the river. In the blink of an eye, Yunzhan's true body was able to ascend to the extremely profound realm of the water cloud body. A silent flying sword pierced through the side of Yunmu's true body's neck. This dark green flying sword with a strange trajectory only left behind some dark green sword light from Yunmu's water cloud body's neck before disappearing once again. In Yunmu's eyes, heart and various major acupoints, a dark green flying sword was shuttling back and forth. Soon, countless sword chi fireflies had completely wrapped around the immortal's water cloud body. Yunmu still did not dare to take out the 5-colored rope without permission. This was because the first flying sword seemed to have been concealing its strength all along. Under the guidance of the sword immortal's will, a surge of essence, chi, and spirit suddenly surged and directly broke through the last formation. The flying sword knocked on the surface of the mirror. First, there was a crisp and melodious sound that reverberated through both sides of the river. Then there was the sound of a nail slowly scratching a bluestone slab, causing one's scalp to instinctively tingle. Xuanhu raised his hand and pretended to touch the surface of the mirror. The collision of the flying sword was exceptionally heavy, to the extent that Xuanhu and the mirror actually slid back several feet on the surface of the water. Xuanhu sneered inwardly. The next time the flying sword hit the surface of the mirror, ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror and the flying sword was instantly imprisoned within the ripples on the surface of the mirror. Xuanhu finally took out the five-colored rope. Like an ancient vine wrapping around a tree, it bound the flying sword. In order to restrain sword cultivators, chi cultivators in the world could be said to have racked their brains and put in a lot of effort. Even the talisman Yu Xian had to painstakingly refine hundreds of sword talismans for self-defense when he left the mountains to travel when he was young. On Mandarin Bamboo Island, Qin Pingan's figure suddenly disappeared. The pressure on the two immortals and one Yupu suddenly lightened. As a great Duan dynasty imperial consecrator, Tian and I could not help but lament. When I'm with a sword immortal, I always feel like I'll inexplicably get hit by a sword. It's really unbearable. Qin Zhao looked at the battlefield from afar. She did not mind watching the drama unfold and was somewhat gloating. Xuanhu even used the cloud water body. Will it be his turn to use the water essence realm next? Jianghu said, then it'll be considered as having a death grudge. Tian and I nodded and said, I heard that the chi cultivators of Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium are all narrow-minded. Jianghu smiled and asked, who did you hear that from? Tian and I smiled and said, Alliance. Yanji's face darkened. Tian and I suddenly said, there seems to be a senior on Turtle Mountain who has a close relationship with Yunmu's master? Qin Zhao smiled and said, it's not that serious. That was an Ascendant Realm cultivator who did not like to leave the mountains. His name was Nanguangzhao, and his Taoist name was Tianchu. On the mountain, Ascendant Realm friends were usually Ascendant Realm cultivators. Nanguangzhao and the Ascendant Realm ancestor of Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium were best friends. After all, they were in the territory of the Confucian Temple. Moreover, an Ascendant Realm cultivator was bound by many rules and would not easily make a move. Moreover, this Ascendant Realm cultivator from Central Plains had missed the previous battle. It was said that he was in seclusion and had only come out for 2 to 3 years. Therefore, he was not invited to the Confucian Temple's meeting this time, just like Qin Zhao. However, even though he was not invited, Nanguangzhao still secretly took the ferry. He was extremely secretive along the way and arrived here early. After he settled down, he also lived in seclusion. He only watched Fu Jing play a game of chess with his old friends on Turtle Mountain. From the beginning to the end, Nanguangzhao did not attend the banquet of Mistress of Green Immortal Mountain and Flower Paradise. As for whether he was not invited to the banquet or was rejected by the old immortal in private, no one knew. Qin Pingan appeared, in front of a green-robed cultivator on the river. He smiled and said the words, flowers fall. The green-robed cultivators who were charging toward the Yin soldier gathered around him. Dressed in a green-robed cultivator, he stepped on the water surface. He opened up a fist stance and punched out, using the iron cavalry chisel formation to open a path. He was the Fist Immortal. The immortal Yun Zhao's golden-armored Yin spirit held the white jade Ganoderma and smashed it toward the martial artist who punched out. Qin Pingan tapped the tip of his foot and twisted his body, dodging the golden-armored Yin spirit. The white jade Ganoderma smashed the river surface behind him, creating a 1,000 feet deep well on the riverbed. A whirlpool immediately appeared on the water surface. Yun Zhao's expression was solemn. As Qin Zhao expected, he did not want the green-robed sword immortal who suddenly turned into a pure martial artist to get close to him. He had no choice but to use his trump card. A small world of the water spirit realm appeared. After the green-robed cultivator punched out, his figure disappeared on the river surface like a clay ox entering the sea. Yun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to continue dealing with the snow-white flying sword that was restrained by the 5-colored rope. If he caught the sword and refined it, he would be able to use the sect's secret technique to refine the soul of the sword immortal. It would definitely damage the sword immortal's Tao foundation. Who would have thought that the small world that had just been formed would shatter like a glass lamp? Yun Zhao was shocked. He only knew that the water spirit realm was destroyed by the sword aura and a thunder technique. However, Yun Zhao was puzzled. The 2 flying swords were outside the water spirit realm. Could it be that this sword immortal had a third flying sword? A green-robed cultivator hovered high in the sky with a seal in his hand. 5 thunders were contained within, and the Tao intent was boundless. Yun Zeo's eyelids trembled slightly. This guy became a Taoist high-truth cultivator again? He couldn't be a noble from Mount Longhu's celestial master residence, could he? Yun Zeo's face was ashen. A great Tao manifestation of the glazed celestial pavilion hovered in his palm. He clenched his hand and put it away. At the same time, he quickly gathered the remnant Tao aura of the shattered water spirit realm. Fortunately, the foundation of this natal treasure was not damaged. A thunder technique came crashing down from the sky, and a 5-colored light pillar as big as a mountain peak. Yun Zeo put 2 fingers together and raised it gently. The treasure mirror was placed horizontally above his head. The round treasure mirror was like the moon in the sky. The person in the sky held a seal in his hand, and the thunder technique did not stop. It was like rain falling on the mortal world. The immortal's treasure mirror shone brightly, and the golden armored Yin god that had traveled far away returned to his true body. Yun Zeo gently waved the white jade Ganoderma, driving the green dragons formed by the river water to rush up to the sky. The river water was filled with green dragons. They rose from the ground and flew up. They competed with the falling thunder technique in terms of the amount of spiritual energy they condensed and the level of their Tao techniques. The flying sword that was trapped by the treasure mirror and the 5-colored rope was also shaken by the flying sword and the thunder technique. It began to show signs of loosening. Yun Zeo could only trap the flying sword temporarily. He no longer had the chance to refine it and hurt the sword immortal's mind. As for the dark green flying sword that was difficult to deal with, it was tireless. It moved from east to west, up and down, dragging out countless sword lights. It stabbed a white-robed immortal until he turned into a dark green man. Chen Pingon glanced at the immortal on the ground and understood. The dense bamboo could not stop flowing water, and the tall mountain could not stop by Yunfei. This was probably the foundation of Yun Zeo's cloud water body. Unfortunately, it was not Wu Shuangjiang who could not dispel this technique at a glance. As for the 15 flying sword, no matter how many sword trajectories there were, it was indeed like a person passing through clouds and water. The clouds and water gathered and dispersed without a trace. Therefore, this abhijna of the Jiuzhen Immortal Gymnasium was difficult to learn. However, if Chen Pingon was willing to use the caged sparrow and moon in the well, Yun Zeo's cloud water body would definitely not be so indestructible. As long as there were enough flying swords, the bamboo would be as dense as a riverbank. It would still be a matter of breaking a Tao technique with one sword. As for the 5 thunder dermic seal in Chen Pingon's hand, which was the first to appear in the vast world, it was the moon abundant seal that only lacked the heaven pattern. Apart from the earth pattern, the 4 sides of the dermic seal were engraved with a total of 36 portraits of deities. When Chen Pingon did not care about the loss of spiritual energy and entered the pure jade realm, he was rich and imposing. He did not have to be embarrassed like the chi cultivators of the middle 5 realms. Every time they sparred, they would always end up in a situation where they could not cook without rice. Therefore, the surroundings of his green robe were filled with a myriad of phenomena and shocking illusions. There was the thunder god beating the drum, the lightning mother flashing the lightning, the wind god blowing the clouds, the rain master dropping the rain, and even the celestial officials. Each of them had their own solemn appearances. Numerous divine abilities and Tao insights that were filled with copious amounts of lightning Tao insight had smashed all the water element WRMS that soared into the sky into pieces. Not only that, the Yin soldiers that were released by the Yunmu were naturally suppressed by the Thunder Dharma. They almost did not need Chen Pingon's intention to guide them. Even the consumption of spiritual energy was almost negligible. They automatically evolved into a golden sea of clouds with a golden thunder pool. First, they knocked away the dark clouds, making the mountains and rivers of the Mandarin Duck Shu, which were originally dark, bright again. Then hundreds of long thunder whips smashed towards the Yin soldiers on the river, like golden dragon whiskers that fell from the sky to the mortal world. This was why the cultivation of Qi cultivators emphasized the most on the saying of being in harmony with Tao. When one's own Tao suppressed the opponent, the same Tao technique would yield twice the result with half the effort. Previously at the riverside, the old guest, Lin Qing, who was proficient in golden jade seal carving, praised, "What a great 5 thunder cluster, 10,000 Dharma mountain world orthodox." The fairy from Plum Blossom Nunnery asked timidly, "Can't we really activate the mirror flower, water and moon?" The dazzling thunder Dharma made people's hearts waver. It was such a beautiful battle of immortals. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. The female sword cultivator from May Mountain Sword Sect said helplessly, "Don't be reckless. Sword immortals are unpredictable. They especially hate it when bystanders watch the show." The young master from Xie clan of Miyun had already stood up. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of green bamboo wine. He murmured, "I must recite a poem." Li Huai was amazed. "Li Baoping Qin Pingan is so fierce?" Li Baoping was in high spirits. She smiled and said, "Junior uncle." Li Huai was willing to lower his seniority. He said to the young Taoist beside him, "Qin Pingan is actually my junior uncle." The young Taoist was smiling, but he was worried. Wouldn't his seniority fall again? The old man in yellow looked around. Damn it, there should be an ascendant realm cultivator. The young secluded official was so arrogant today, but there was no hero to suppress his arrogance. If there was an ascendant realm cultivator, it would be easy to fight with him. Whether or not the name Taoist nun could become famous in the vast world would depend on whether or not the heavens would give him a chance today. On the Mandarin Duck Zhu, there were immortals who had a good relationship with the Taoist master mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain. They were even more surprised. Sword cultivator, talisman, thunder dharma. Is it the junior Taoist master Zhao Yaoguang? His friend shook his head and said, "The junior Taoist master is now in the Confucian temple. Besides, Zhao Yaoguang is not a pure martial artist. That fist stance just now was amazing. How many realms is he in? Traveling to the top of a mountain? It's hard to say. Anyway, if I stood still, I wouldn't have been able to take that punch. Don't tell me that I can really kill founder Yunzhan?" Yunzhan's immortal realm cultivator must have been polished for hundreds of years. He's not that weak. Let's just wait and see. I believe Yunzhan still has some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, the 9 true immortal palaces' reputation will be ruined after this fight. Yunzhan shook his sleeves and threw out a bunch of palm-sized golden lights. Hundreds of golden lights shot into the sky. Long golden lights gathered and didn't dissipate. At the same time, Yunzhan used a spell that was half Taoist and half military in the 9 true immortal palace. He turned the eyes, ears, nose, liver, and spleen into the 10 inner generals of the Taoist sect into the outer generals and turned them into 10 divine generals of the Thunder sect. In order to cultivate this divine power, Yunzhan had gone out to search for thunderclouds for hundreds of years. He ate and swallowed thunder and lightning and finally entered an ancient forbidden land of the Thunder Lock by mistake. He practiced the Thunder Dharma and cultivated it for dozens of years. Yunzhan wanted to challenge the Thunder Dharma with the Thunder Dharma. The 10 heavenly lords of the Thunder sect and the 36 generals of the Dharma Seal Thunder sect would compete. On the river in the sky, the two sides were facing each other with Thunder Dharma around them. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Under the illumination of the golden lights, the entire Mandarin Duck Zhu appeared to be golden. It was as if a pool of golden lightning had appeared out of nowhere. People from the Turtle Mountain, the Parrot Continent, and the Panshui County must have noticed the commotion and were on their way. They would be curious as to who dared to challenge the Mandarin Duck Zhu during a meeting at the Confucian Temple. Yunzhan drew a talisman on his palm with his fingers. He clenched it lightly and suddenly released it. Thunder rumbled. Qin Pingan waved his sleeve and shattered a thunder dharma around him. Yunzhan didn't stop drawing talismans. He clenched his fist and released it again. Qin Pingan pushed gently, and the 5 thunder dharma seal rose slightly into the sky. It circulated the great Tao on its own. He put 2 of his fingers together and waved it casually, slicing apart a thunder dharma in front of him. The people in the Mandarin Duck Zhu started to discuss among themselves. Someone was anxious. Damn it. Where did this guy come from? Is he a martial arts grandmaster or a troublesome sword immortal? If they were in Yunzhan's shoes, they would have been stabbed to death by the flying sword if they didn't have the cloud water body. Otherwise, their necks would have been broken if they didn't have the purple Ganoderma white Luan escape talisman. By then, their golden cores, nascent souls, and Yin spirits would all be crushed by a few punches from that guy. Yun Mu seemed to be using a series of immortal spells that flowed like water and clouds. Immortal chi floated around him, but in fact he knew that he had to suffer. Fighting on the mountain would consume a lot of spiritual chi and dharma treasures. What he consumed was his own and the foundation of the mountain. Why did the chi cultivators on the mountain hate sword cultivators and pure martial artists so much? One was a sword cultivator while the other was a fist cultivator. When they fought, the one being challenged usually didn't have any great Tao training. Yunzhan used his supernatural powers again. He formed a spell with his hands and stepped on the 7 stars. The jade book under his feet shone brightly and turned into a Taoist altar. Finally, a majestic pavilion appeared behind Yunzhan. The words Rain Pavilion were written on the golden plaque. A celestial with an ethereal figure and a blurry face stood in the pavilion. Around the pavilion, the world was gloomy and heavy rain poured down. Yunzhan held a long sword in one hand and a talisman in the other. His expression was solemn as he chanted an ancient Dharma incantation in his heart. White clouds at the bottom, mist descends. First, the sun and the moon are confused. Then, the universe is transformed. Mountains are alive. Rivers rise. 4 seas and 5 peaks. Send the celestial order at the top of the mountain. Slay the flood dragon at the bottom of the sea. Behead the white boy of the west with a sword. Send the celestial order. The celestial didn't move at all. Only a flying sword appeared in front of him. Over at the Mandarin Duck Zhu, Celine twisted her wrist and a green bamboo flute appeared. She tapped her palm lightly and smiled. Looks like Yunzhan is really going all out. They had to be careful not to be implicated. Yunzhan's move was unheard of. Could it be a trump card used by the 9 true immortal abode to suppress the coffin? Tian and I said, as a celestial, it's as if he's being trampled under someone's foot in a spar. Anyone would be upset. Jianghu raised his head and looked at the huge pavilion, especially the ethereal, celestial in the middle. He was a little shaken. This is? Who is it? Celine giggled. God knows. With an ascendant realm preacher, of course he's generous. Although Celine was smiling, she was also quite shocked. She had a feeling that the celestial, whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly, was just resting in the pavilion. He wasn't from the ancient water god's lineage. Just as she expected. Another celestial pavilion stood beside Yunzhan. The words furnace were written on the plaque. There was an celestial inside, and the aura of the great Tao was similar. The celestials in the 2 buildings each held a sword. Qin Pingan focused his gaze. He felt that something was off. This feeling was similar to when he met the man in the Eagle Fortress in the Tongya continent. He couldn't recognize the man's face, but he felt that he was somewhat familiar. Of course, he wasn't referring to the 2 celestial beings in the pavilion. Instead, it reminded Qin Pingan of an old man whose name he didn't know. He was very close to Old Man Yao, but he wasn't a kiln worker. Instead, he was close to Lu Xianyang. When Qin Pingan was a kiln worker's apprentice, he didn't talk to the old man. He only heard from Lu Xianyang that when Old Man Yao was watching the kiln fire, the 2 old men often chatted together. After the old man passed away, it was Old Man Yao who took care of the funeral. It was very simple. Just as Qin Pingan was about to summon the caged sparrow, he turned his head and saw an old man flying above the Mandarin Duck Bamboo Island. After he stopped, he sneered. How dare a mere jade-pudding sword cultivator cause trouble in the Confucian temple? The old cultivator said to Yunzhan telepathically, Yunzhan, are you crazy? Hurry up and stop this spell. It was the Ascendant Realm cultivator, Nan Guangzhou. When this secret spell of the Jiozhen Immortal Gymnasium reached its peak state, 5 sword-wielding deities would appear. Once the cultivator used it, it was equivalent to 5 Ascendant Realm sword cultivators attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, his old friend from the Jiozhen Immortal Gymnasium could only refine 3 edicts of water, fire, and wood after spending countless natural treasures and divine coins. The power of the edicts was greatly reduced. After Yunzhan inherited the orthodoxy, he could only refine 1 more edict of earth. Most importantly, this formation could only be used once. If there were no outsiders, Nan Guangzhou would probably have cursed out loud at Yunzhan. You wasted it on a raw jade stage sword cultivator? As for whether Yunzhan was bluffing or if he was really determined to kill that person, or if he was using this to express his intention to Nan Guangzhou and ask for help, Nan Guangzhou didn't bother to think about it. After all, Yunzhan was the only disciple of his old friend. He couldn't just ignore him. Yunzhan hesitated for a moment, but he still listened to Nan Guangzhou and stopped the spell. He felt relieved. Qin Pingan smiled. Ancestor Yunzhan's method of asking for help is really eye-opening. Yunzhan smiled but didn't say anything. He still carefully operated the mirror to prevent this guy from doing anything desperate. Since you want to talk, go ahead and do it with Nan Guangzhou. He's here, he's finally here. The Ascendant Realm cultivator is here. The young Taoist rubbed his hands impatiently, but he still asked carefully, Young master? Li Huai asked, Aquarius. Perhaps this was what they meant by, everything has its vanquisher. Li Baoping thought for a moment. If you can protect yourself, stop him. Li Huai nodded and turned to the yellow-robed old man who was itching to fight. Be careful. If you lose, quickly admit defeat. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The young Taoist wiped his mouth. Well said, well said. Without giving Qin Pingan a chance to talk nonsense, the young Taoist laughed loudly and shouted at the top of his voice, "Young Taoist is here." His figure turned into a rainbow and went straight to the Ascendant Realm cultivator in the Mandarin Duck Zhu. The entire Mandarin Duck Zhu was stirred up by strong winds, thunder rumbled in the sky, and strange phenomena appeared everywhere. It was as if the eyes of heaven had opened and huge, slanted whirlpools appeared everywhere. The huge pressure that filled the world almost suffocated all the Qi cultivators below the upper 5 realms. Even Celine Zhao, an immortal, felt that it was difficult to breathe. Li Huai rubbed his chin. It turned out that this old man didn't show his true colors. How come he didn't have the slightest air of an Ascendant Realm cultivator in front of old Blindy and Alliance? Li Baoping asked, "You don't know Touting's cultivation base?" Li Huai said, "I know, but I've never thought much about it." Otherwise, how could he be arrogant in his nest if he thought too much? Qin Pingan put away the 5 Thunder Dharma seal. Only then did Yunmu take the opportunity to put away most of the treasures and magical powers, but she still maintained the cloud water body. As for the flying sword that was bound by the 5-colored rope, Yunmu felt that it was a little troublesome. Return it? Keep it. When Nan Guangzhao appeared just now, there was no such problem. At this moment, Yunmu was anxious and felt a little uneasy. After all, Nan Guangzhao was a good friend of her master, not the founder of the 9 Truths Immortal Gym. But that Ascendant Realm cultivator who called himself Taoist Nun, who knew if he was the elder of this Sword Immortal sect. Qin Pingan laughed in his heart. "We'll continue after the fight at the Mandarin Duck Zhu, so you keep the flying sword first. Otherwise, if you return the flying sword to me, I'll have to give it back to you to be fair. If you use this rope again, it'll be troublesome. In the eyes of outsiders, it'll be easy to become a joke." Yunmu's heart was full of hatred. Half of it was because of the eccentricity of this sword immortal, and the other half was because of the direct disciple, Li Qingzhu, who brought trouble to herself. What a good-for-nothing, unable to accomplish anything but spoiling everything. Qin Pingan seemed to have seen through the immortal's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Don't blame Brother Qingzhu. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If the family didn't teach you well, don't blame me for causing trouble. When you need to help clean up your mess, don't complain that shit tastes bad." Yunmu snorted coldly. That person continued, "Don't worry, as long as your end is miserable enough, many people who are watching the show will only say that I'm wrong. They won't pay attention to the order and won't talk about the reason." And these consequences were exactly what Qin Pingan wanted the most. Qin Pingan chatted with the white-robed immortal while paying attention to the immortals fighting at the Mandarin Duck Zhu. It was very surprising. He was surprised that one of the Ascendant Realm cultivators didn't live up to his name. He was even more surprised that the combat strength of the Taoist Nun might be almost the same as the old deaf from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Soon the outcome of the battle was decided. In less than half an hour, at the entrance of a whirlpool, a yellow-robed old man grinned. His body was slightly hunched, and he was slowly sheathing a long saber that was interwoven with lightning. After killing Nan Guangzhao's Dharma idol and true body, the Ascendant Realm cultivator whose name he didn't even know had a slanted tear on his robe, and his true body was bleeding profusely. Nan Guangzhao couldn't hide the shock on his face. Although he didn't dare to use his full strength at the beginning because he was near the Confucian temple, he didn't expect that he would be completely at a disadvantage after a moment of carelessness. Taoist Nun sheathed his saber halfway and asked with a smile, "What do you say? I've already given you a way out. Either you admit defeat and save your life, or we'll make a verbal agreement of life and death." Nan Guangzhao's expression was uncertain. How should he end this? Was he really going to have a big fight? He definitely couldn't win, but he couldn't just return to Turtlehead Mountain like this, right? Taoist Nun sneered. "Don't be troubled. If I don't cut off a few kilograms of your flesh, I won't have the face to see young master." For the cultivators of the Mandarin Duck Bamboo sect, the huge sun that was hanging in the sky from the beginning to the end was only a matter of an instant. The world turned dark. Hundreds of Qi cultivators were all in the yellow-robed old man's small world. It was a big deal to steal the sky and change the sun. Li Baoping suddenly said in annoyance, "I shouldn't have helped. I've made things worse for Junior Uncle." Li Huai's heart skipped a beat. Li Baoping said, "It's my fault. It has nothing to do with you." Li Huai said, "Oh." Qin Pingan smiled at the two of them telepathically. "It's okay. Back at the Confucian temple, Jing Xing Yuping, who was standing at the entrance, said something to Alliance. Alliance relayed the message to the few people around him. They sat upright and still, and their expressions were normal. There was no change in their expressions. Qi Tingji smiled and said, Yunjian? If I remember correctly, the owner of Jiuzhen Immortal Gymnasium is a celestial being. Since when can Master Hidden Official fight against celestials? He remembered that Qin Pingan was only a nascent soul sword cultivator and a peak martial artist during the selection of the top 10 young people in the world. Lu Ji said, You fell off the cliff and picked up a martial arts manual? Alliance was puzzled. Sister Lu, are you serious or just joking? Alliance turned to look at his left and right, who were resting with their eyes closed. Are you really not going to do anything? If you think it's boring to fight against celestials, I'll do it. His left and right opened their eyes and looked at the famous Zhuolu Songzi. Jiuzhen Immortal Gymnasium and the Great Yong Dynasty don't have legs. Jiuzhen Immortal Gymnasium was now a vassal of the Song clan. It was not easy to add Songzi to the surname. Other than Qin Pingan by the river, there was another small forbidden land near the Confucian temple. In addition to the meeting at the riverside, he was divided into 3 parts. Qin Pingan's real body seemed to be carrying a sword on his back as he ascended the moon-supporting mountain. His yin spirit left his body and traveled far away, while his yang spirit went fishing by the Yuanyangzi River. Qin Pingan did not think too much about why the Sage of Rites was doing this. After the Great Wall of Sword Aura was established, the usual tasks of Earth immortals like him became a luxury. Qin Pingan realized that this place was similar to the 3 workshops in the Great Wall of Sword Aura. At that moment, Qin Pingan stood at the entrance of one of the long rows of houses. Inside, there were over 10 Qi refinement warriors from the 100 schools of philosophers who were crafting a mechanical puppet. There were piles of blueprints on the table in the room, and many precious materials were piled up everywhere. This was the division of labor, cooperation, forging, and layering of the Qi cultivators from the 100 schools of thought. The talisman and the mechanical puppet were all present. A war was nothing more than resources, money, and manpower. Tactics, strategies, and the hearts of the people. The Sage of Rites said that he wanted to fight, and that was the biggest strategy. In addition, countless details were needed to help the righteous world turn their advantage into victory. An old cultivator raised his head and looked at Qin Pingan at the door. He was displeased. What are you doing here? He recognized the young man in front of him. He was the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. However, so what if he had an extraordinary status? It did not matter if he was standing, sitting, or lying down when discussing matters in the Confucian temple. Qin Pingan could only say, I'm here to take a look. He could not honestly say that he was thrown here by the Sage of Rites. The old cultivator sneered. Proficient in divination? Skilled in mechanical techniques? Are you from a famous craftsman family? A series of questions. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I'm just here to take a look. He was indeed curious. The old cultivator seemed to have heard a joke. What else can you do? Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. I can't do anything. I can only promise that I won't disturb your work. When outside there were 2 titles. Even if it was not convenient, it would not be annoying. One was Sir. The other was Master. If he met someone who looked like a scholar, he would call him Sir. If he met a craftsman, he would call him Master. The old cultivator probably felt that he should not hit a smiling person. Since this young man knew how to behave, he should not continue mocking him. Qin Pingan was indeed used to this. He did not feel annoyed at all. After stepping over the threshold, he quickly stopped and looked around the room with his hands in his sleeves. Qin Pingan liked the atmosphere here. It was because he had a familiar feeling that he had not felt for a long time. It was as if he had returned to the entrance of the dragon kiln when he was young. Everyone was silent. They were doing their jobs. All the words that should be said were in their hands. Just like a summer palace, it did not necessarily welcome the visit of a great sword immortal. It had nothing to do with the state of a sword cultivator or the level of his swordsmanship. It was just a matter of specialization. In the Spring Banner House, Yan Ming, Nailan Saihuan, and Wei Wenlong were busy settling accounts every day. However, the leader of the summer palace, the great sword immortal Mi, was there. Why was the table close to the door? Of course he was there to guard the door every day. Mi was carefree. He could drink some wine and read some books every day. He spent his time leisurely. Every skill was actually a small world of its own. The old porcelain craftsmen in the Dragon Kiln were definitely not as rich as those in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. However, the small town was rich. If they wanted to buy porcelain, They had to go to the entrance of the kiln to choose the inferior products. Then they would not put on airs as rich people. They would obediently bring a few bottles of good wine. When they met, they would put down the wine and speak. Chen Pingan stood silently on the spot like a wooden block. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he didn't say a word from the beginning until the end, and then he left silently. The old cultivator glanced at the door. He felt that this young secluded official was still abiding by the rules. In another place, Chen Pingan found a group of people in the room. They seemed to be proficient in long and short skills. In another place there were many maps hanging on the wall. Qi refinement warriors were carefully drawing pictures according to the secret records of the Confucian temple. They were dissecting the geography of the desolate land on paper. In another place Chen Pingan paused for a long time. The cultivators in the room all had good tempers. Although they weren't like the craftsman patriarch from before, who didn't recognize Chen Pingan's identity as a hidden official, they were all smiling. It turned out to be Ji Rant's family. They were not from the Shang clan. They were calculating the accounts of a few cross-continent ferries. In the Turtle Mountain Lu Jubao's mansion, the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent was observing the mountains and rivers. A painting of mountains and rivers appeared in the main hall. His wife was busy with her own business. She heard that there was a shopping center in the Parrot continent. However, the woman asked her son to go with her. Lu Yuzhou was not willing to go with her. The woman was very sad. However, when she thought of the women on the mountain who were familiar with her, they would inevitably weigh the money in their pockets whenever they saw something they liked. If they could afford it, they would grit their teeth. If they liked it but could not afford it, they would pretend not to like it. When the woman thought of this, she immediately became happy. In addition to Lu Yuzhou, there were two Lu clan consecrators, Lei Gong Temple's Pei Xiang and Lu Suiyu. There were also two outsiders, Yu Panshui and the young emperor of the Xianmi dynasty Yuanzhou. The young emperor was in high spirits. This secluded official has a bad temper. I like it very much. He was capable, famous and had a bad temper. If he caught an immortal he would do it without hesitation. Lu Yuzhou chuckled and said, "The painting in my study room must be worth a lot of money now." Lu Suiyu sat on a chair with a lazy posture. He held his chin with one hand and said in surprise, "He is Pei Chen's master." Pei Xiang saw the fist of the cavalry in the painting and said doubtfully, "The pressure is a bit too much. Isn't it a bit too much to fight with an immortal?" Lu Jubao laughed softly. "Fatty Yu, does he look familiar?" Yu Panshui nodded and squinted his eyes. "His technique is very good." On the riverside, the old scholar did not continue to climb the mountain. He let Chen Pingan continue to climb the mountain and returned to the riverside alone. The old scholar was worried. After hesitating for a while, he could not help but ask, "Is it really impossible?" The sage of rites nodded. After dividing Chen Pingan into three, he had confirmed one thing. He said to the old scholar, "In the early years at the calligraphy lake, Chen Pingan's side effect of breaking the golden script gall was too great. It was not as simple as losing a natal item of the 5 elements. Besides, the great wall of sword energy of the harmonious way later made it impossible for Chen Pingan to cultivate a natal character except for the yin spirit and the yang spirit." The sage of rites paused for a moment and looked at the young man walking at the end of the group on the moon-supporting mountain, saying, "It is a pity." The old scholar held back for a long time but could not say a word. In the end he just stamped his feet. The old man could only sigh, "Alas, that little snot-nosed bug who knows his mistakes and does not change." The sage of rites said, "In the final analysis, it was Cui Dong's intention." The old scholar squatted down and was in a daze. After a long silence he nodded, "In fact, it is my fault." The sage of rites said, "It is not entirely a bad thing. As a teacher you do not need to blame yourself too much." Bai Zhe laughed, "There are many paths to follow." Panshui County. Not long after Zheng Juzhong was distracted and came here, Fu Jing came to the room and played chess with Gu Kan. Gu Kan's chess skills were average, so Fu Jing used a chess piece that was on par with Gu Kan's. Zheng Juzhong sat at the head of the table. He was not interested in the chess game, so he picked up a few books that were placed next to Gu Kan's hand. When Gu Kan was in White Emperor City in Fuyao State, he would flip through the books of the various schools of thought and various collections, and he read even more miscellaneous books. For example, there were 2 books in Zheng Juzhong's hands right now. One of them was a green checkered copy of the method of estimating the labor cost of building a large ship. The other was a book about cheating in the imperial examinations. The words were as small as ants, dense but not tight, sparse and clear. Not to mention the cultivators on the mountain, Even the Confucian scholars of the academy at the foot of the mountain would not touch these books. Zheng Zhuzhong was actually rather surprised that Qin Pingan had appeared out of nowhere at the Mandarin Duck Shoe, so he flipped through the books while waving his sleeves to play mountain and river. Before the game had even begun, Guqin had directly thrown in a chess piece and admitted defeat. Fu Jing nodded. On the scroll, everyone's thoughts and words could be heard clearly. Guqin and Fu Jing were already used to this. The conversations between Qin Pingan, Yu Yu and Lin Qing were all heard by the people of White Emperor City. Fu Jing laughed. This hidden official is indeed very good at talking. Zheng Zhuzhong put down the book and laughed. Only when one's knowledge has reached a certain level, will there be sincerity in one's affirmation of the words of others, and even your denial will have weight. Otherwise, all of your words, no matter how loud your voices are, whether it is harsh words or flattery, will be as light as a feather. Fu Jing can't learn this anymore. He's getting old. Guqin, you've learned quite well. Zheng Zhuzhong suddenly laughed and asked, "Why are you doing this?" Fu Jing said, "This hidden official is drawing a line for himself." He purposely emphasized his identity as a sword cultivator, and slightly distanced himself from the lineage of the literary saint. Guqin lowered his head and looked at the chessboard with not many pieces on it. Zheng Zhuzhong nodded. Someone has already begun to lay out their plans. It would probably take 3 to 5 years for the mastermind to reveal Qin Pingan's identity in vast heaven. They wanted to mold this hidden official of the last generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi into a person with flawless achievements. He came from a poor background and was taught by Qi Jingchun of the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Qi Jingchun took in disciples on behalf of his master and traveled thousands of miles. He was ambitious, and his character and morals were not inferior to that of a sage. He was the leader of the younger generation. Such a young cultivator in his 40s, just that he did not have a statue in the Confucian temple, had to be revered by tens of thousands of people. Han Xiaosa turned her head at the door and asked, "If there's no chance like Li Qingzhu and Yuning, what will happen?" Guqin picked up 2 chess pieces and clenched them in his palm, making them creak. He laughed. "It's right in front of you." Qin Pingan would definitely look for their master, the city lord of White Emperor City, to do business with him. Whether it was Yuanyangzhu, Panshui City or Wenjin Ferry, there would definitely be a storm. Fu Jing said, "Qin Pingan only needs to give people an impression. He needs to let people know that he's actually a..." Han Xiaosa, who was sitting on the door sill, casually said, "A person with a bad temper?" Fu Jing shook his head. "He's still young. Young, frivolous and aggressive." Han Xiaosa understood. Sword cultivator, hidden official, martial artist of limitless realm, mountain lord of Luapa Mountain, Confucian disciple, one lineage's heir, Ning Yao's partner. All of his identities and titles were secondary. Because he was young, he did not have enough knowledge. If he did not have enough self-cultivation, he could still read a few more books. Han Xiaosa said, "There must be people who can understand this." Fu Jing said, "Anyone with a normal brain can think of it." Han Xiaosa rolled her eyes and continued to apply blush. Guqin said, "He's not trying to prevent these people from knowing. He's trying to prevent others from thinking that they know." Fu Jing laughed. "So if Yu helps to draw the sword, all of Qin Pingan's plans will be in vain." Han Xiaosa glanced at the little white emperor. When he smiled, he was indeed very handsome. Fu Jing continued, "There are indeed many people and things that help out of kindness. Because once Yu draws the sword, the hidden official's identity will suppress the impression of the young man. A young hidden official, who was half a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, could ask a Howran sword cultivator he just met to draw the sword for him when he returned to his hometown. Of course he would be extremely envious, hateful and picky. This was, of course, the opposite of Qin Pingan's original intention. Guqin suddenly raised his head. Zheng Zhuzhong smiled and said, "You're finally aware of it." Li Qingzhu of the Jiozhen Immortal Martial School was haunted by her inner demons. Her original mind was still the same, but a small mind would suddenly become bigger. The 9 True Immortal Pavilion was one of the immortal forces that had besieged White Emperor City back then. As for the death of the Ascendant Realm cultivator, of course, it was Zheng Zhuzhong's doing behind the scenes. He was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Zheng Zhuzhong picked up a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard, saying casually, "Yunzhan's Dao companion can be considered your senior sister. She's not famous in White Emperor City. Otherwise, with her cultivation aptitude, she can't become an immortal." Guqin asked, "Does Qin Pingan know?" Zheng Zhuzhong smiled and said, "Otherwise? I'm just giving him a good reason to pay me a visit." Guqin said no more. Fu Jing was also silent. Zheng Juzhong said to Fu Jing, "I'll continue to play chess for Gukan." Fu Jing shook his head and said, "You'll lose." "No way." Zheng Juzhong didn't insist on this matter and played a game of chess by himself. The chess pieces on the chessboard flew. In fact, it was still Gukan and Fu Jing's game. For many onlookers, life was nothing more than a game of chess, a game of make-up, nothing more. Gukan suddenly said, "Actually, Qin Pingan is more suitable for White Emperor City." Zheng Juzhong smiled and said, "No matter where White Emperor City is, it's suitable. When the water reaches the end of the road, the moon reaches the heart of heaven." (794). In the Mandarin Duck Zhu, the two ascended cultivators were in the midst of a fierce battle. This battle was brainless. It didn't seem like the cautious old immortals at the peak of the mountain, but more like two chivalrous youths who met on a narrow path. They only looked at each other, but they were irksome to each other. They wouldn't stop until one of them was defeated. The world was dark and gloomy. The huge sun hanging in the sky seemed to have been swallowed into the yellow-clothed old man's stomach. Only the vortexes were like the eyes of a god, making this small world seem even more treacherous and horrifying. The great cultivators, including Celine Zhao Yen, felt their hearts palpitating. How come they hadn't seen or heard of such a peak ascendant realm cultivator before? What young Taoist? Yen Zhao Yen could only be sure that this unruly old senior was definitely not a master from the central divine continent. The higher the realm of the cultivators who were watching the battle in the Mandarin Duck Zhu, the clearer they could feel the majestic aura of the great Tao. The Mandarin Duck Zhu was like a pond that had been drained to catch fish. Even the fish seemed to have been thrown to the shore. Every time a cultivator breathed, they had to consume the spiritual energy in their body. The immortals of the upper 5 realms did not mind this matter, but the cultivators of the lower 5 realms who accompanied their seniors to travel here had to suffer. Even if their seniors helped to protect them or used spells to isolate them from the outside world, or used treasures of their sex to protect them, those young cultivators who were distracted were still worried that the sky would collapse. Their faces were pale and their bodies were unstable. Many of them had already received orders from their masters to sit on the ground and begin to breathe. They used the secret Tao mantras of their respective ancestral master halls to resist the invisible pressure of the great way between heaven and earth. Nan Guangzhou had already taken out his life treasure. It was a rare ancient ancestral temple. It was a secret technique of refining a mountain into a temple. Nan Guangzhou's true body stood at the entrance of the ancestral temple. He was wearing an immortal weapon rank old dragon robe. Spiritual energy surged and water flowed freely. It even dragged out rainbow-colored glazed ribbons. Each ribbon was actually a great Tao manifestation of a river. Nan Guangzhou's true body hid in the ancestral temple. The temple was at the center of the Dharma idol's brows, like a red date imprint. Nan Guangzhou controlled the Dharma idol to fight with the Ascendant Realm cultivator. Although it was called a fight, it was actually one-sided. Nan Guangzhou tried his best to defend and escape. From time to time, an arm would reach out from the vortexes, wielding a huge saber. With a casual slash of the saber, Nan Guangzhou's Dharma form would be smashed into countless sparks that splattered everywhere like rain. All the cultivators of the middle 5 realms who were watching the battle in Yuanyangzhu had already cast life-saving spells or summoned protective magic treasures. Tiny specks of light, the size of mustard seeds, were blown by the strong wind in this small world where the sun couldn't be seen. The light flickered unsteadily in this small world where the sun couldn't be seen. Some of the upper 5 realms cultivators also had to protect the nearby lower 5 realms cultivators who had nothing to do with them. They had to help these pitiful people so that their Tao hearts wouldn't collapse and their souls wouldn't leave their bodies, instantly turning them into wandering ghosts. And you? There was a great disparity in the outcome of the battle. As long as one had eyes, they would be able to see clearly. Yen Gu, on the other hand, saw through the roots of the 2 immortal weapons with a single glance and said, "Nan Guangzhou has indeed successfully refined half of the blessed land's famed mountains and great rivers. Otherwise, that water robe wouldn't have reached the rank of an immortal weapon." The refinement of each immortal weapon on the mountain was equivalent to the cultivator possessing a relatively complete Tao. The real benefit wasn't the nourishment of the immortal weapon's owner's soul. For a cultivator who owned an immortal weapon, it wasn't a big deal. The key was the existence of the immortal weapon itself. It was compatible with the Tao and it was recognized by heaven and earth. Every immortal weapon was a kind of Tao affirmation, and it paved a shortcut for cultivators to reach the top. Celine Zhao was puzzled. Back then, to an outsider like Lu Tue, it was just a calamity that fell from the sky when he was cultivating in his home. Everyone knew that he was innocent. However, even he was held accountable by the Confucian Temple. The Confucian Temple took away a lot of his sect's merit, but Nan Guangzhou was never involved. We only knew that he sold the broken blessed land. Brother Tian and I? What's the story here? Tian and I was very well informed. He was in charge of one of the most influential newspapers in the Central Plains. He quickly checked the old almanac, shook his head and said, "The Confucian Temple is very strict about this. They don't allow outsiders to find out. I only know that when that unknown sword cultivator ascended from his blessed land to Hauran, his blessed land was coveted by many forces. The sword cultivator himself disappeared soon after. It seems like the Confucian Temple couldn't find him. As for whether he was killed or escaped the disaster, it's hard to say." In the early years, after the blessed land in the Fuyao continent collapsed, the people in the blessed land were in a terrible situation. Corpses were everywhere, mountains and rivers were shattered, and the wind was blowing. The few great cultivators behind the scenes each gained something, and they reaped the benefits of the fishermen. Some people gained treasures, some people earned money, and each of them had their own opportunities. However, one of them was rumored to be the main culprit of the disaster, a ghost cultivator on the mountain peak. He used to be as famous as Lu Tua, and was detained in the Forest of Merits by the Confucian Temple. There was no news of him since then. As for the others, they didn't seem to have a good ending either. After a few decades, one of the immortals from the Fuyao continent died suddenly. His head was chopped off by a sword, and his corpse was thrown at the entrance of the mountain gate and on the roof of the Patriarch Hall. Who would have thought that this Nan Guangzhou, who had nothing to do with the destroyed blessed land in the Fuyao continent, was the one who benefited the most in the end? In the past, the Fuyao continent was similar to the Tongya continent. There were two clans on the mountain. Lu Tuo's Heavenly Rumble Village and the ghost cultivator Yang Qinggu's Back Mountain both had an Ascendant Realm cultivator guarding the mountain. However, the sect with the strange name Back Mountain was not as popular as Lu Tuo's Heavenly Rumble Village because there were many ghost cultivators on the mountain, especially in the Patriarch Hall, where half of them were ghost cultivators. When Yang Qinggu was detained in the Forest of Merits, the Back Mountain status in the Fuyao continent plummeted. In the end, Bai Ying's wild throne broke the mountain's protective formation and destroyed it. A ghost cultivator sect with a bad reputation actually refused to surrender to the great demon Bai Ying. Most of them died in the battle, and less than 1 out of 10 of their cultivators survived. Only a group of young disciples who had evacuated from the Fuyao continent were able to return home from the Central Plains after the war ended. They gathered their scattered fellow disciples who were worse off than stray dogs and rebuilt the sect. Their situation was much more difficult than the Heavenly Rumble Village and the Lotus City, where the Patriarch Hall was preserved. It was said that after the city lord of the White Emperor City appeared in the Fuyao continent, he only looked after the cultivators of the Back Mountain who had returned home. He even said to the few young ghost cultivators that humans were inferior to ghosts. So what if there were more ghosts in the Back Mountain? Rumor had it that the young cultivator Gu Kan, the fanatic of the White Emperor City, had even made an exception and assumed the position of the first consecrator of the Back Mountain. A brand new vortex appeared out of thin air in the skies, and a jade-white hand abruptly appeared, grabbing the head of Nan Guangzhou's Dharma and pressing down heavily. In the distance, the yellow-clothed old man swung his blade horizontally, his blade light seemingly spreading a silver river over the skies, cutting Nan Guangzhou's Dharma into two. Then, from the shrine between the Dharma's brows, 2 waterfall-like colored ribbons wafted out of the old ascendant cultivator's true-form mystic robe, eventually forming a belt that sewed the severed Dharma into one. Nan Guangzhou finally appeared a little flustered. If it had been an ordinary sword immortal, the remnant sword chi would not have prevented the Dharma from sewing itself back together, and he would not have had to grind his own cultivation and use Jianghu's colored ribbons to create a belt to hide his ugly face. Hence, Nan Guangzhou could only speak telepathically, "Brother, I surrender." To his surprise, the yellow-clothed old man ignored him and took a step forward, twisting his wrist and swinging his blade from the distance again, clearly intending to cut Nan Guangzhou's Dharma into two. Just as Nan Guangzhou dodged the unparalleled blade light, an arm holding a blade shot out from another whirlpool. The blade pierced through Nan Guangzhou's back and came out from his chest. With a flick of the blade, the tip of the blade was slightly tilted, directly lifting Nan Guangzhou's Dharma idol up. Another arm grabbed Nan Guangzhou's neck and forcefully pulled him back. More than half of the blade had pierced through Nan Guangzhou's Dharma idol. Crisscrossing black and gold threads appeared on the chest of the avatar of Nan Guangzhou. They spread out like a spider web and quickly devoured the spirit qi of the avatar of Nan Guangzhou. Even the true meaning of the Dao technique contained in the avatar of Nan Guangzhou was being absorbed by those strange threads. The owner of the mystic blade strode out of the vortex. His massive body was pitch black like ink, and only his snow-white eyes were flickering with lightning. Releasing the hilt, he reached out and grabbed one side of Nan Guangzhou's Dharma's head with his hook-like fingers, viciously tearing off a chunk of snow-white flesh and throwing it into his mouth, munching heartily. Nan Guangzhou, the great ascendant tier and an old immortal who had made a name for himself in the Middle Plains divine continent, refused to let go as if a rabid dog had bitten him, insisting on taking away a chunk of his flesh. At the same time, a golden spear was swiftly thrown out from another vortex. It did not distinguish friend from foe, directly piercing both Dharma's Dharma and nailing it viciously into the void. In this heaven and earth, light shone everywhere. Weapons flashed from every vortex, piercing through the sky and piercing the two Dharma's Dharma. It was like a flower bush. The yellow-robed old man casually swung his blade. That was the answer. The two Dharma's Dharma were cut open from the shoulder to the ribs. Nan Guangzhou had no choice but to continue controlling his watercolored robe and painstakingly sewing the holes in the Dharma's Dharma. This scene caused the hearts of all the spectating cultivators to tremble. This young Taoist who popped out of nowhere was really ruthless enough to even chop himself up. The yellow-robed old man propped his scabbard on the ground with one hand, and circles of golden ripples appeared where the bottom of the scabbard touched the void. Golden flowers that had never been recorded in books seemed to have suddenly sprouted from the water, swaying gracefully. This young Taoist's face was ferocious. Admit defeat? In my hometown I've killed countless heroes with my own hands. None of the demon cultivators in my stomach admitted defeat verbally. With thousands of years of cultivation, I've encountered ascendant realm demons that I can't handle. If I can't defeat them, I'll run away directly. If I can't escape, I'll die. Besides, which one of them isn't 100 times more difficult to deal with than this guy whose name I don't know? It's not easy to catch a good opponent who has a high enough realm but is trash. If I don't cherish this opportunity today, I'll be struck by lightning. If Old Blind were to hear this, with that petty and narrow-minded Old Blind, wouldn't he peel off his skin and pull out his tendons? In the sky of the small heaven and earth, a golden sea of clouds slowly condensed. Thunder rumbled and it was soul-stirring. Even Celine and the other immortals felt that if the fight continued like this, they would be in a bad situation. Perhaps the entire Mandarin Duck Zhu, a huge island, would be swept clean by that spell. At the entrance of the ancestral temple between the Dharma form's brows, Nan Guangzhou's true body was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was in a terrible state. His Dragon King water robe, which had just been upgraded to an immortal weapon, was stained red. Clearly, Nan Guangzhou's Dao foundation had been damaged, and he didn't have time to use spells to clean up the mess. He shouted angrily, "Young Taoist! Do you really want to die together with me?" However, Nan Guangzhou's inner voice was more tactful. He forced himself to calm down and asked tentatively, "Fellow Taoist, why don't we stop here? Not only will I not interfere in the matter of the cloud beast, but I'll also compensate you afterward. Anyway, everything is negotiable." The yellow-clothed old man sneered. "I've really learned something today. Since you can't admit defeat, you want to talk about money?" In the desolate world there were no such tricks. Before a fight, there was no need to pay attention to the bulsh *T incense, the portraits in the ancestral hall, or the great achievements. After a fight there was no need to beg for mercy. If one's luck was bad and one's skills were inferior, one would just accept death. What if admitting defeat worked? Do I need to be a watchdog in the 100,000 mountains? The yellow-clothed old man laughed loudly and said, "We're only halfway through the fight, and you still have more tricks up your sleeves. Are you planning to hide them in your coffin? Why don't you show them off? Are you looking down on Taoist none?" He raised the snow-white long saber that was intertwined with lightning bolts with his right hand. Then he wiped it with his left hand, and a light ball condensed from lightning bolts appeared in his palm. He tossed it into his mouth and chewed it as if it was a side dish. Then Taoist Nun sneered and said, "My territory isn't for others to watch. Why don't you build your own territory? Let's fight to the death." In the Confucian temple, everyone's hands and feet were tied when they fought. During the battle between Qin Pingan and immortal Yun Zong earlier, Both of them had to hold back at all times and act extremely appropriately so as to avoid being implicated in the battle. They had to consider the safety of all the cultivators in Mandarin Duckshu. In the history of the central continent, there was a fight between two sword immortals. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, countless sword lights flashed, and more than 100 cultivators couldn't escape in time. In the end, they were all skewered by the sharp sword lights from their flying swords. When the two sword lights dissipated, the souls of the innocent cultivators were minced. One of them originally held a high position and was the patriarch of a sect's immortal abode. In the end, his name was removed from the sect's register of mountains and rivers, and he was reduced to a wild cultivator who had no choice but to wander around. This person was the sword immortal of the gold armor continent, Situjiu. Later on, Situjiu went to the Great Wall of Swordqi. Nan Guangzhou continued to speak in his mind, Taoist nun, we don't have any grudges. Why do we have to fight to the death? If we continue fighting, it won't do us any good. Nan Guangzhou would never have thought that this yellow-clothed old man was used to fighting to the death back in his hometown. He would never have thought that the young Taoist would be so ferocious. It was only because he had been a coward for too long that he was filled with anger. Taoist nun sneered, you're like a woman. I'll beat you half to death first and then I'll take care of that brat in white. Taoist nun didn't think that he could really kill this ascendant realm cultivator. He just wanted him to drop a realm. In the words of his young master, Uncle Li, it was better to leave some leeway for the future. According to Taoist nun's fighting style, he wouldn't talk nonsense. He would just kill him, eat him and be done with it. After leaving the wildlands, Li Huai had been able to eat, drink and sleep well. He often saw Li Huai flipping through a few tattered books about the jianghu. In the books, there were famous jianghu figures who shook the jianghu world or righteous heroes who fought for justice. When they sparred with others, they would talk a lot. In Li Huai's words, the sparring parties were worried that the spectators would be too bored. If the fight wasn't exciting enough, there would be fewer cheers. Taoist nun felt that it made sense. Nan Guangzhou's face turned gloomy. He stopped talking in his mind and said, Taoist nun, don't be so shameless. Taoist nun was shocked. Could it be that this guy in front of him was hiding his strength? He was shocked and doubtful. But after thinking about it again, he thought F***CKU. How powerful can an old bastard who isn't even qualified to discuss matters in the Confucian temple be? Do you think you're Dong Sanging or Alliance? Alliance only hurt a passing sword cultivator because he was bored. He didn't even shatter the sword cultivator's natal flying sword. He was just fooling around. After all, the 100,000 mountains and the Great Wall of Sword Aura minded their own business. In the end, Alliance chased after him in the 100,000 mountains for a few thousand miles. In the end, even the old blind man couldn't stand it anymore and attacked. He was hit 18 times by Alliance. The woman from the immortal Cloud Zhu clan glanced at the green-robed sword cultivator who was hovering in the air. Then she looked at the handsome young master of the xianxia clan who was reading poetry quickly and asked softly, Xuanhuan, how old do you think he is? Xuanhuan was busy looking for inspiration from his beloved collection of poems. When it came to reciting poems, the most important thing was to use other people's help to polish the jade. Now that he was interrupted by the woman, he sighed and raised his head. He looked at the yellow-clothed old man in the distance and casually said, no matter what, he should have lived for several thousand years. The woman laughed angrily and said, I'm not talking about him. Xuanhuan was stunned. Then he laughed and said, you're talking about the green-robed sword cultivator who cultivates lightning techniques? If I were to guess, he's at most 100 years old. He's about the same as the sword immortal Su Jun, in the gold armor continent. They're both sword cultivators who were born with great fortune. However, the one in front of us is younger. The old sword cultivator Yu Yu rolled his eyes and felt uncomfortable. However, he didn't want to tell Xuanhuan the truth. The green-robed sword cultivator in front of them was the hidden official you were thinking about. He was the one who made Xuanhuan shout, you have to bow 3 times when you see him. The top wealthy families in the world, especially those who were involved in cross-continent ferries to inverted Hanging Mountain and had business dealings with the Great Wall of Swordqi, more or less knew about the young hidden official who once appeared in the meeting hall of Spring Banner House. However, they didn't know much because the Great Wall of Swordqi was too strict. For example, the xianxia clan in the Snow Mountain continent could only know about the hidden official who took over Xiao Chua's position through various mountain channels. Especially because they had a good relationship with the Lu clan and had many in-laws, they knew that the hidden official who took over Xiao Chua's position was very good at doing business. Moreover, he was very imposing. When he first appeared in inverted hanging mountain, he was accompanied by a large group of local and foreign sword immortals. Li Baoping was worried that Li Huai would be affected by the battle on the mountain peak. Unexpectedly, Li Huai stood steadily in the same place as if nothing had happened. He was muttering to himself. It was over. If he lost, it would be fine. At most, he could take Taoist Nun with him and run away. If he couldn't do it, Qin Pingan was here. As long as he hid behind Qin Pingan, everything would be fine. But if he won, not only would he be more of a hindrance to Qin Pingan, but he would also become enemies with Taoist Nun on the mountain. Moreover, he would be watched by others. In Jianghu, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, Li Huai tried to use telepathy to ask, "Brother Nun, can we admit defeat? Otherwise, I will be on tenterhooks every day when I travel Jianghu in the future." Taoist Nun felt like he was struck by lightning. He braced himself and pretended that he didn't hear Uncle Li's hint. "This fight didn't hurt or itch. My hands haven't even warmed up yet." Taoist Nun's hands moved more and more fiercely with his saber. He forced the Ascendant Realm cultivator to either kneel down and kowtow to show his sincerity or go to his opponent's small world and fight to his heart's content. On second thought, Taoist Nun seemed to have suffered another divine punishment. Damn it. Now he was in his own small world. Of course he and Li Huai could talk freely. But how could Li Huai ignore the restrictions of heaven and earth and talk to him? He was indeed a master. Was it some kind of secret method taught by the old blind man? But Li Huai clearly said that he didn't learn anything from the old blind man. Li Huai saw that Taoist Nun didn't listen to his words, so he had to turn to Li Baoping and ask, "Baoping, what should we do?" Li Baoping said, "This senior will stop. You don't have to think too much about what to do next. The senior will handle it properly." Li Huai grinned. Then he was relieved and made up a principle for himself. "Besides, Qin Pingan is here. Do you think I'm afraid of trouble? Trouble should be afraid of me." In fact, Li Huai's ideas were different from that of ordinary people since he was a child. For example, when Li Baoping threw his trousers onto a tree branch, Li Huai, who was crying, was not worried about losing face or whether he would be laughed at by xianxia for a long time. Instead, he was worried that a new pair of trousers was very valuable. If he could not wear it back home, his mother would be very distressed. She might even pinch his arm. Otherwise, it was fine not to wear trousers as it was very cool. But it was really painful to be pinched on the arm. Even if his mother bought him a new pair of trousers, the family wouldn't have enough money to buy chicken drumsticks. Looking at his sister Li Lu's appearance, she was already skinny enough. If she didn't look good, how could she get married in the future? So, the pants hanging high on the tree must not be thrown away. Another example was old Yang. He threw a few yellowed books to him. They were too inconspicuous in his bulging bag. The covers and the first few pages of the book seemed to have been torn off. There were a lot of books inside. It was probably about the techniques on the mountain. There were many rules. One could not learn this or do that. This technique would damage one's karma. That supernatural power would be suppressed by the great way of Tao. How could he learn it? So, after choosing, Li Huai learned inner thoughts. This was good. There was nothing to be fussy about. There were no taboos when learning it. It was also practical. Old Yang left a letter for Li Huai. In the letter he told him some things. For example, he told him where to find an old man in the future and learn some talisman techniques from him. This old man had traveled to Lizhu Cave for many years. He often drank with his father. It was better to have more skills than to have more money in one's pocket. It was better to have more skills than to have more money in one's pocket. Just like the old people in his family. When they were nagging, they would be annoyed. When the old people stopped nagging, they would be sad. Nan Guangzhao's mood was extremely bad. It was similar to how his junior Yunmu looked at the direct disciples. He felt that this Yunmu was really a jinx. He could not reason with the young Taoist at all. Looking at the young Taoist's attitude, he was only willing to stop when his realm dropped. Nan Guangzhao had no choice but to use one of his trump cards. He directly took out a small cave that was also completely refined by him. The young Taoist laughed. He sheathed his long sword and threw it into the universe in the sleeve. Finally, you have the bearing of an ascendant realm cultivator. Li Huai hurriedly said, "Be careful." The young Taoist looked back at the young man on the shore. He was stunned. Would this kid really care about the life and death of a watchdog? What was he after? He could not figure it out. The young Taoist shook his head. He did not want to think about it. This was similar to Li Huai. It was no wonder that the two of them did not feel awkward when they were together. As the two ascendant realm cultivators disappeared, the Mandarin Duck Zhu's sky became clear. The sun reappeared. Almost all the cultivators were relieved. Most of the Qi refinement warriors, under the escort of their masters, hurriedly flew away from the Mandarin Duck Shu, this troublesome place. First, it was a sword immortal and an immortal. Then, there were 2 Ascendant Realm cultivators. They had watched enough. Besides, who knew if Nanguangzhao's small cave would collapse on the spot? Immortal Yunmu was definitely the cultivator with the heaviest mood. He could not leave. Not far away, there was a green-robed sword immortal with his hands in his sleeves and a smile. Nanguangzhao, who had always been half of the 9 true immortal gymnasium's protective talisman, did not seem to be of any help. Who would have thought that a peak Ascendant Realm cultivator would come and mess things up? Logically speaking, which Ascendant Realm cultivator did not go to the Confucian Temple? Nanguangzhao, an Ascendant Realm cultivator who was ignored by the Confucian Temple, should be invincible. However, Zhuolu Songzi was currently attending a meeting at the Confucian Temple. How was he going to deal with this? Many cultivators of the central region with extremely high realms chose a blessed place on the mountain and focused on cultivating. The mountain was quiet and secluded. Achieving immortality and achieving Tao were not compatible with their realms. Yunmu was full of confidence as he secretly plotted. Deep in his heart, he looked down on the old Ascendant Realm cultivators who had decayed and were lethargic. They only lived for a long time. Even though Yunmu still had a flying sword in his hand, Qin Pingan seemed to be the one who held Yunmu's lifeline. For some reason, Qin Pingan recalled his senior brother's words. He said that the Q sword was a very simple matter. You had to attack with one more sword than your opponent. For example, if you attacked with one sword and your opponent died, the Q sword would end. If you attacked with your sword, you would be the one who attacked with the last sword. Of course you would win. At that time, Qin Pingan had just finished a Q sword battle. From the beginning to the end, his senior brother did not move at all. However, his junior brother was already lying half dead on the city wall. Qin Pingan boldly said, "Senior brother, you make it sound so easy." Since the sword practice was over, his senior brother could not punish him. As for whether he would suffer the next time he practiced the sword, he did not care. Zhuozhu did not get angry. He only said, when practicing the sword, studying and interacting with others, one has to be able to lift the heavy easily. Qin Pingan obediently lay on the ground and did not dare to push his luck. He asked a question that he had been curious about for a long time. "Senior brother, how do you practice the sword?" In fact, this question was probably something that everyone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, except for Sword Immortal Boss, who was not interested. Zhuozhu said, "Before I went out to sea, I learned the straight line sword art. After a few years at sea, I learned the arc sword art. Since 2 sword art meridians have been formed, then, before I came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I did not call it sword practice. I was just sharpening my sword." After a slight pause, Zhuozhu added, "It's boring. That's why I came here to take a look." Qin Pingan hurriedly sat up and asked, "And then? Senior brother, did you learn a new sword art meridian?" Zhuozhu did not give an answer directly. He only said, "Originally it was not difficult to break through the realm. However, after coming here, I realized that no matter how many meridians I learned, it was still not enough. Furthermore, the arcs were still not perfect. Therefore, Tao integration was not easy." Qin Pingan did not understand what his senior brother meant back then. He only heard one thing. His senior brother originally had a chance of breaking through at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, when his horizons were broadened, the bottleneck of breaking through became even more difficult. That was until Qin Pingan met Pei Min, and then Wu Shuangjiang. Especially today when he summoned the Rain Pavilion and Furnace at Immortal Yunmu, the 2 swords were ready to be unleashed. When the tip of the swords pointed at him, Qin Pingan instantly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though the tip of the sword was just inches away and could slice through his robe, skin, and soul at any moment. Then Qin Pingan understood the true meaning of his senior brother's words back then. To put it simply, once Zhuozhu reached the 14th tier of Tao integration, wherever he stood, whether it was within a radius of a few miles or 100 miles, there would be a few, a dozen, or even 100 of them that would present their swords at the same time as a battle of swords. This was probably the ultimate realm that all sword cultivators pursued. Everything could be solved with a single sword. Senior brother's realm could not be learned, because it required the purest heart of a sword cultivator. Qin Pingan smiled and reminded Immortal Yun Zai, "Taoist Nun and I are the so-called outsiders that Brother Green Bamboo mentioned. Patriarch Yun Zai can use this opportunity to rope in friends and attract the cultivators of the Central Plains to fight against the common enemy. Who knows, it might be able to resolve this situation. Yunzai was very good at maintaining his composure. He ignored it. However, if this green-shirt sword immortal did not point it out, Yunzai would really find a chance to do it. Yunzai's fear of this person increased. It was already very troublesome to provoke a sword immortal for no reason. What if this sword immortal was shrewd, good at scheming, and treacherous? Would teacher Mei Lan Xian and the direct disciples of the ancestral Hall of Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium still leave the mountain to train in the future? If the cultivators of the sect took a ferry or rode the wind, they would be hit by a flying sword. Even if the sword immortal did not kill and only wanted to injure others, wouldn't the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium be sealed off in the end? Yunzai's voice rang out from the lake again, giving him a headache. Earlier on the shore of the Mandarin Duck Zhu, I had the honor of chatting with two great cultivators, Qingzhao and Jianghu. However, the two seniors were filled with righteous indignation and scolded me harshly. The popularity of the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium is too good. I'm starting to regret making such a big misunderstanding with Patriarch Yunzai. Yunzai sneered in his heart. Like a yin? Harshly? Wouldn't it be too late to get close to a sword immortal like you? Qingzhao, on the other hand, was someone who enjoyed watching the drama unfold. He might be willing to help, but he did not really want to help the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium out of its predicament. He was just fanning the flames, wanting to see the world in chaos. No matter how big the mess was, Qingzhao did not need to clean it up. Yunzai asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you at odds with the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium?" Qin Pingan smiled. At odds with the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium? I don't think so. As for me, I was born as a wild cultivator. What can I do in the Central Divine Continent? What can I do in the Mandarin Duck Zhu? At most, I can fish. If Brother Qingzhu did not provoke me, how can I have any relationship with a major sect like the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium? Yunzai's heart tightened. Wild cultivator. What was the wild cultivator in the world yearned for the most? Of course, it was the White Emperor city of the colored clouds. Therefore, when he heard this person mention the word, wild cultivator, Yunzai naturally thought that way. Qin Pingan suddenly said, "Patriarch Yunzai, don't you think we're considered a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple?" Yunzai's heart trembled. Could it be that this person's attack today was secretly instructed by that person? Was the White Emperor city using this opportunity to knock down the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium? At the same time, Qin Pingan diverted his attention to chat with the old sword cultivator by the shore. Because this head honcho of the Myunxia clan had taken the initiative to ask about something, Qin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Master Hidden Official, my direct disciples are all useless. The one with the highest cultivation level is only a nascent soul stage cultivator whose soul is too old to be of much use. The rest of them are also unable to carry the burden. So, can you?" Seeing that the hidden official did not answer, Yu was a little anxious. He no longer held back and went straight to the point, saying, "I'll definitely teach them all my sword techniques and help them nurture their flying swords. In the future, if I can't nurture a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, sword cultivator, Lord Hidden Official, feel free to come and punish me." Yu was really envious. His old friend Pu He was lucky enough to receive a pair of sword immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi as his direct disciples. The young man was crossing the wild and the young woman was skiing. The young woman's aptitude for sword training was amazing, but the young man's aptitude was even better, especially his conversation style, was really good. Family members would not enter the same house. Pu He was very fond of the young disciple, and he was even happier than when he came late. Not only Pu He heard that Song Pin of the Jingjia continent, Xia Ji of the Fuyao continent, and Xia Songhua of the Jade Peak continent, all of these Howren sword immortals who traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi had received sword immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi as their direct disciples. And from Pu He's tone, it seemed that they were all carefully arranged by Lord Hidden Official. Then it's fine. Old Pu went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi at the unpolished Jade Realm and received 2 disciples. I've been there before and I was in the Golden Core Realm at that time. Then I'll give a discount. Lord Hidden Official only gave me 1 disciple? Qin Pingan said helplessly, "If Senior had spoken earlier I could have helped, but it's too late to talk about this now. But if Senior is willing to wait, you can wait until the 5th world opens again. When that time comes, you can travel to the Ascension City. I can get people to start picking out disciples for Senior a few years earlier. As long as there's a Tao affinity, Senior can bring them out of the Ascension City." Yu was worried when he heard this. "I'll have to wait for a few years." Qin Pingan thought of his own mountain. There were 9 sword immortal embryos, but most of them had been arranged. But when he thought of 2 of the children, Qin Pingan pondered for a while and said, "If Senior is free, you can go to the Aquarius continent's Luopa mountain. There are 2 children there who might be willing to follow Senior to practice the sword. I can only say that it's possible, but I can't guarantee anything here. It still depends on Senior's affinity and the 2 children's own thoughts. Whether it's successful or not, Senior can go to Luopa mountain and try." Yu Yu was overjoyed. Of course, why not? Going to Hidden Official's hometown for a tour, even if you can't take them in as disciples, it's still a good thing. Yu Yu suddenly asked, "Lord Hidden Official, can I ask for something else?" It was hard to say, but the opportunity was hard to come by. The old sword cultivator was halfway through his sentence, and started to be reserved again. Qin Pingan smiled. "If Senior is willing to be a consecrator, guest elder in name or not, there's no problem. This junior can't ask for anything more. But regarding the salary, there's nothing to talk about. My Luopa mountain has just been promoted to the top of the sects for a few days, and does not have much money." Yu Yu laughed out loud. "Then I will spend money to buy a guest from Master Hidden Official. As for the consecration, forget about it. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have the face to do so. After all, I cannot stay in the Aquarius continent all the time, and as a guest I can just send a flying sword message to the xianxia family. In the future I will eat and drink more there, and I can guarantee that I will be there at any time. Master Hidden Official, don't worry, it is definitely a good deal for me to be a guest. There are not many people in the Aquarius continent who can recognize Yu Yu, and after that I will run away without leaving any traces behind. I guarantee that whatever Master Hidden Official wants me to do, I will do it cleanly and beautifully." Qin Pingan laughed and agreed. Yu Yu felt refreshed. It settled. "I'm a guest elder, I have hopes of becoming a closed-door disciple." Qin Pingan looked at the Xia family disciple and thought of something. The 2 sword immortals of the pure snow continent, Zhang Liao and Li Ding, traveled together to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and finally went to a foreign land and did not return home. Adding Xia Songhua, they were all flowers blooming in the wall. The 3 sword immortals, regardless of male or female, seemed to have no good feelings towards the environment of the pure snow continent, and were not willing to cultivate there, much less establish their own sections. It was as though the pure snow continent was unable to keep the sword immortals. So as long as the sword immortals from other places were willing to stay in the pure snow continent, they would earn a large sum of money. For example, Yu Yu had 2 consecrators and 3 guest elder positions. Of course, not all of them were in the pure snow continent, but in the Central Plains divine continent, including his hometown the Aurora continent. The money was earned by lying down. It was normal for his old friend Puhi to look down on him. It was just that old man Pooh's words were too harsh. What did he mean by not eating the hot food at home and running outside to eat shit? Fortune God Lu once took the lead and helped the pure snow continent to privately discuss with Fire Dragon Venerable, hoping to spend money to buy back the word North from the North continent. It was not that Lu Jubao had too much money, but it involved the fate of the sword Dao. Qin Pingan was the first to look into the distance. He even shifted his gaze earlier than immortal Yunmu, Celine, and the others. There were ripples in the sky, and the yellow-robed old man strode out, holding the neck of an Ascendant Realm cultivator in his hand, as though he was dragging a dead dog. The yellow-robed old man threw the dying Nan Guangzhao into the river near the Mandarin Duck Shu, and laughed, "Your Dao technique is lousy." Yunmu's eyelids trembled, and she took the initiative to release the flying sword bound by the 5-colored rope, and said in her heart, "How do you compensate?" Qin Pingan smiled, "Since you might be half a family, why don't you continue to act with me?" Yunmu said, "I'd like to hear the details." Yunmu was sure that this person must have a deep relationship with the one in White Emperor City. They were too similar. That person suddenly changed his words and said, "I've never met City Lord Zheng." Ancestor Yunmu probably misunderstood. Yunmu was reassured. Not only were their words similar, but their actions were also similar. They were very similar. Taoist Nun landed on the shore, and he looked at old Boat Zi, who was recognized by him in the distance, and they both saw the admiration in each other's eyes. Wild Peach Pavilion, Haorangu Qingsong. Heroes on the same path, and it was inevitable that they would appreciate each other on the lonely road. The commotion at the Mandarin Duck Zhu was too big, and Lu Qiqing, who was wearing a pink robe and had nothing to do in the house of Panshui County, felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so Lu Qiqing was too lazy to use the Mountain View divine technique. With senior brother here, where could he not go? So he pulled and dragged Chai Bofu to join in the fun. As a result, he saw Qin Pingan in the distance. Lu Qiqing was quite happy at first, but when he looked again he saw a woman in red on the shore. Lu Qiqing hurriedly stopped the wind and looked at Brother Longbow, and they both saw the same word in each other's eyes: retreat. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingan greeted him with a smile. "Brother Lu, what a coincidence." Lu Qiqing patted Chai Bofu's shoulder. Chai Bofu nodded and his head tilted and he fainted on the spot. Lu Qiqing was a little caught off guard. Why would he rather die than himself? Lu Qiqing didn't help Chai Bofu up, and let Brother Longbow fall to the ground. He smiled brightly and waved his hand, saying loudly, "Long time no see." Yunmu looked at the eye-catching pink Taoist robe, and then looked at the green-robed man who claimed that he had nothing to do with White Emperor City. Yunmu suddenly had an idea and said to the Sword Immortal respectfully, "Greetings, Mr. Zheng." Qin Pingan said, "What are you talking about?" No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't pretend to be the city lord of White Emperor City under Zheng Zhuzhong's nose. Yunmu said in a trembling voice, "I understand." (795) Taoist Nun became famous after the battle at Mandarin Duckshu. He beat Nan Guangzhou half to death. Nan Guangzhou was thrown into the river by Taoist Nun. For a while no one dared to save him. A famous Ascendant Realm cultivator was just floating in the water with his tattered water robe. Taoist Nun stood on the shore. In the eyes of the spectators he was naturally arrogant and undefeatable. Over at Mandarin Duckshu Island, Celine asked the young Taoist Nun telepathically, "Senior, can I save Nan Guangzhou first?" Taoist Nun sneered, "Sure, why not? Save him as you wish. After you save him, someone will save you later." Celine was helpless. This Ascendant Realm cultivator's temperament couldn't be judged with common sense. She must avoid him as much as possible in the future. Li Huai felt uncomfortable. He was used to being the most inconspicuous person in a group of people. He couldn't get used to being the center of attention at all. He was extremely nervous, as if ants were crawling all over his body. Heaven knows how many mountain immortals around the Mandarin Duckshu, far and near, were observing the mountains and rivers, watching the commotion on his side. Li Huai asked, "Are you hurt?" Taoist Nun felt warm in his heart, as if he had eaten a hot pot in winter. He instantly restrained his arrogant aura and grinned, "I'm fine. Some spells hit me but they just tickled me." Taoist Nun suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his hands. He smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, don't worry. I've been with you all the time. Naturally I've changed a lot. Today I've been very lenient. This old thing didn't even drop his realm, and he doesn't have the guts to seek revenge. It would be great if that unknown old man really had the courage to die just like that. In the next battle, both sides would sign a life and death contract. They would choose a secluded place and fight without any scruples. After that, the Confucian Temple wouldn't care. Previously, he didn't listen to Li Huai's instructions and stopped early. He couldn't let the old blind man hear about it. It was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Following Li Huai, he enjoyed every day. Now, Taoist Nun didn't want to return to the 100,000 mountains and continue to eat dirt. Li Huai said, "I'm most afraid of the grudges on the mountain. However, your realm is high and you have your own temper, so I won't try to persuade you. It's just that the vast world is different from the 100,000 mountains after all. One thing can easily involve thousands of things, so you still have to be careful. Lastly, I'll say something unpleasant. You can't be led around by your pride. As long as you have your pride, you don't need too much of it." Li Huai's only motto when roaming the jianghu was that he would not seek trouble for himself, and trouble would not bother him either. Taoist Nun sighed in his heart. He could feel Li Huai's sincerity and worry. He nodded and said softly, "You're right, young master." Li Huai laughed and slapped Taoist Nun's shoulder. "Oh man, you're good. You're really in the Ascendant Realm." Taoist Nun was embarrassed. It's okay. If he went to the old blind man's place, he would be trampled to the ground and his spine would be broken. Even if he left the 100,000 mountains, it was just a matter of a few more steps. I was also there. The stinky old Taoist from the Eastern Sea Monastery. The old monk in chicken soup, Xinqing, the monk who passed the teachings to the east. The old blind man who divided the land in the desolate land. These 14th realm cultivators each had their own merits. Bai also held a celestial sword. His killing power was the highest. Xinqing's invincible golden body was the hardest to break. There was a rumor on the peak of Howran Mountain. Half of a 14th realm cultivator's attack and two 14th realm cultivators' defense. It was said that Alliance was the first to come up with this theory. The cultivators on the peak of Howran Mountain only had some guesses about this foreign old monk's Tao unification method. Some said that it was the Tao unification method from the Diamond Sutra. There was also the strange saying that the dragon elephant refined 1,000,000 lion worms. The old monastery master's Tao techniques were extremely high and his knowledge was diverse. He was destined to be difficult to deal with. As for the old blind man, he was too eccentric and eccentric. He liked to move mountains and paint. In the desolate land he never really fought, so everything was a mystery. Even Taoist Nun, who had been a watchdog for many years, was not clear about the old blind man's Tao roots. The 14th realm great cultivators' Tao unification methods, putting aside the two great Taos of time and place, the third type of Tao unification was indeed more incredible than the last. Bai Ye's heart poem, Wu Shuang's Tao companion's inner demon, Dragon Slayer's true dragon in the world, and Lu Chen's 5 dreams and 7 hearts. Taoist Nun glanced at the extremely eye-catching pink and resisted the urge to attack. Otherwise, in the 100,000 mountains, as long as it was not a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who would dare to dress so flamboyantly, Taoist Nun could not stand it. In the desolate land's peach pavilion, Howran Guqing Song, the pavilion master of White Emperor City's colored glass pavilion. In the small Mandarin Duck Zhu, 3 great heroes had gathered at the same time today. The pavilion master of White Emperor City's colored glass pavilion, Lu Daochun, wore a pink Taoist robe. Lu Qiqing was just borrowing the name of a scholar from the White River Nation. On the White Emperor City's landscape register, it was actually Lu Daochun. Yunmu held the white jade Ganoderma and turned around to bow to Lu Qiqing. Yunmu greets Master Lu. Master Lu was a respectful title. On the mountain, the suffix, master, originated from Buddhism. Later on it was widely used. It was equivalent to the suffix, son. When Lu Qiqing appeared in the Mandarin Duck Zhu, it could be said that one wave had not yet subsided. Everyone saw the pink Taoist robe from afar, and their hearts beat non-stop. This caused many cultivators who had come to the Mandarin Duck Zhu to stop. Some of the juniors did not understand, so the seniors of the sect helped to explain. They talked about the glorious background of this great cultivator of White Emperor City, because wherever Pavilion Master Lu went, there would be a storm. His last battle record was kidnapping a young lady of the Celestial Master residence and provoking Longhu Mountain. In the end, the great Celestial Master took the Celestial Master seal down the mountain and chased him to the sea. Zhao Tianlai did not give White Emperor City any face and directly attacked ruthlessly. Zheng Juzhong did not save this little junior brother, and then Lu Daochun disappeared from the central divine continent for 1,000 years. A few years ago, Lu Daochun swaggered back to White Emperor City and returned to the colored glass pavilion, but he began to use the name Lu Qiqing. Even Celine and Yanggu on the island had a headache, especially Tian and I, who was most familiar with the right and wrong of the mountain. Never ending. What's going on today? Lu Qiqing did not even bother to look at the white-robed immortal, let alone talk to him. He rode the wind and directly came to Qin Pingan's side. You're in such a leisurely mood coming here to fish? Do you have any suitable fishing gear? If not, it's good. I'm familiar with Immortal Chu Shi of the Green Coaster Pavilion, and our relationship has always been good. How about I give you a set later? Talking to his good friend Qin Pingan telepathically? That was the biggest joke in the world. When I'm outside, I'm full of righteousness. There's nothing I can't say and nothing I don't do publicly. Qin Pingan smiled. A veteran, a newbie setting up a stall. Just help me ask for a fishing rod from Pavilion Master Chu, and I'll give you the immortal money later. Qin Pingan knew that Lu Shuxing was trying to please him for no reason. He had already guessed the general reason. The person who provoked Li Baoping back then was most likely this Lu Qiqing. That was why Li Baoping said that Gukan was surprising. After Lu Qiqing left, Chai Bofu, who had fallen heavily on the ground, suddenly woke up. He slowly turned his head and saw that Lu Qiqing had no time to care about him. He jumped up like a carp and jumped into the water like a fish jumping into the water. He used his natal water technique and crazily fled downstream along the Mandarin Duck Zhu. He was indeed a wild cultivator who once competed with Lu Jimao for a copy of the River-Severing Sutra. Although Chai Bofu's current realm was not high, it had gone up and down. A few years ago, he had fallen from the nascent soul realm back to the Dragon Gate realm with great difficulty. Then he returned to the Golden Core realm through the Dragon Gate. However, his water-dispelling divine power was quite good. In fact, it was not inferior to a nascent soul realm cultivator. Chai Bofu was very afraid of Gukan. Moreover, he knew that Gukan was fearless for some reason. It seemed that he was not even afraid of Zheng Juzhong. He was only afraid of Qin Pingan. Chai Bofu had always felt that the unreasonable White Emperor City was simply a place of cultivation tailor-made for Guken. Guken was like a fish in water there. It was as if this kid had the help of a god on his path of cultivation. He broke through all the realms with irresistible force. There were new scenes every year. Until now, Chai Bofu still did not know Gukan's true realm, whether he was a sword cultivator, or what Dao techniques he had learned. Anyway, Chai Bofu was sure of one thing. If Gukan wanted to deal with him, he never needed to reach a higher realm. Lu Qiqing looked solemn and pretended that he did not know that Brother Longbow had run away. When that bastard ran away, Lu Qiqing carefully weighed the matter and made an exception. He said telepathically, "Qin Pingan, did you see that guy who was slapped by me and was lying on the ground obediently? He is a notorious villain. His name is Chai Bofu and his Taoist name is Longbow. He was once a nascent soul realm cultivator in your hometown." When Lu Qiqing turned his head and looked at the shore, Qin Pingan had already spoken up for him. "Hey, why did he run away?" Lu Qiqing, who had been interrupted, suddenly looked embarrassed. He cursed in his heart. Motherf *Ker, Qin Pingan was indeed worthy of being the master of simple folk customs in this small town. His words were too disgusting. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Do you believe in your own lies?" Lu Qiqing had nothing to lose. He began to perform a natural technique that he had learned on his own. He said without hesitation, "Anyway, I have already taught Li Shixing a lesson and Gu can still hate me. Qin Pingan, you can do whatever you want today." Qin Pingan was silent. Today he originally planned to fight with Nan Guangzhou. Losing was inevitable. After all, Nan Guangzhou was an ascendant realm cultivator. Even if he was not a sword cultivator like Pei Min, there was no suspense about the outcome. However, the person he wanted was a young man who did not know the severity of the matter and had a bad temper. He dared to challenge an ascendant realm cultivator. Unfortunately, he was disturbed by that young Taoist and missed a great opportunity. When Lu Qiqing came, Qin Pingan didn't even have the mood to act with Yin Mu again. It didn't matter. He would just attack Jiang Longxiang at Turtle Mountain in advance. As for the other Wen Quan fight, it was a personal grudge. Both sides would not publicize it. Qin Pingan glanced at the river of the Mandarin Yangzhou town. Everything would go according to fate. For example, the appearance of Lu Qiqing made Qin Pingan immediately have a new plan. The effect was not worse than fighting with Yin Mu again, and it might even be better. Yin Mu held her breath. Are these two brothers from White Emperor City fishing again? This time, Zheng Juzhong is the one holding the rod and junior brother Lu Daochun is the bait? Is it not enough to catch Nan Guangzhou, a big fish from Ascendant City? The most frightening thing about Zheng Juzhong was not that his chess skills were heavenly or that he only liked to catch big fish. On the contrary, Zheng Juzhong's ability to bewitch people seemed to blot out the sky and cover the sun. Once he set his eyes on a fish pond, no fish would escape the net. Zheng Juzhong was extremely patient when it came to those insignificant people. He was also willing to spend time and effort to string together an impenetrable fishing net. Back then, after the perilous incident in the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium was settled, Yun Zhan, who had deceived his master and killed his ancestors, benefited the most. However, he still had a lingering fear in his heart. After the incident, he carefully replayed the game of Go. He discovered that there seemed to be traces of Zheng Juzhong placing his Go pieces on the board, from the consecrated elders to the two direct disciples of the ancestral hall, the protector of the Song clan of Zhuolu, the outer court oddjob disciple who cleaned the courtyard, the female cultivator who took care of the flower garden, and the several mountain and mountain deities of the vassal mountains of the Nine Truths Immortal Gymnasium. The fishing location, the casting time, the weight of the bait, the direction of the fish, the depth of the fish. Everything was under Zheng Juzhong's control. What a good saying, immortals seem to be sitting in the sky and fish only hang in the mirror. How could Yun Mu not be afraid? Qin Pingan turned to Yun Mu and said, "Flying sword." Yun Mu had already let go of the five-colored rope that could be used to catch and refine the sword. She begged the flying sword that had been hanging in the air to quickly return to its owner. Qin Pingan put away Chu Yi and the other hidden under the water. The two flying swords rested in the two natal apertures. Yun Mu asked, "Mister, how do you want to punish my traitorous disciple Li Qingzhu?" Qin Pingan said casually, "A small punishment is enough." After that, Jiuzhen Immortal School spread the word that Li Qingzhu was innocent. He said nothing and did nothing. Yun Mu replied in her heart, "I understand." She was familiar with these methods. Qin Pingan had to ask again, What are you thinking? Why do you think I'm Mr. Zhang? Yunmu said, Of course not. Junior knows what he's doing in his heart. Seeing that the little brat in white obediently returned the flying sword to the young hermit, Taoist Nun waved his sleeve and hit Nan Guangzhou, who had floated far away in the water, to the shore. He couldn't just let that Ascendant Realm cultivator float all the way to Wenjin Ferry. People need face, trees need bark. No discord, no concord. To be precise, he had to thank this old man. Otherwise, who could he find to fight? Talisman Yu Xian or Great Heavenly Master Zhao Tianlai? Did he go for the long face or was he in a hurry to reincarnate? After Nan Guangzhou was thrown ashore, he was still unconscious and rolled a few times. It was enough to see that Taoist Nun was ruthless and heavy. For a time, no one dared to approach Nan Guangzhou. Yan Gu took the lead and moved as fast as lightning. With a sweep of his sleeves, he kept Nan Guangzhou into his sleeves. Yan Gu did not hesitate to use 2 golden talismans to shrink mountains and rivers. In an instant, he left the Mandarin Duck Zhu and headed towards Turtlehead Mountain. Celestial Algae rolled her eyes. Tian and I joked, You've made a big cold stove. Taoist Nun was a little guilty. He smiled at the young hermit and said, No need to thank me. My young master has to call you junior martial uncle, so you're not an outsider. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Well said. Qin Pingan got a thought, Don't worry about Lu Qiqing. I have my own plan. Was Li Shixing. Qin Pingan returned to the shore and said to Li Baoping, Junior martial uncle won't take you to Turtlehead Mountain with Jiang Longxiang because it will make a big scene. 3. Qin Pingan, 3 flowers bloomed, 1 branch each, and they all had things to do. Li Baoping nodded, It's okay. Junior martial uncle, remember to count me in. Lu Qiqing followed Qin Pingan with a smile. He and the young hermit beside him were indeed old friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Yun Mu casually grabbed out with his hand and pulled out the disciple he was proud of, Li Qingzhu, from the bottom of the water before casually putting this drenched rat into his sleeve. Yun Mu still felt uneasy in his heart, yet he had a relaxed expression on his face. Before he left, he even left behind a ruthless sentence. It's a small world, we'll meet again. I'll wait for Q-Sword in the 9 Truths Immortal Pavilion. Lu Qiqing was overjoyed. Brother Qin, why don't I take this opportunity to make up for my mistakes? So what if I can't beat Yunmu? How dare Yunmu attack me? I'm lying on the ground and blocking Yunmu's way, but Yunmu doesn't dare to move. I realm? You're just an immortal, but you're so arrogant. Why don't you compete with my senior martial brother? You're not convinced? Yunmu, if you're so capable, why don't you use your senior martial brother? Let alone my senior martial brother, even the ancestors of the Jiuzhen Immortal Pavilion have jumped out of their coffins to compete with me. Almost at the same time, the young Taoist was eager to have a try. His eyes were burning and he hurriedly asked in his mind, Qin Pingan, you can never do too many good things. Today I'll take care of the white-robed immortal. You don't have to thank me. As long as you treat my young master better in the future, I'll be satisfied. Qin Pingan replied. No need. I'll visit your senior martial brother soon. Senior touting, quit while you're ahead. That's enough. Lu Qiqing immediately stopped talking. The young Taoist thought of something and immediately shut his mouth. He heard that on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain had told this kid to quit while he was ahead. The young Taoist turned around and struck up a conversation with the guy wearing a pink Taoist robe. Fellow Taoist, your attire makes you stand out from the crowd. It's easy to forget about the common customs. You don't have to report yourself when you're walking on the mountain. Lu Qiqing's mouth twitched. You're flattering me. Brother Nen, you're so bold. The Grand Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain and Immortal Fiery Dragon will have to take a detour when they meet you in the future. The young Taoist smiled and said, My friend, it's amazing that you can wander around the vast world with your foot. What's your relationship with Iron Tree Mountain's Guokuding? Is he your father or your grand ancestor? Lu Qiqing sneered. Guokuding? Iron Tree Mountain invited me to drink, but I didn't even want to go. Lu Qiqing asked, What about you, Brother Nen? Aren't you the same as me? After cultivating for so many years, you finally reached your current level. You must have suffered a lot, right? The young Taoist sneered. Unfortunately, I'm from the mountains south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm free in the mountains and I don't need to wag my tail and beg anyone. Lu Qiqing chuckled and pulled the collar of his Taoist robe with 2 fingers. So you're a foreigner. No wonder you don't know me. Then both of them were stunned and spoke at the same time. 100,000 Mountains Peach Pavilion? White Emperor City's Lu Daochun. They laughed heartily and held each other's arms. They felt like old friends at first sight. Chen Pingan ignored these two crazy people and asked Li Huai, "There's a bag shop in the Parrot Continent. Shall we go and take a look?" Li Huai was a bit listless. "Forget it. Chen Pingan, don't bring me along. Back then, when I traveled to the North Continent with Pei Qian, we bought things on the hemp sect's ferry and almost caused Pei Qian to lose money. We could only break even." Chen Pingan was puzzled. "Why did Pei Qian tell me that you made a lot of money? After that, we'll split the profits 50-50. Both of you made a lot of money." When it came to making money, Pei Qian wouldn't speak carelessly. When she was young, Charcoal Girl learned about the rules of the mountains and rivers from Chen Pingan. Every time she went into the mountains or into the water, she would use her own unique method to pay respects to the various lands. Regardless of whether there were mountain gods or water immortals, she would use grass or tree branches as incense. Every time before she piously offered incense, she would mutter that she was now a child and really had no money. Today she would honor Grandpa Mountain God and Lord Water Immortal with 3 incense sticks of mountains and rivers. The gift was light but the sentiment was heavy. Li Huai's eyes widened. What? It wasn't that he felt that Pei Qian was cheating him. Li Huai definitely wouldn't think of Pei Qian that way. The sun and moon could bear witness to their friendship. It was just that Li Huai couldn't understand. Since both of them had made money, why would she take out an item from time to time and sigh as if she had lost money? She would also look at him from the corner of her eyes. This caused Li Huai's conscience to feel uneasy the whole way. Every day he felt like he owed Pei Qian a huge sum of money. Li Huai was deeply moved. No wonder Pei Qian could succeed as the alliance leader. He was still a small branch leader with no contributions and only hard work. Indeed, it wasn't without reason. Li Huai was immediately energized and full of fighting spirit. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go to Parrot Continent to take a look." Chen Pingan turned his head and suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Someone seems to be looking for me." That Madame Huayan, who had watched the commotion from afar, was a little hesitant. She retracted her mountain river observation abijna and turned to the young flower goddess. "Ruifeng, aren't you worried about the selection of 100 Flowers' blessed land? I might be able to help, it's just that." Madame Huayan raised her hand and twirled 2 of her fingers. She smiled and said, "I might need a sum of divine money because the one who will really help is not me but that person. And this guy only has money in his eyes. He has never cared about whether women are pretty or not, only money, money, money." This Madame Huayan had her own thoughts. Not only could she help Ruifeng, preserve the fate of the flower deity, she could also earn some incense from this phoenix deity flower deity. She might even be able to help the hidden official earn some divine money. Was she loyal? In the future, Chen Pingan. The young girl was overjoyed. She took down an embroidered pouch from her waist and said in high spirits, "As long as that green shirt sword immortal can help, I'll give him all of my family's assets. It doesn't matter. Other than some valley rain money, there's also a small pouch of phoenix fairy flower seeds. The flowers bloom with 7 colors and are very beautiful. Many immortal teachers who have visited the blessed lands have asked me for them. I pretended that I didn't have them and would tell them when I have them in the future." This phoenix fairy flower goddess immediately became sickly. "Sister Huayan, I don't have much money in my pocket. In the blessed land of 100 flowers, I'm the poorest." Firstly, it had not been long since she became the deity of 100 flowers. She could not accumulate much wealth. Moreover, she wasn't proficient in the ways of merchants. Many of the transactions that her flower goddess sister could earn a small sum of money, she might only be able to earn a few pieces of snow. She was secretly happy that she didn't lose any money today. Moreover, she had secretly spent money to buy many flower-singing poems from scholars and poets. However, they were all wasted like that young immortal teacher from the Jiozhen Immortal Martial School. Lastly, the young flower goddess was actually a little afraid of that green shirt sword immortal. She knew that she was not good with words and would not say the polite words of those immortals on the mountain. Would she not only fail to make a deal but also have her pouch snatched away by him? That sword immortal who did not seem to have a good temper even dared to provoke founding master Yunzhan, who had an immortal Taoist companion in the Jiozhen Immortal Martial School. In the Confucian Temple, both of them fought fiercely. Snatching her pouch was nothing. Madame Huayan brought Phoenix Fairy Flower Goddess along to find the hidden official. Chen Pingan looked at the opposite bank of the river. There was a vague figure in a Confucian robe. When he realized that Chen Pingan had noticed him, he was not surprised and smiled slightly. Chen Pingan nodded in greeting and did not say anything. It was Shi Ping, the scholar of the Confucian Temple. This scholar, who was in charge of guarding the gate of the Confucian Temple endowed forest, was actually manifested from the Shi Ping stone scriptures. He had a vast literary fate and was similar to a person who had no realm. According to his master, Brother Shi Ping might look like he was only doing some trivial things on the surface. In fact, he could be regarded as a 14th realm cultivator just because he was near the Confucian Temple. He had both the right time and the right place. Dealing with an ascendant realm cultivator was a piece of cake for him. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. Madame Huayan led the young flower goddess who was slowing down to the green shirt immortal martial school. It was a smooth journey. Rui Feng regretted halfway and told Madame Huayan that she did not have enough money in her pouch. She had to borrow some money from the flower mistress. She also said that a sword immortal senior should not be involved in the selection of the 100 Flowers blessed land and should not waste Sister Huayan's incense. Of course, those were all excuses. The young flower goddess did not dare to meet the hot-tempered sword immortal. Madame Huayan was furious. She reached out and grabbed the young girl to stop her from running away. "You're scared, but I'm not? That guy is waiting for me by the river. We can either stay here or meet him. What's the point of regretting at the last minute?" The meeting in the Confucian Temple continued. Chen Pingan, who was thrown outside a long row of houses by the Sage of Rites, continued to stroll around. He met a skinny old man who was sitting on the stairs. He had an old pipe in his mouth and was puffing out smoke. Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks, hesitating whether he should say a few words. He looked at the old pipe in a daze. The old man turned around and asked with a smile, "You don't look familiar. You're so young. Are you an official? Or a descendant of the saint's mansion? Are you helping the Confucian Temple sages to inspect the houses?" Some of the Confucian scholars had official positions in the Confucian Temple other than the headmasters of the academy. The old man clicked his tongue and said, "Oh, you're right. You sound like a scholar." Chen Pingan also felt that the old man was scolding him. However, as a junior who had met someone he admired, he just had to accept it. It was a rare opportunity to talk to such a fascinating scholar. It was a good thing to have a casual conversation with him. The old man fell silent for a moment and asked with a smile, "Why? Have you flipped through a few pages of the Mountain and Sea Atlas?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I've read it carefully." The old man chuckled and said, "Read? Not flipping through books?" Chen Pingan scratched his head and looked shy for the first time. Both. The old man exhaled a mouthful of smoke and thought for a moment. He seemed to be talking to himself and said, "There are more than 100 fish in the pond." Chen Pingan waited for a moment. Seeing that Master Chu did not continue, he thought, "Is this a test?" Then he continued, "It's like swimming in the air with nothing to rely on. A mountain is like a river and the river flows in a zigzag way. The river god is like a giant spirit and it splits into two. The waterway is deep and it looks back as one. Today the traces of palm and foot still exist." The old man nodded and said, "It's not strange that cultivators have good memories. You can just flip through my book casually." He thought that this young man was a smart person who was trying to get close to him. It was not good for young people to be too sophisticated and tactful. The old man was someone who liked to take things seriously. If that was the case, he would definitely embarrass this young man today. "I'm a casual person who loves mountains and rivers. I don't care which sage you're from in the Confucian Temple or which family you're from." However, he didn't expect this young man to be so familiar with his book. Moreover, he didn't just casually glance at it or flip through it once. Cultivators naturally had good memories. However, if they did not read the book carefully, they would not be able to remember everything. It was not that they could not, but they were unwilling, lazy, or disdainful. Chen Pingan sat sideways and faced the old man. "My senior said that Master Chu's words seem simple and plain, but they're actually very skillful. Your words are sharp, but they don't leave any marks. It's very clever." The old man smiled and said, "Why didn't you say that earlier? You're using it as an opening remark." Chen Pingan grinned. "I said earlier that I'm too suspicious of flattery. I'm afraid that Master Chu will chase me away." The old man touched his head and laughed. "Good boy, you flatter me again? This young man is good. He's a young man who knows how to talk. He's also polite. He didn't even bother to ask who that brat's senior martial brother was. This kind of praise and boasting both in and out of books, when had he not heard or seen enough of it in his life?" Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Can I ask Master Chu about the book?" The old man waved his hand. "It's better not. I came here to find some peace and quiet. The work of documents is the most exhausting. Qin Pingan nodded and said no more. He turned sideways again and took out a pot of wine. He continued to pay attention to the matters at the Mandarin Duckshoe. Although he was divided into three, his mind was connected. What he saw and heard was not hindered. The old man glanced at the young man drinking. The more he looked, the stranger he felt. Young man, have you been on a night boat? Qin Pingan turned around and nodded. Why does Master Chu ask this? The old man smiled. It's easy to get on a boat but hard to get off. Are you a sword cultivator? Qin Pingan nodded again. The old man's eyes suddenly widened. He choked on his cigarette and coughed. Then, with a strange expression, he asked, Have you heard of the shattering word token? Qin Pingan replied, I've heard of it. The old man knocked on the stairs with his pipe. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not about that. It's about using the shattering word token of Confucianism to break the mountain and river word cage of the night boat. That night boat is all about knowledge. The foundation of knowledge is still words. That's why I'm most afraid of this. Qin Pingan said awkwardly, I've never cultivated Confucianism. However, he had a plan in mind. He would ask Master about the shattering word token later. The old man saw that the young man's words didn't seem to be fake. He was even more confused. How could a sword cultivator who wasn't even a Confucian disciple make the sage of rites talk to him? The old man suddenly understood. Was it that young hidden official of the Great Wall of Swordchi? He thought again. Then wasn't this kid's senior brother's wuxia? In short, it couldn't be that embroidered tiger. That bastard was publicly known for finding fault with the mountain and sea map. In the end, he scolded him and even asked if other books were worth Cui Dong's reading and annotation. The old man pretended not to recognize the identity of this hidden official. Qin Pingan stood up and bowed. He had to go to Panshui County first and then to Turtle Mountain. There was a meeting in the Confucian temple. Yu Ping, who was standing at the door, suddenly said, The 5 headmasters of Yunzhu Academy, Lantai Academy, Hualien Academy, Chunso Academy, and Tongli Academy are no longer headmasters of their academies. They are removed from the Confucian temple. Everyone was stunned. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Out of the 5 hill elders of the academies, 3 of them were old hill elders of their respective academies. They had been in the position of hill elder for many years, and their students were all over the mountains and rivers of the continent. One of the deputy hill elders was promoted to hill elder, and the last one was the hill elder of the Spring Search Academy, who had been transferred from a gentleman of the academy. The headmaster of Tongli Academy stood up slowly and bowed to Yu Ping. Then he asked loudly, Why? Xuanhuan looked up with a serious expression. The 5 headmasters of the academies who lost their positions for no reason were from all branches of the Confucian temple. They were from the Sage of Rites branch, the Quasi-Sage's branch, and 2 of them were disciples of the hierarch and vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple. Fire Dragon Immortal was also shocked. He asked, Elder Yu, what's going on? Yu Xian shook his head and said, I'm not familiar with the Confucian temple. I don't know what's going on. The headmaster of the academies was not angry. He repeated, Why? It was as if he could remain calm even after losing his position as headmaster. He just wanted a righteous reason. Yu Ping said calmly, It's the Sage of Rites idea. The headmaster smiled sadly and did not say anything else. He straightened his clothes and bowed towards the few portraits of the saints. Then he planned to leave the Confucian temple and stop the discussion. He was no longer a headmaster of the academies. He was even stripped of his status as a gentleman. What else was there to discuss? He did not need to study or learn in the future. He would just focus on the mountains and rivers. Lu Ji asked curiously, Why? Yu Ping said, The quasi-sage's philosophy is that besides human nature, there's also the 4 hearts theory. They are compassion, shame, respect, and right and wrong. The Confucian school values this very much. These headmasters have been reading too much, but they usually hide it well. They are good at teaching and dispelling doubts in the study room. They must have seen the sword Aura Great Wall's placards on the front line. These scholars did not think much of it. Lu Ji turned to look at Alliance, who had put down his wine cup and was in a daze. Liang didn't say anything with a smile, nor did he pay attention to Lu Ji's gaze. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at the youngest mountain elder among the 5, as if he was waiting for the words and actions of this Confucian scholar of the secondary Saint branch. The young Confucian who was promoted to headmaster of the Spring Search Academy stood up and said, As the Sage of Rites, shouldn't you see and hear no evil? This was because he had figured out the reason. It was the Sage of Rites. The Sage of Rites had a clear view of the minds and thoughts of all the headmasters of the academies. Alliance stood up. In a flash, he pressed the young Confucian's head and slammed it against the wall. Then he threw the young Confucian out of the Confucian temple. The quasi-sage's line that he belonged to had already lost xuanhuan. Why was this one here? Alliance clapped his hands and asked the rest, "Do the four of you want to go out on your own, or do you want me to help you go out horizontally?" The old headmaster of the Coral Lotus Academy did not look at Alliance. He looked up at the portrait of the Sage of Rites and asked in a deep voice, "May I ask the Sage of Rites why?" Alliance slapped him out of the Confucian temple and said to the other three, "Ask again." Chao Pu, who had not drunk any wine, poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. The imperial tutor of the Xianhuan dynasty felt that the Confucian temple should have been more reasonable. Scholars who read the books of the saints should be more benevolent and moral than the cultivators on the mountain and the peddlers at the foot of the mountain. The three scholars who were no longer headmasters of the academies walked out of the Confucian temple silently. Alliance also walked out and sat on the steps. He did not drink any wine. Lu Ji walked out and sat beside him. She took out 2 pots of wine and threw one to Alliance. Lu Ji smiled and said, "It's late glory." Alliance took the wine pot and smiled bitterly. "It's not glory at all. It's boring." The discussion in the Confucian temple continued. Jingsheng Yuping he stood beside the two and hesitated for a while before sitting down. Alliance looked up and glanced at the dejected back of the headmaster of the Tongli Academy. He smiled and said, "You can't beat someone like him. He has been in charge of the literary circles of several countries for decades. Even if he loses his position he can just go sightseeing." Jingsheng Yuping said softly, "Another spring passed in the wine." In the past, there were 2 young people who sat in front of 2 adjacent Jingsheng Yuping stone scriptures in the spring breeze. One of them always had a faint smile on his face, as if nothing in the world could baffle him. The other had bright eyes, as if there was no knowledge in the world that could not be understood. The 2 of them continued to copy books together. Panshui County. On the landscape painting, immortal Yun Mu and Chen Pinggan said, "I understand." Han Xiaosa found it so interesting that she could not help but laugh. One dared to lie, the other dared to believe. Fu Jing smiled and said, "Yun Mu is probably scared out of his wits." Han Xiaosa said unhappily, "It's just a lucky hit. It's not really a skill. If it was Gukin he could do it too." Gukin shook his head. Chen Pinggan was at Book Lake and Jing Juzhong was at Howren World. They were both very strange things. A good person at Book Lake and an accountant at Xianxia Island. A demonic cultivator could establish a sect in the central divine continent. They should have been out of place with countless obstacles around them. It was already difficult to keep a foothold. But they still did as the Romans did. Not only did they have a foothold, but they also showed their skills. Gukin felt that compared to these 2 he was far behind in all aspects. Even the senior sitting in front of him could not be compared. He could not be compared to Fu Jing's swordsmanship and chess skills. He could not be compared to Ant Master Han Xiaosa's talent in cultivating 10 Dao techniques at the same time. He could not be compared to Ant Master Lu Qiqing, who risked his life to cause trouble everywhere and was still safe and sound. He could not even be compared to Chai Bofu's aura of desperation. Although Chai Bofu was not doing well in White Emperor City, he was the most daring to gamble with his life. Zheng Juzhong glanced at Gu Kan and said with a smile, "It's a good habit to be able to affirm all friends and enemies. But the premise is that you're good at it and not just like it. The so-called cultivation of the heart is a refinement of items. Don't think that only Qi refinement warriors on the mountain can cultivate the heart and refine items. That's ridiculous. The mortals at the foot of the mountain are all refinement masters. They will constantly have a deeper impression of their likes and dislikes. It's the same for their dislikes. Han Xiaosa likes Gu Kan and that's good. Fu Jing hates Lu Qiqing and that's wrong. This is an unconscious refinement. For cultivators, such involuntary actions might lead to mental demons if they are not restrained. Therefore what Fu Jing said earlier was not wrong. To be able to negate 2 extremes and finally achieve a certain affirmation is a higher level of cultivation of the heart. Zheng Juzhong looked at the 2 direct disciples. Fu Jing, the world cannot possibly revolve around a certain person. Gukin, the world does indeed revolve around a certain person. The 2 completely different conclusions seemed contradictory, but they were just 2 different perspectives. The world looked at the individual and the individual looked at the world. They were mirrors of each other. Zheng Juzhong hoped that the first disciple, Fu Jing, would not be arrogant. He was far from being able to look down on others. He should not be too arrogant when he used his sword. His youngest disciple, Gu Kan, was the exact opposite. Over the years, from White Emperor City to Fuyao Continent, Gu Kan had crazily cultivated all kinds of Dao techniques and mystiques while reading books. However, he was still too reserved when doing things. The more he understood the invisible rules, the more restrained Gu Kan was. Such a Gu Kan would not be able to walk out of the shadow of Book Slip Lake. Therefore, Gu Kan's place of Dao validation would not be in the vast world, but in the desolate world. White Emperor City is a demonic sect that everyone knows. However, it has stood tall in the Central Plains for more than 3,000 years. I have always been seen as a demonic cultivator in the vast world. Moreover, I am a Realm 14 cultivator. Why am I an exception? Even the Sage of Rites can make an exception for me? Zheng Juzhong pointed at Gu Kan's head. The real fighting and killing happens here. An old woman is weak and powerless. She sets up a stall and collects money from the strong. A young woman dares to walk the streets alone. What? Fu Jing answered, the gods of heaven and earth follow the rules. As for his master reaching Realm 14 without anyone noticing, Fu Jing was not surprised. In fact, he did not feel anything. Zheng Juzhong smiled and shook his head. How is that enough? Fu Jing started to think about this. White Emperor City's teachings would not only focus on Dao techniques. Gu Kan suddenly asked, Master reached Realm 14 in the desolate world? This was a huge matter of seizing the providence of the desolate world. Just like how Lu Cha reached Realm 14 in the vast world. Why was this bearded sword cultivator unable to return to the desolate world? It was because Lu Cha had taken too much of the vast world's providence. No wonder the Confucian Temple and the Sage of Rites were impressed by Zheng Juzhong. If reaching Realm 14 in the desolate world was not a merit, what was? Zheng Juzhong smiled. The process was a little dangerous, but the result was as expected. Gu Kan cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, Master. It was very likely that the grand ancestor of the Moon Toyue Mountain was at the ruins of the Jiaolong Valley, competing with the Holy Master at the peak of the Sui Mountain, while Wen Haizhou was at the Tongyi Continent, fighting with Cui Shi and Qi Jingchun. Han Xiaosa joked, fortunately Lu Qiqing does not know about this. Otherwise he would be overjoyed. Lu Qiqing was not an ordinary crazy person. Senior Brother's realm was my realm. Senior Brother's White Emperor City was my White Emperor City. Whoever dared to block it would die. Zheng Juzhong continued the previous topic. You should have read the book written by Mr. Li Min. Han Xiaosa sat on the other side of the door and raised a hand. I have not. I have never heard of it. Zheng Juzhong looked at his junior sister's back. Was it because he had not taught for a long time that he had lost his sense of propriety? Or did he think that he could win some favor from Gu Kan by speaking without scruples to his senior brother? Han Xiaosa was nervous. She immediately said, I will go and eat that book later. Of course she would eat it. Literally. Back then, senior martial brother had nothing to do. Seeing that it was difficult for her to make any progress in cultivation, he once split his attention and went to a marketplace to protect her for 300 years. He watched her roll around in the mortal world, ignorant and muddle-headed. In the last few decades, Han Xiaosa was the daughter of a rich family who spent time with a down-and-out scholar. She was the daughter of a poor boatman. She was a burly butcher who set up a roadside stall. She was a coroner, a night watchman, and a fox demon who had just been enlightened. Then, in an instant, these men, women, and demons finally gathered together at a certain time and place. The moment she woke up, she was also Han Xiaosa, looking at those Han Xiaosa. Other than looking at each other, what else could be the result? This scholarly senior brother seemed to have been too bored, in his thousands of years of cultivation. During this period he had spent many years answering his own question. That was a question that no one would think about. How to prove that Zheng Juzhong was not the Tao ancestor. The two senior brothers who had read that book each had an answer, but they did not dare to be sure. Fu Jing said, You are lacking in knowledge. No matter what you do, it will be a wild fox Zen, an evil demon? Gu Kan said, Zhu Zi's explanation of the scriptures is naturally a saying. Whether the descendants are good or bad has nothing to do with Zhu Zi. Zheng Juzhong shook his head and reminded the two disciples, the 48th chapter. The two senior brothers were suddenly enlightened. There was no need to say any more. Someone in the book said that 3 books were to be compiled. One was a book of etiquette, one was a book of words, and one was a book of village rules. Fu Jing thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, there are many scholars in the world, but there are even more people who are illiterate. In many places in the world, the principles were not the sage's principles and books, but village rules and family rules. Han Xiaosa, who was on the doorstep, had a headache. She continued to dip her hairpin into her rouge and lightly touch her red lips. It contrasted beautifully with her dimples. Gukan reminded her, "You can imitate Zhang Xian's Pong Lian painting, and draw a water-drop-shaped flower ornament between the eyebrows. It is better than the heart word and plum blossom falling on the forehead. It will be the finishing touch of this makeup." Han Xiaosa smiled and nodded gently. She believed in Gukan's judgment. On the scroll, the fights that should be fought and the fights that should not be fought were all over. Zheng Juzhong glanced at Madame Huanyan and Phoenix Fairy Flower Goddess, asking, "If you were Qin Pingan and were willing to help, how would you help? How would you help so that Phoenix Fairy Flower Goddess would not fall to 9th grade 1 life while maximizing Qin Pingan's benefits?" This was the 100-year evaluation of the blessed land of 100 flowers. Previously, Zhang Wenxian, one of the 4 scholars under Su Zi's tutelage, despised the Fengxian flower. He didn't like her gaudy appearance, so he demoted her to a servant. Zhang Wenxian was an honest official. Before he ascended the mountain to cultivate, he had been a minor official for dozens of years. He had a good reputation and was very talented. Therefore, the evaluation of the fat deity was a fatal accident for the Fengxian flower deity. Madame Huanyin, who came from the plum blossom garden in the inverted hanging mountain, was willing to act as a go-between for the young flower goddess and seek help from the young hidden official. Han Xiaosa, who was standing at the door, planned to get back what she had lost from the books. She spoke first and said tentatively, "Spend some money to buy some poems to help the flower goddess become famous." Nowadays, the Confucian temple did not lack scholars who had a full stomach. Qin Pingan is the last disciple of the sage of literature. It shouldn't be difficult for him to ask for a few poems from the headmasters of the academy. He doesn't even need to spend money. Even if the poems are not of high standard, as long as there are enough of them and they are spread from the Confucian temple, the effect will be immediate. If there's no other way, Qin Pingan can go to the fat deity and persuade him nicely. "Don't you want to be a young man? You can even use your sword and pretend to fight for the flower goddess. You have all the reasons." The selection of the flower goddess in the blessed land is managed by Mr. Baishan, Zhang Yi, and Zhou Fucking. Zhang Yi seems to be at the Ao2 mountain now. Even if Qin Pingan is rejected by Zhang Wenxian, he won't ask for the sword. Then he will go to Zhang Yi. After all, he admires the old scholar's knowledge. Or we can just go to Su Zi. Didn't we say that Qin Pingan has the small summer coin? Su Zi is generous. If he sees the small summer coin, he will probably put in a good word for him. Maybe when he is drunk, he will give the flower goddess a poem to suppress his student's opinion. Gukan shook her head slightly. The loss outweighed the gain. Han Kaios knew that she had said something wrong again. Zheng Juzhong said, "It's better to be willing to use your brain than not to use it at all." Han Kaios exhaled deeply. Fu Jing said, "In this case we might not succeed. Even if we succeed, this deal with Qin Pingan will be a huge loss. Zhang Wenxian is a stubborn scholar. He will have some opinions about Qin Pingan and even the sage of literature." Gukan said, "So we can't avoid Zhang Wenxian, especially not Su Zi. Whoever started the trouble should untie it." Zheng Juzhong narrowed his eyes. "If you want to deny others, you have to have the ability." Fu Jing already had a draft in mind. He said, "Zhang Wenxian admires the Great Wall of Sword Qi very much. He is a close friend of Yuan Qingshu. Qin Pingan will use the indifferent plate in the wine shop and only take the one left by Yuan Qingshu. Just take it as asking Zhang Wenxian to help bring back the big barbarian water in the South Pasua continent." Zheng Juzhong shook his head. "It's just a bad plan. There will still be traces of deliberate carving." As for what Han Kaios said, it was a mess and a foul atmosphere. It was not a good plan. Gukan quickly flipped through all of Zhang Wenxian's articles and poems in his mind, as well as the works of Fei Xian and teacher Su Zi and many of his friends. He had a flash of inspiration and said, "Su Zi's literary talent is unparalleled. His greatest merit in the path of learning is to break the distinction between poetry and poetry. He allowed poetry to break free from the shackles of poetry. Then, can the impatience flower of the blessed land of 100 flowers be regarded as the poetry of the world? Zhang Wenxian, didn't you see the impatience flower as gaudy and chrysanthemum? Isn't this similar to the situation of the poetry in the ancestral temple back then? Can Qin Pingan start from this?" Zheng Juzhong smiled and said, "A good plan. As expected, Qin Pingan will do this. He will not choose the best plan because it will make him seem too smart. Some people with ulterior motives will be afraid. So this is the best plan to solve this problem, but it is also the worst plan for Qin Pingan's entire cultivation journey. Over at the Yuanyang, Qin Pingan indeed agreed to help. He only received a bag of guyu money from the impatience flower god as a deposit. He did not accept the bag of priceless impatience flower seeds. Moreover, both parties agreed that if they could not help in the end, they would refund the money. This made the young girl a little confused. Didn't Sister Huanyin say that this person was a money grubber? Moreover, looking at this green-robed sword immortal from a close distance, his face was pleasant and his eyes were warm. He was very scholarly. Zheng Juzhong said, "The real good plan is still a little different from what Gukan said." Fu Jing looked at the green-robed man in the picture scroll. This was the first time this little white emperor really paid attention to this person. Firstly, he helped the impatience flower god, which was a great favor. Secondly, he gave Madame Huanyin a lot of face. Why did the flower master of 100 Flowers blessed land, other than the 4 fated master flower gods, only the young flower god? Naturally, the flower master doted on this young girl the most. Therefore, Qin Pingan and the flower mistress had formed quite a good relationship. Fourthly, not only was Zhang Wenqian not angry, but he was also gratified. As the last disciple of the sage of literature, he was able to be so close to the teacher's knowledge. No wonder he could make his good friend Yuan Qingshu leave behind that insignificant token in the wine shop. Fifthly, this person could flatter Su Zi from 108,000 miles away. 5 kills in one fell swoop. Being begged for help was originally a troublesome matter. But in the end, it seemed that the person who helped received a series of great benefits. Fu Jing suddenly laughed. Sure enough, Master was right. That Qin Pingan did not act according to what Gukan saw through. Instead, he chose to directly tell the immortal patience flower god through telepathy. In other words, the young hidden official chose not to give up the 2 gains of Fei Xian and Su Zi. Gukan smiled knowingly. I understand. This is the surplus you always talk about. Han Xiaosa glanced at the painting and curled her lips. I can't afford to offend this kind of young man. Gukan was right. This young hidden official who had survived a great disaster and returned home was not only suitable for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but also for White Emperor City. Gukan smiled brightly. Martial Ant, don't offend Qin Pingan really? Otherwise you will definitely lose to Qin Pingan and die at Gukan's hands. Han Xiaosa nodded. Why would I offend him? If he's your friend, then he's my friend. It's his business whether or not he recognizes me. She put away the makeup mirror and the bottles, turned around and asked, Gukan, how's my makeup? Gukan said, it's 3 points more beautiful. Han Xiaosa smiled. Compared to the Lady of Azure Immortal Mountain and the Flower Master of the Blessed Land? Gukan said, in my eyes Martial Ant is more beautiful. In the eyes of the world they should be more beautiful. Han Xiaosa leaned against the doorpost and smiled. Because Gukan's words were sincere. That was why she was happy. Otherwise, which man didn't know how to use flowery words and flowery speech? How dare he flirt with White Emperor City's Han Xiaosa? Did he have a death wish? It wasn't like Han Xiaosa hadn't killed immortals with her own hands. Zheng Juzhong smiled. A single plank bridge, a battle of the great Tao? A narrow-minded person is not as wide as a wine cup. The road will always be wider as you walk. Zheng Juzhong raised his head and looked out the door. He smiled telepathically. Mr. Qin, is there anything else you want to say to Gukan? On the street outside, Qin Pingan smiled and replied, no, I don't. Mr. Zheng's teaching of the Tao has reached the point of perfection. I'm in the same situation as you. I have nothing to say. Zheng Juzhong stood up and said to Fu Jing and the others, you guys stay here. Zheng Juzhong's figure suddenly appeared at the door of the house. He smiled at Qin Pingan and asked, shall we go to the inquiry crossing together? Qin Pingan smiled and nodded, thank you Mr. Zheng. On this day, Zheng Juzhong and a green-robed man walked side by side and traveled together at the inquiry crossing together. It became a more shocking thing than the fight between 2 ascendant realms in Yuanyangzhu. Zheng Juzhong, the city lord of White Emperor City, seemed to have taken the initiative to appear at the gate to meet the outsider. After that, he was still in the same green robe. He disappeared from the inquiry crossing and appeared at Turtlehead Mountain. In the end, he carried Jiang Longxiang from the Xiaoyuan dynasty in his hand and rode the wind to the city where the Confucian temple was located. He casually threw the respected and old scholar on the ground. It was where the statue of the sage of literature's statue was broken when it was moved out of the Confucian temple. A group of scholars had once spat on it and smashed it. Among them Jiang Longxiang was the most righteous. At that time he seemed to have taken out a powerful statement. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and said to the scholar lying on the ground, "Scold me again." "796. The group walked towards the Yuanyangzhu ferry. They wanted to visit the Baobao temple in the Parrot continent. Qin Pingan, Li Baoping, Li Huai Taoist nun, and an outsider, Madame Xianyin, who was now listed in the Dragon Elephant Sword Sect's archives. There was also Lu Qiqing, who was the most outsider but did not consider himself an outsider. He was secretly discussing with Taoist nun who was worth scolding and beating up at the 4 fairy ports. When Qin Pingan and the young flower goddess were imparting the plan, they did not deliberately avoid Madame Xianyin. She heard everything clearly. Madame Xianyin was still a little worried. "Are you really okay with Rui Feng going to visit Zhang Wenqian alone? Aren't you afraid that she will say something wrong and ruin everything? That fatty deity is famous for being difficult to deal with. Why don't you do it yourself? Wouldn't it be safer? Perhaps you, the hidden official who would not wake up early if there were no benefits, would be able to build a relationship with fatty deity and Suzy." However, Madame Xianyin did not dare to say the last sentence. Zhang Wenqian, one of the 4 scholars under Suzy, was called the fatty deity because of his majestic appearance and sturdy body. Qin Pingan smiled. "It's just a few words anyway. What could Phoenix Goddess say wrong? That would be underestimating the flower goddess of the blessed land of flowers." Moreover, at the end of their conversation, Qin Pingan comforted the flower goddess with some unreasonable reasoning. He told her that she would definitely be nervous when she met Teacher Zhang. Actually, there was no need to worry because Teacher Zhang knew that she would be nervous. She was nervous because she was sincere, which was a good thing. So she was nervous. She did not even have to be afraid of trembling when she spoke. She could just relax and be nervous. When she was so nervous that she could not speak, she could continue to be nervous. When she heard the green shirt sword immortal's words, Phoenix Goddess and Flower Goddess were obviously more relaxed. Since she was not even afraid of being nervous, what was she afraid of? Madame Xianyin asked, "Qin Pingan, why are you willing to do such a big favor?" Qin Pingan said, "Actually, I'm not helping you. What kind of person is Madame Huoyan? That's what kind of person Lu Ji is." On the contrary, Madame Huoyan felt more relaxed. Since he wasn't helping her, she didn't owe him a favor. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm surprised that you're willing to ask me for help." Madame Huoyan turned to look at the young hermit. She was actually more surprised that Qin Pingan would say such a thing. He seemed to treat her as one of his own. After thinking about it again, she immediately became nervous again. After going around in circles, why did he still help her? Qin Pingan said helplessly, "All these years, you've always been suspicious, always thinking that I have ulterior motives." Madame Huoyan smiled awkwardly and said, No such thing. How would I dare to misunderstand the hidden official?" Qin Pingan said, "Madame Huoyan, think about it. If I were to swear to you that I no longer have any thoughts about the plum blossom garden, what I did back then was my duty and I had no other choice. After we returned home, even if we weren't friends, we definitely wouldn't be enemies. Would you be willing to believe me, or would you think that I have ulterior motives?" Madame Huoyan smiled and thought about it carefully. It was really so. She nodded and said, "That's right. That's really the case. Lu Qiqing was very well behaved today. He only pretended not to know Madame Huoyan, who had a very good relationship with 100 Flowers Blessed Land. Otherwise, according to his temperament, he would have long been a butterfly fluttering around Sister Ruoyan while wearing a pink Taoist robe. Because he had once concluded a solid principle in the Aquarius continent, where 1,000 gold could buy, 10,000 gold could not be sold. As long as it was someone related to the sage of literature, as well as a child from the Pearl Grotto heaven, he should not provoke any of them. First it was Qin Pingan, then Li Lu from Dragon Rock, only half of them. Then it was Li Baoping outside of Clear Breeze City, and half of his martial nephew Gu Kan? That was exactly 3. Things should not be done more than 3 times. He had to learn his lesson. Lu Qiqing had already made an appointment with his Taoist friend Nen. The 2 of them were going to the wilderness together. The sky was high and the land was vast. Who would dare to block their path? It was a great opportunity for the 2 of them to make a name for themselves. Li Huai poked his head out and looked around. He did not know what was the relationship between Qin Pingan and her. As for the one in the pink robe, it was obvious that she was not someone to be trifled with. He heard that she was the pavilion master of the colored glass pavilion in White Emperor City. Li Huai felt guilty when he heard that. After all, a friend of a friend was not Li Huai's friend. Since they were not in the nest, why should they be so arrogant? The failing on water in the Nine Truths Immortal Pavilion was a lesson to them. Li Huai did not know that at this moment, there were a few accompanying sages in the Confucian temple who were talking about him. They had started a small discussion specifically about him. A scholar in the Confucian temple had a discussion with the chancellor. Then he asked Teacher Han tentatively, "Why don't we give Li Huai the title of a sage?" This scholar had asked the scholar Yu Ping for a file about the Confucian scholar Li Huai from the Cliff Academy. The file was about the resume of the Confucian scholar from the Cliff Academy, Li Huai, and the comments of various teachers and hill masters. Even the usually strict Teacher Han, the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple, was hesitant. It was obvious that he was inclined to give him the title. However, if he gave it to Li Huai, there would be objections. It would definitely be a burden for Li Huai in the future. It was not that the Confucian temple did not take the title of a sage seriously and was willing to give it to him casually. In fact, the title of a sage of the academy had always been selected by the academies of each continent. The Confucian temple almost never interfered with the examination and evaluation of the sages. The academies were in charge of the sages, while the Confucian temple was in charge of the gentlemen. This was a rule set by the Sage of Rites. This lad had contributed too much to the Confucian temple. The position of a 14th-state blind old man had been reversed. He had helped the Great Land to gain 200,000 mountains. Judging from the situation, as long as his disciple was willing to speak, the 700 to 800 golden armored puppets in the 100,000 mountains would be able to command them to invade the wilderness. Moreover, according to the file, Li Huai was diligent in his studies, never slacking off, and was not arrogant or hot-tempered. Although he was beyond his capabilities in his studies, Li Huai was diligent in his studies. Moreover, one could tell from the handwriting that it was written by Mao Xiaodong, the scholar of the Li Ji school. The attitude of a Confucian scholar was very important. As for the level of his academic achievements or the results of the imperial examinations, it was still important to consider whether the founding master would reward him with food. Teacher Han asked the hierarch of the Confucian temple beside him. Teacher Dong smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. I think it's feasible." Teacher Han then asked the scholar Yu Ping who was sitting outside the door. Yu Ping replied, "It's not easy for Li Huai to have a clear mind in the Mandarin duck zhu." Then it's settled. Li Huai was definitely going to be a sage of the academy. This kind of thing didn't need to bother the three main sages, right? Moreover, the old scholar was Li Huai's my ancestor. The my ancestor could be considered a 15th realm great cultivator in the great Tao of protecting his disciples. At this moment, Li Huai, who had just boarded the ferry to the Parrot continent, definitely didn't know that he was about to become a sage of the academy. It was something that he didn't even dare to dream about. The small Parrot continent was filled to the brim with people. This was because the old ancestor of the bag shop had personally opened a bag shop. Of course, it was extraordinary. Even the wife of the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent had brought her friends of prominent status to the Parrot continent. With her around, it wasn't spending money but throwing money. The local ferry was very simple because it only needed to travel between the 4 ferries. It didn't need to be too big. If a great cultivator wanted to visit a friend, he would either travel with the wind or have his own ferry. A group of people stood beside the railing and looked at the mountains and rivers under their feet. Only the Confucian temple was shrouded in clouds and fog. It was believed that no ascendant realm cultivator dared to use their palm to look at the mountains and rivers and peek at the mountains and rivers there. Li Baoping asked softly, "Is youngest uncle thinking about something?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Youngest uncle has already succeeded at AO2 Mountain. Now he's standing on the street, ready to scold someone." In his hometown, as long as a child had a little bit of wisdom, he would be quite capable in this matter. Because in the streets and alleys, there were masters helping to feed him every day. There were too many opportunities to learn boxing. Unfortunately, on Jiang Longxiang's side, this old scholar, who was known as the master of the literary world and the hidden immortal, in the Xuanhuan dynasty, was thrown to the ground by that person. His clothes were disheveled and his hair was messy. He sat on the ground and endured the severe pain all over his body. He gritted his teeth and felt hatred in his heart, but he didn't say a word. No matter how much that person asked him to scold him, Jiang Longxiang just quietly waited for the reinforcements from AO2 Mountain to arrive. Where there's life, there's hope. Scholars didn't need to argue with boorish people. Fighting with fists and feet, which was not suitable to be seen in public, would only ruin the refined culture. It was definitely not something a scholar should do. Moreover, the Confucian temple, the Yuping stone scriptures, and the Merit forest were not far away. Jiang Longxiang really wasn't afraid that a cultivator from the mountain would seek revenge for no reason. He just needed to sit on the ground for a while. Jiang Longxiang had some guesses in his mind. Judging from the situation, the old scholar whose statue was smashed back then was lucky. Maybe he would return to the Confucian temple to be a sacrifice. It didn't matter. The old scholar had become the sage of literature again, and he wouldn't have the face to argue with him. If he really had the face to do something like that, Jiang Longxiang wouldn't be afraid at all. This young man in green robes in front of him didn't have any enmity with him, so he definitely wasn't acting on impulse. Maybe he guessed that the old scholar was about to rise in power and wanted to earn a reputation that didn't cost him money, so that he could ride on the sage of literature's coattails? The person that Jiang Longxiang was really afraid of was not the sage of literature, but the left and right who had been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 100 years. He was worried that this sword celestial wouldn't listen to the principles of a scholar. The left and right only knew how to practice the sword and slash people. He didn't know the principles of the sage. Qin Pingan patiently waited for a while. Seeing that Jiang Longxiang refused to open his mouth no matter what, Qin Pingan took a step forward and kicked him in the face. Jiang Longxiang slid backward and hit the wall. He felt a wave of pain and felt that his bones were falling apart. He covered his mouth and looked down. His hand was covered in blood and he even lost 2 teeth. The old scholar's eyes were dull. He was in pain and scared. He immediately wailed, "Someone is attacking, someone is going to kill me." Qin Pingan's gaze twitched. Someone from Ao2 Mountain was here. It was most likely a mountain celestial who was on good terms with Xiao Yuanchao and Jiang Longxiang. They were here to say a few words of justice. It was said that at the border of Dali in the Aquarius continent, there was a saying among the cavalry at the border that whether a scholar had the strength of character or not, one could tell with a stab. The 3 Qi cultivators landed on the ground. One of the old cultivators was about to speak. The green-shirt sword celestial who fought at the Mandarin Duck Zhu was very arrogant. He ignored the 3 of them and smiled at Jiang Longxiang. "Don't make a fuss. Many people are looking here. You might follow in Li Qingzhu's footsteps." The trip to the Confucian temple was an arduous one. In the end, you didn't earn any incense from the mountain. Instead, you earned yourself a nickname. First, there was Li Shuipio, then there was Jiang Menshin. Otherwise, why did my kick, which was neither light nor heavy, just happen to knock out 2 of your front teeth? Among the 3, someone frowned and said, "Sword Celestial, if there is a grudge on the mountain, whether it is right or wrong, we are in the Confucian temple. Can you not be so aggressive?" How can a mountain sword celestial bully a middle 5 Qi cultivator? Another pure martial artist of the far travel state landed on the ground and stood between the green shirt sword celestial and Jiang Longxiang. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Xiao Yuanchao, Grandmaster Tongjing? Peak far travel state. Qianglin sect of the North Continent, Xiao Yuanchao of the Central Region, Lu family of the White Mountain Continent." Qin Pingan was very interested in the Summer Palace. He was interested in how the Lu matriarch made money and how she was so good at making money. She didn't even bat an eyelid when she gave an upside-down mountain to the Great Wall of Swords. As for the other 2, he did not have a good impression of them. Qin Pingan knew a lot about Jiang Longxiang. He was no stranger to him. Some of it came from Lin Junbai's chat and some of it came from the Insignificant Mountains and Rivers newspaper. One of them was Jiang Longxiang's Jianghu friend, Tongjing. The man named Tongjing smiled and said, "Why? Sword Celestial, have you heard of my name? So, do you want to ask the sword or do I ask the fist? Anyway, no one would die here." He would make a few punches and take a few blows to save Jiang Longxiang, the leader of the literary world. It was a good deal. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Just ask the fist. I'm afraid you can't get the answer." Tongjing's fist intent poured out. His momentum rose and he opened the fist stance. He was not careless at all. Did he really want this green-robed sword celestial to ask the sword first? Besides, when they were watching the show on Turtlehead Mountain, this green-robed sword celestial seemed to have a lot of cultivation methods. Was he also proficient in fist techniques? As a result, when Tongjing threw a punch, he did get close to him. Then he stopped and refused to give him a second punch. The 2 sides were very close. The green-robed sword celestial stood there with his hands in his sleeves. Tongjing maintained the same posture. His fist was at least a foot away from his opponent. Tongjing was as still as a mountain. He looked calm, but his arm was broken. What a domineering fist intent. It was like the protection of the gods. He was really at the peak of the mountain? Bullsh *T he was definitely not at the peak of the mountain. When he returned to Turtlehead Mountain, he must argue with his friend. This senior must be a martial artist at the peak of the mountain. Qin Pingan smiled and reminded him, "Ask the fist is over. Return the fist salute." Tong Jing felt that this senior was really considerate. This was indeed a feasible move. It was just that the senior did not condense his voice into a line. It was a little imperfect. Tong Jing withdrew the fist that was at the peak of martial arts in his life. His arm was soft, but it happened to be caught by another hand. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for letting me win. I'm not as good as you. I won't say anything more." The sword celestial smiled and slightly tilted his head, indicating that this pure martial artist could move. Tong Jing strode away. Chen Pingan turned to look at the three chi cultivators. Tong Jing has finished his reasoning. What do you guys say? Anyway, today's reasoning is up to you, whether it's fist, sword, spell, talisman, supernatural power, backing, sect, or grandmaster. Jiang Longxiang was the one to reason with his mouth. Tong Jing was the one to reason with his fist. However, there are a few other things. You guys can choose whatever you want. The three chi cultivators were so angry that they laughed but could not say anything for a while. In the end, they heard the green-robed sword celestial say with a smile, "I'm not an unreasonable person." The three of them came here this time just to protect Jiang Longxiang and ensure that their lives were not in danger. They tried their best to suffer less physical pain. They definitely couldn't beat him. The other party could fight with the immortal Yunzai. There was also the ascendant who called himself Taoist Nun. He beat Nan Guangzhou until he became a laughing stock. At first glance, they could tell that he was a good friend of the green-robed sword celestial. Maybe he was an elder of the sect. One of the old cultivators suddenly pinched a golden light that came from Ao2 Mountain with 2 fingers. It was a secret letter. It was a personal letter from the sect's grandmaster. The old cultivator's face was slightly pale. He bowed and cupped his fists to the green-robed man. "We're sorry for offending you. We'll leave immediately." The other two were a little confused, but the old cultivator stretched out his hand and grabbed each of them with great strength. He said in his mind, "Listen to me, leave this place quickly." In fact, the old grandmaster only wrote 2 sentences in the secret letter. Jing Juzhong went out to meet this person. Both of them traveled together. "If you want to court death, it's up to you. Remember, don't involve the sect." Qin Pingan did not stop the 3 of them from leaving with the wind. They came in a hurry and left even more hurriedly. Jiang Longxiang was dumbfounded. He leaned against the wall with a blank expression. Qin Pingan squatted down and lifted his sleeve. A handful of stones he picked up from the road appeared in his hand. He gently tossed them to the scholar one by one. The discussion inside the Confucian temple and the drinking outside the gate did not delay each other. Lu Ji said, "Next time, don't involve me in such a discussion." Even in front of Jingsheng Yuping, Lu Ji was still straightforward. Alliance said, "Unlike the Great Wall of Sword energy, people's hearts are different. A discussion behind closed doors may seem long-winded and complicated, but it's actually more beneficial. Because when the door opens at the end and everyone leaves, there will be fewer forks under our feet." Jingsheng Yuping smiled knowingly. Alliance said with a cheeky smile, "Brother Yuping, don't my words sound like a sage?" Yuping said, "You don't have the last sentence." "Sounds like it. With this sentence it's useless." Alliance automatically ignored the last sentence. He gently shook the wine pot and said, "Lu Ji, you'll be very popular here in the future." Lu Ji said, "Because I use my sword without thinking?" Alliance laughed and said, "How is that possible?" Lu Ji stretched her legs and raised her head to drink the wine. Alliance also tried to stretch his legs, but found that he was 1 step shorter than Sister Lu. He immediately retracted his legs and sat cross-legged. He did not look short when he sat, but when he stretched his legs he realized that his legs were too short. It hurt her feelings. Lu Ji had always been a generous drinker. She quickly finished the wine pot and put it aside. Of course, she put it on the side far away from Alliance. God knows what this guy would do if he asked for the empty pot back. Lu Ji asked casually, "Alliance, why don't you just be a scholar? It's not difficult to be the headmaster of the academy." Alliance shook his head and said, "Even if I can be, it's not good. 100 Mao Xiaodongs can't compare with Alliance when it comes to swordsmanship. 10 Alliance can't compare with Mao Xiaodong when it comes to teaching." Once he became a serious scholar, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. In the academy, whether he was the headmaster of the academy, the minister of the palace, or a gentleman with a title, Liang would act as if he had never left the saint's mansion in his life. In terms of learning, he would only be mediocre and would not have any great achievements. The man who seemed to be always calm and collected would probably be disappointed for the rest of his life. Alliance did not want to be a Confucian descendant of the four great saints' mansions. He was of no use to this world because he had a prominent status and ordinary knowledge. However, if he were to become a wanton and unrestrained swordsman, the person with the statue in the Confucian temple would not be able to teach him swordsmanship every day. It would be embarrassing. At most, he could only put on the airs of a father and advise him to abide by the rules every time he drew his sword, to scrupulously abide by etiquette, to not harm the innocent, and to not hurt the people of the world because of his sword drawing. Over and over again he only said those few words, nothing more. After all, even Qin Qing did not nag him about his swordsmanship. Therefore, no one in the world had the right to criticize Alliance's swordsmanship. There were so many beauties in the world waiting for Alliance to drink and meet. How could he let them wait for too long? Alliance looked more serious. He turned his head and said, "Lu Ji, let's go back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi together. Take it easy and don't use that flying sword easily." There was a reason why he did not agree to Lu Ji's request to go to the moon-supporting Sword Mountain. This was a secret in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the Summer Palace did not record it because it involved Lu Ji's second natal flying sword. Only the top sword immortals on the city wall who participated in the meeting were qualified to know about this. There was a small group of sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Qi who were more unconventional. The reason why Lu Ji had not ascended to the Ascendant Realm was not only that she was young, but also the most fundamental reason. Lu Ji had spent too much effort, time, and immortal money on her second flying sword. The flying sword was called Big Dipper. It was the Big Dipper in the Traveling Immortal poem. It was also the Big Dipper in the Jade Capital group. It was also the Big Dipper that said, "The Big Dipper controls life and the Big Dipper inscribes death." However, this flying sword had never appeared on the battlefield. Alliance knew that even the Big Sword Immortal, who did not like to meddle in other people's business, had specially called Lu Ji to the city wall and asked her if water had entered her brain. In order to refine such a broken sword, was it worth it to delay her breakthrough to the Ascendant Realm? She had a big butt, so she thought with her butt? Because at that time, Alliance was squatting by the side and watching the scene. The last sentence of the Big Sword Immortal was the most knowledgeable and he had used it as a reference. In the end, Lu Ji said that the Big Sword Immortal could care about how many demons she killed and how many battle achievements she had. The only thing that could not be controlled was how to practice the sword. There was no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Just like left and right, if one wanted to improve their swordsmanship and reach the peak of swordsmanship, they could only delay the breakthrough. In order to pursue the ultimate killing power of this natal flying sword, Lu Ji had to make the same choice. Lu Ji stretched out her hand and asked Alliance for another pot of wine. She drank a mouthful and wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. She said softly, "If only that battle was fought 100 years later." Alliance smiled and shook his head. He joked, "If I were Qin Pingan, I would not be willing to give Sister Lu to Qi Tingji and the Elephant Sword sect. I would give up my pride and ask you to be a consecrator." Lu Ji said, "So you can't be a hidden official?" Alliance nodded and said, "I admit that." Lu Ji asked, "Shiping has the Mandarin Duck Zhu left?" The scholar Shiping nodded and said, "Qin Pingan plans to go to the Parrot Island with his friends." As for the other Qin Pingan, he had already gone to Panshui County to look for Zheng Juzhong. Both of them were traveling together. He did not need to say anything. Everyone would hear about it soon. Lu Ji smiled and said, "Going back to my old profession." Under the watchful eyes of all the sword cultivators on the city walls and the sovereigns of the wilderness, there was once an outsider who wasn't yet a hidden official. He ran all over the place and cleaned up the battlefield with his butt sticking out. Both sides were amazed. Later on, there was a young sword cultivator who had become a hidden official. He put on the skin of a woman, dressed in red and green, and had a graceful figure. He left the city wall and rushed to the battlefield. He went everywhere to pick up the leftover battle achievements. He pretended to be more feminine than a woman. When he seemed to be in danger, he would even shout. But it was not a shout of anger. He would dodge the spells and twist his waist. His robes fluttered, and he was as beautiful as a blooming flower, so he did not reveal his identity from beginning to end. In the end, it was the straightforward Lu Ji who revealed the secret. After that, if Lu Ji wanted to buy wine, she could only ask her friends for help. This was because the wine shop had received the order from the second manager that the price of the wine Lu Ji bought had to be doubled. Lu Ji could not be calculative with the one-track-minded workers and children of the wine shop. Besides, to make Qin Pingan ashamed to walk out of the summer palace, spending a little more money was not a big deal. It was just that Lu Ji did not have much money in her pocket. She used it to fill the bottomless pit of the flying sword Big Dipper. Alliance also knew that the reason why Lu Ji refined the flying sword Big Dipper at all costs was to carve words on the city wall. It was as if she had already made up her mind to leave after carving the words. For Lu Ji, an immortal swordsman with that flying sword had a greater chance of killing an ascendant stage demon, especially a sovereign stage demon in her heart, than an ordinary, ascendant stage swordsman without that flying sword. The chi cultivators in the world would definitely not understand Lu Ji's stubbornness. She did not want her realm? She would die just to leave her name? Alliance understood. Lu Ji hoped that on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was once a female swordsman who carved words here. She did not want all the people who carved words to be men. How was this Lu Ji not good-looking? She was very good-looking. Boss Sword Immortal had instructed the Summer Palace to let Lu Ji go to the South Swirling Continent. Naturally, he hoped that Lu Ji's sword Dao, swordsmanship, realm and flying sword could improve further. Otherwise, even if Lu Ji was lucky and her flying sword shattered and did not die on the battlefield, Lu Ji's realm would fall. That meant that she would fall from an immortal to a jade. After ascending to the upper 5 realms, it was already difficult for a swordsman to break through. It was even more difficult to ascend after falling in realm. Just like Alliance and Lu Cha, who was fishing in the Merit Forest Mystic Realm. They no longer had any hope of returning to the 14th realm in this life. It was not that falling in realm would cause one to be depressed, but that there was always a limit to one's strength. The good things in the world could not all fall on 1 or 2 people. Boss Sword Immortal must have hoped that the world would not only have a swordsman Lu Ji who survived the battlefield, but also a female sword immortal who could rely on 2 complete flying swords to wrestle with some 14th realm cultivators. Alliance smiled and asked, "Once Boss Sword Immortal left, no one could control you. Why did you change your personality?" Lu Ji said, "It's nothing. I just feel that it's better not to die. It seems that there are still many things I can do. For example, the 5-colored world and the Ascendant Realm." Or she had not taken in any disciples. It was also possible that there were too many people who went to the Great Wall of Sword Energy and did not return. Lu Ji was worried that Howren would not remember any of them. With her sword in the Howren world, or there would be a Dragon Elephant Sword sect. Alliance nodded and said, "That's good." Lu Ji turned her head and looked at him seriously. She said, "It's just that I'm a little ugly." Alliance stroked his hair. "What about now?" Drizzle rode a donkey wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a bamboo knife diagonally. He whistled and walked in the jianghu. Alliance had always felt that there was no mountain or mountain. Everywhere in the world was the jianghu. The braised mutton in Beilong, the tripe in Yuzhou hot pot, and the braised carp under the waterfall of the Yellow River were all excellent dishes to accompany wine. Alliance turned to Shi Ping and said with a smile, "Can we learn from the Great Wall of Sword Energy? Let's talk about business and let people come out to take a breather." Shi Ping nodded and discussed with the 3 hierarch of the Confucian Temple. Soon, 2 groups of people walked out of the gate. Zhuozhuo and Qi Tingji walked out together. Lin Junbai, little celestial master Zhao Yaoguang, and Fan Qingrun, the little god of wealth of the Fan family. The first 2 groups of people to walk out of the Confucian Temple were sword cultivators and young people. After that, more people crossed the threshold one after another and sat on the steps in 2s and 3s high and low. People could drink in the Confucian Temple when they were discussing business. However, drinking outside with a wide view was indeed a different experience. Shi Ping stood up and returned to the gate. Some people who were about to leave the meeting quietly put down their butts when they knew that there was a limited number of places. Fan Qingrun sat on the steps. With a twist of his wrist, a folding fan appeared. The fan was painted with beautiful women. On the face of the fan, they were either painting in a colorful building, playing the zither under a forest, or burning incense and reading books. No one dared to do this in the Confucian Temple. Fan Qingrun whispered, "Junbai, I'm really curious about that Xiao Chua. Can you say something about him?" Zhao Yaoguang nodded. "Count me in." Lin Junbai thought for a while and gave a concise answer. "Take over the reclusive official." Fan Qingrun closed his folding fan and slapped his forehead. After joking around, Lin Junbai took out 2 pots of Mute Lake wine that he had kept for years. He handed them to Fan Qingrun and Zhao Yaoguang. "Try it." Zhao Yaoguang took a sip. "It's nothing special." Fan Qingrun took a few more sips and nodded. It's really nothing special. Lin Junbai said, Xiaochua has a high reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She has been a reclusive official there for 1,000 years. Actually, she doesn't act like a reclusive official. She's more like a criminal official in charge of killing. Lin Junbai began to drink. He poured the wine into a bowl and shook it gently. It was as if he could see the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the slightly rippling wine. Lin Junbai never denied that he didn't want to go to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi again because he was afraid of death. However, he would miss that place for the rest of his life. Because there was once a place where he was willing to risk his life. He truly had a period of cultivation where he wasn't afraid of death. Lin Junbai bought the pots of wine with his own money. He didn't buy them on credit. The wine shop never made an exception. He took the wine bowl from the wine shop. Lin Junbai planned to travel to the Ascension City of the Rainbow World next time. He planned to visit the Summer Palace again and return it to the wine shop. After drinking a mouthful of Mute Lake's wine, Lin Junbai continued, the records in the Summer Palace and the Winter Palace that were specially allocated to the reclusive official sword cultivator lineage have piled up like a mountain year after year. After I became a reclusive official sword cultivator, I flipped through many secret records in the Summer Palace. Most of them could be flipped through, but I found that many of them were muddled accounts with no beginning or end. Because Xiaochua didn't care too much, many of the notes in the records were more like her playing around. The two sword immortals who betrayed her, Luoshan and Bamboo Nunnery, were the true managers. However, although they did their jobs well, it can't be said that the two sword immortals did a good job. Lin Junbai said self-deprecatingly, I'm the same as all of you. In the beginning, I felt that any random gentleman from the Confucian side could do a better job than Xiaochua. For example, the gentleman Wang Zai who was in charge of supervising the battle. Of course there's also me, Lin Junbai. Fan Qingrun said doubtfully, then why did you let her be a reclusive official for so many years? Did no one have any objections? Was it because the sword cultivators who had their own ideas couldn't beat Xiaochua? So they just shut up? Fan Qingrun wasn't foolish enough to think that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were all fools. Besides, not far away sat Alliance, Qi Tingji and Lu Ji. It was better to be careful with one's words, especially that Mr. Zhua of the literary sage's lineage. Everyone knew what his temper was like. Lin Junbai shook his head, from the eldest sword immortal to the old sword immortals like Dong Sanging and Qin Shi, to all the sword cultivators, almost everyone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the reclusive official from the new reclusive official lineage, Chou Miao, and later me, felt that putting the betrayal aside, Xiaochua was the most suitable candidate for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was no second thought. Lin Junbai raised his wine bowl, let me give you a test. What is the foundation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi that has stood for 10,000 years? Zhao Yaoguang laughed, other than having a lot of sword cultivators, what else could it be? Fan Qingrun said, not greedy for money, not afraid of death? Lin Junbai laughed, this question was asked to me by the reclusive official years ago. I'm only asking you the same question. If you are the sword cultivators of the reclusive official lineage, haha, just you wait. The reclusive official is going to pick a flying sword from a large basket. There was a saying in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that the young reclusive official's eccentric words could be found in several large baskets. There was no repetition in his insults. Lin Junbai's answer back then did not satisfy the young reclusive official. Therefore Lin Junbai directly gave the same answer as Qin Pingan. It's not vast. This was because a Great Wall of Sword Qi would never become a vast world. This was Qin Pingan's answer. Fan Qingrun slapped his knee with his folded fan, I'm convinced. Zhao Yaoguang raised his wine flask, I have to take a big gulp. Lin Junbai continued to give an inside story that outsiders would never know. Actually, if Qin Pingan did not appear, Chou Miao would still stand out and this young sword immortal would become the last reclusive official. And the two friends beside him were destined to hear the name Chou Miao for the first time. But if Chou Miao was born in the vast world, he would be the Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple of the Aquarius continent, and the sword immortal Su Jun of the Gold Armor continent. Chou Miao's name would shake the world. Lin Junbai continued, in my heart, Chou Miao is second only to the reclusive official. He is a very powerful sword cultivator, not because of his swordsmanship, but because of Chou Miao's ability to control the situation. In the past, the Summer Palace was a place that made people feel at ease. There would be quarrels, angry glares, chairs being thrown and tables being flipped. But in the end, friends became better friends, and those who weren't friends at first became friends. Lin Junbai covered his sleeves with his hands and bent down slightly. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. In those years in the summer palace when we were free, the reclusive official would review the situation with us. For example, the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If we put in more cultivators from the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought, what would happen to the Great Wall of Sword Chi within 100 years, 500 years and 1,000 years? Guess what the opening statement of this review will be? Lin Junbai asked and answered his own question. Anyway, his 2 friends would not be able to guess. It was a young lady who said something very rude. She said that even if they could enter, they would not be able to stay. They would be beaten half to death by us. They had the face to come, but they did not have the ability to stay. Lin Junbai pulled out one of his sleeves and pointed at himself. He smiled brightly and said, "When I first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, according to the local customs, I almost got kicked out after passing 3 tests. Let me tell you something else. Back then, the sword immortal Wuxia was screwed over by us. Have you heard of the sword immortal Sun Jiyuan? In the beginning he was still smiling at us. Later when he saw us, it was like he saw a 2-legged dung bucket that only knew how to walk. The moment he opened his mouth he would spit out dung. Don't blame others for having a sharp nose, but blame the dung and piss for not being fragrant." You guessed right. It was a metaphor that the reclusive official picked up from the basket. You have never been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, so you will never know how it feels to be looked down upon from all directions. However, Lin Junbai held back and didn't say it out loud. The Great Wall of Sword Chi still existed, but the sword cultivators were no longer around. They had either died in battle or migrated. Therefore, the vast world's Chi refinement warriors no longer had the chance to tour the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Lin Junbai smiled and asked, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Fan Qingrun and Zhao Yaoguang looked at each other, feeling humiliated by this brat Lin Junbai. He was young, his chess skills were high, he broke through quickly, he was smart, he was handsome, he became famous at a young age and he was flawless. Did he have the right to bully others like this? Lin Junbai did not stop drinking. Although the bowl was small, he drank one bowl after another very quickly. This was already his 2nd pot of wine. If we want to win the next battle, there's one thing that's very important. It can be summed up in 2 words: accidents. We have to give the wilderness enough accidents. Otherwise it'll be very troublesome. Don't think that the wildlands have lost, and their vital energy has been greatly damaged. They even lost more than half of their demon kings, and were forced to retreat in defeat. What we need to believe in is that the wildlands also has heroes who can stand up to the pressure of the situation and turn the tide. Since he was drinking and standing outside the gates of the Confucian temple, Lin Junbai was willing to say a few words that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was still young. He was drinking a pot of wine from the mute lake. Other than being a sword cultivator, he was also a scholar. Behind him was the Confucian temple. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the alcohol and the fact that he was not in a high position yet. He did not have so many rules and restrictions to weigh the pros and cons. He had to say some words that he might not be willing to say in the future. Why was the Middle Plains, Snow Peak continent and Drifting Dawn continent able to convert the resources of their countries and mountains into military strength in the later stages of the war? For the first time, they were able to fully unleash the geographical advantage of the wilderness resources. It was because of the lessons learned from the Tongye, Fuyao and Golden Armor continents. We were scared. Even a glance from afar made our hearts ache. No one dared to say that they could stay out of the war. Instead, the hearts of the people were united. If we can do it, so can the wilderness. In fact, the Chi refinement warriors on Howren's side had not experienced much of the ferocity of the big demons. There were too few battles that were in a stalemate. Other than the Aquarius continent, we can only learn from the battle in the middle of the Golden Armor continent. How can we do that? Therefore, when I enter the Confucian temple later, I will directly ask Song Jiangkyung if the Song clan has secretly collected the maps of the River of Time. If they are unwilling to give it away, I will advise the 3 cult masters of the Confucian temple that the Confucian temple must be bought. If the Song clan is unwilling to sell it and feel that the price is too low, they will demand an exorbitant price. If they dare to raise the price, I will not allow Song Jiangkyung to leave the Confucian temple. Scholar Yuping looked at Lin Junbai's back view and nodded lightly. He was indeed a young man who had stayed in the summer palace for a few years. The young man was a little drunk. Lin Junbai was in high spirits. He was no longer a teenager but was still a young sword cultivator. After drinking bowls of wine, his face was slightly red and his eyes were sparkling. He said, I don't admire Alliance or Zuoyu. However, I admire Qin Pingan and Chou Miao. I only said this because Alliance and Zuoyu are right beside me. Their swordsmanship is superb and their military exploits are outstanding. They can turn the world upside down. However, they may not be able or willing to mend the world bit by bit. Zuoyu is too reclusive. Alliance is too carefree. Alliance smiled. Zuoyu was expressionless. Alliance was suddenly in the mood to drink. On the streets of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, if a sword cultivator saw Dong sanging on the streets, he could just call him by his name. At most, he could just send him flying with a slap. In all the lands under heaven, it was impossible to say how many young people, juniors, old people, and even cultivators on the peak of the mountain, would tremble in fear when they saw Talisman King Yuxian, Grand Heaven Master Zhao Tianxi, and other such immortals. They would be filled with admiration, reverence, flattery, and envy. Alliance suddenly remembered Lin Junbai. To be precise, he was a Confucian scholar of the line of the quasi-sage. Lin Junbai hiccuped. His face was red and he was tongue-tied. I'm most likely not of any help. I need to lie down and sleep for a while. You guys go back inside to discuss matters. Don't worry about me. Let me sleep for a while. If I'm still not awake after an hour, one of you can come and wake me up. He raised his wine bowl again. Since he had made up his mind not to go, he could drink a few more bowls. The world was vast. A small strategist like him in the Confucian temple was not a big deal. He fell drunk on the steps of the Confucian temple and fell into a deep sleep. His snores were thunderous. He probably only had one chance like this in his life. He had to cherish it. Zhao Yaoguang said to Fan Qingrun telepathically, "Brother Flower Farmer, you go back inside first. I'll stay here and accompany Junbai. It's fine if you fall asleep, but don't go crazy drunk. This kid has too much to say. We can't let him say it all at once. Otherwise, when the three of us gather to drink in the future, we won't be able to see such a fun scene." Fan Qingrun smiled and left. Lin Junbai kept hiccuping. He lowered his head and stared at the empty wine bowl in his hand. No wonder the wine in the wine shop sold so well. Drinking so much in such a small bowl was so heroic. "I'll drink, you can drink as much as you want." Actually, drinking a bowl of wine didn't mean that one could drink much. Sword cultivators who didn't drink a lot would feel heroic after drinking a bowl of wine. Naturally, the more they drank, the more heroic they would feel. According to the rules of the wine shop, Q-Sword could lose, but Q-Wine couldn't back down. If Q-Sword lost, it meant that their sword techniques weren't high enough. However, if they were still cowardly when Q-Wine was at the table, then there was a problem with their character. There was no other excuse. They would be single for the rest of their lives, drinking and borrowing money from others. It was said that in the end, there was an old sword cultivator who gathered the strengths of many schools and successfully compiled a small booklet. 36 tips on how to persuade people to drink without falling. Every time before they went to the wine shop to drink, everyone was confident that they would win. However, every time they would all lie under the table and call each other brothers. After all, the gamblers, drunkards, and bachelors who went there to drink were all single men, who hadn't read and flipped through a thin booklet that cost a few snowflakes. When they sat down at the table, they were invincible. When they were sober, they would be carried home by their friends, or lying under the table together, or nesting in a corner by the roadside. They would feel that they would never drink again in this lifetime. Spending money would hurt their bodies and cause them to lose face. It was really meaningless. In the end, when the effects of the alcohol passed, they only needed to exchange a glance with their friends. "Let's go?" "Okay." It was just like the Great Wall of Sword Aura. It was the same for drinking, on the battlefield, and in life. Lin Junbai gulped down another mouthful of wine. He tried to hold it in but still spat it out. In the end, he fell back and fell asleep. After drinking the wine, Lu Ji kept the wine pot in her sleeve and returned to the Confucian temple to discuss matters. All she needed to do was to listen. Qi Tingji followed Lu Ji back to their seats. Alliance moved his seat and sat beside Lin Junbai and Zhao Yaoguang for a while. He had a good discussion with the young celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. 50-50 was definitely out of the question. Before returning to the Great Wall of Sword Aura, Alliance would definitely visit the residence of the celestial master. It seemed that he had not been to Dragon Tiger Mountain yet. Had he been there before? Probably not. He had not even seen Miss Lianzhen. How could he have been to Dragon Tiger Mountain? That would mean that he had never been there before. Left and right he was still sitting alone. Groups of people went out to drink, but none of them took the initiative to approach him. They did not even casually strike up a conversation or greet him. Around this time, his swordsmanship was too good, but his temper was too bad. Jingsheng Yuping, who was standing at the door, suddenly laughed and said, "Left and right, your junior brother is beating up Jiang Longxiang." Left and right only asked, "Are there any Ascendant Realm cultivators there who want to reason with my junior brother? Even if they are not close, they can hide in the distance and use their palms to observe the mountains and rivers." Jingsheng Yuping nodded and said, "There are 2 Ascendant Realm cultivators who don't agree with your junior brother's actions." After spending so much time with the old scholar in Dowd Forest, it was inevitable that he would pick up some bad habits. Anyway, they were Ascendant Realm cultivators who were not qualified to participate in the Confucian Temple's discussion, similar to Nan Guangzhou. One of them secretly laughed at the mellow scholar in South Sa continent, saying that Chen Chunan died at the wrong time and was not smart enough. The other one was once killed by Zhou Xinji, so he secretly went to the Shanshui grotto and did not say anything. However, at the ruins of the battlefield, the old cultivator smiled subtly. In fact, the Confucian Temple was not ignorant of many things. Instead, it gave too much freedom to the cultivators on the mountain. The Confucian Temple was too particular about asking about one's handwriting instead of one's heart. Therefore, there were only a few people who participated in the meeting at the top of Sui Mountain. They were the Holy Master, the Sage of Rites, the Quasi-Sage, the Old Scholar, and Jingsheng Yuping, who was transformed from the book in the Holy Master's hand. Regarding this matter, the Sage of Rites personally admitted to the Holy Master that he was too rigid in the past. He only looked at the people on the top of the mountain with the eyes of those at the bottom of the mountain. He was wrong. He looked at the scholar who bowed and admitted his mistake. Jingsheng Yuping was actually very sad at the top of Sui Mountain at that time. Then, the quasi-sage admitted his mistake in other matters, and the old scholar also admitted his mistake. It seemed that everyone was wrong. Therefore, at this moment, Jingsheng Yuping said to left and right, "Just do it. I will clean up the mess." Left and right said, "Give me the exact location. There are too many restrictions in the Confucian Temple. I'm too lazy to find it." Jingsheng Yuping waved his sleeve, and 2 dots of light flashed and disappeared, helping to lead the way. There were 2 old Ascendant Realm cultivators. One of them was in Panshui County, surrounded by stars and the moon, chatting and laughing. The other one was in Parrot Continent, behind closed doors, discussing with his friends on the mountain how to make money in Tongya Continent and establish a sect. They were taking what they needed and helping each other. If they participated in the meeting at the Confucian Temple today and knew how the 5 mountain elders of the academy left the Confucian Temple, they would definitely be more careful with their words and actions. Left and right stood up, took off his sword and suddenly pulled it open. The scabbard and the long sword separated into 2, one on the left and one on the right. They headed to Panshui County and Parrot Continent respectively. They were in a dilemma. Which one should they cut first? "797. The fairy was high above the ground and the wind was blowing. Even if it was not a celestial being, it was like a man in the clouds. Chen Pingan laughed and teased Li Huai, "You've traveled so far to study and even traveled Jianghu with Pei Qian. Haven't you met a girl that you like?" What did it mean to like? It was probably a glimpse in a sea of bustling people that was hard to forget. Li Huai shook his head and said, "No, I'm ugly and I take after my father. As long as a girl is not blind, she won't like me. I don't lack self-awareness. Even if I want to be cheated of money and sex, I don't have the wealth and beauty. So there's one good thing. If a girl really likes me in the future, she must like me sincerely. So there's no need to rush. I'll wait patiently." In fact, Li Huai's appearance was not bad. He was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His appearance could be considered decent. Taoist Nun sighed and said, "Master, you're so humble that it's scary." Lu Qiqing nodded and said, "When I first saw Master Li, I felt that he was like a dragon and a phoenix with a natural disposition." Madame Xianyan thought of Miyu from Chun Banzai and suddenly understood why she was not familiar with Chen Pingan. It was because of this. Li Huai did not take Taoist Nun and Pavilion Master Lu's heartfelt words seriously. Scolding him was not serious and praising him was even lighter. Speaking of scolding, the real power was not in the books or on the mountain. It was the villagers in his hometown who were the best at scolding. Occasionally, 1 or 2 words could make people unable to raise their heads or straighten their backs for years. They had to choose a time when there were fewer people to carry water. Li Huai leaned on the railing and was lost in thought. It seemed that his life was always inexplicable and he was caught unprepared. He could only step on the watermelon rind and slide wherever he went. When he was young, he only thought that Mr. Qi was a strict teacher who imparted knowledge and was usually very easy to talk to. It was just that he was a little poor. Otherwise, how could he not even have a wife? Therefore, at that time, Li Huai had made up his mind at a young age to work in the fields with his parents. He could even go to the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. He could even go to the dragon kiln to be an apprentice. However, he could never become a teacher. This was not a job that could fill his stomach. Later, he found out that Mr. Qi was much more knowledgeable than he had imagined. He was the headmaster of the 72 Confucian academies, the direct disciple of the sage of literature, and the junior brother of the Dali imperial tutor, Cui Dong. Mr. Qi was a great scholar. The more he knew, the more amazing he became. After separating from Dong Shuijing and Shi Chuanjia, only he and Lin Shui chose to go on a long journey and catch up with Chen Pingan and Li Baoping. The mountains and rivers looked good during the day, but at night, it was dark and scary. He changed his straw sandals one after another. His hands and feet were full of calluses. Li Huai had never told anyone that when he went out with Lin Shui and caught up with Chen Pingan and Li Baoping, the sentence he said the most was to make Lin Shui swear over and over again that if one day he, Li Huai, changed his mind and wanted to go home, Lin Shui must go home with him. Later they met Alliance, a sloppy man wearing a bamboo hat and leading a donkey. No matter how they looked at it, Zhu he would casually punch him to the ground and make him roll around. Many times, Li Huai saw that Alliance's words were the same as Zheng Dafeng's. At first glance, he knew that Alliance was the kind of person who had a wooden box under his bed. Maybe it was filled with women's dresses and undergarments. Li Huai was worried that Alliance's mouth would accidentally offend Zhu He. After all, Zhu He came from Fulu Street and was very particular about things. That was why Li Huai always helped to smooth things over. He was young and spoke carelessly, so it was not good for Zhu He to hit him. Alliance came mysteriously and left without a clue. Then he met the big white goose on the side of the road. "Yilu, you're welcome." That "you're welcome" was very good looking, at least as good looking as his two sisters Li Lu. At first glance, he knew that she was a girl who did not have to worry about marriage. Unfortunately, Lin Mu too still liked Li Lu wholeheartedly. Li Huai could not understand. Did his sister feed Lin Mu too a bewitching potion? When Cui Dongshan said that Chen Pingan was his husband, Li Huai was confused. He always felt that these foreigners' brains were not clear. Why don't you recognize your father? Father and mother went to a faraway place and moved. Sister became a deity on Lion Peak. Father and mother opened a shop at the foot of the mountain. The business was good. They lived frugally and did not have any expenses. He heard that this time his mother returned to her hometown. In front of the neighbors, her voice was a lot stronger. She brought his brother-in-law back to her mother's house. Now she dared to be picky. It was not that she disliked the cook's sister-in-law for not cooking enough oil. Otherwise, it was that the stewed dried bamboo shoots and duck was not chewy enough, and the fish had a slightly earthy taste. His best friend, Pei Qian, she seemed to have suddenly changed from a little charcoal to a big girl. Li Huai was still not sure which country's Princess Pei Qian was from. How did she fall into the common people? How did Chen Pingan pick her up and bring her along? The world was in chaos. The world was at peace. Zheng Dafeng was no longer guarding the gate of Luopa Mountain. Old Yang was no longer there. Sister was married. Chen Pingan was a hidden official. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was taken in by the old blind man as a disciple. It could not be blocked or kicked away. Li Huai's arms and legs were thin. Who could he reason with? At that time, Chen Pingan was not by his side. He never knew why. Anyway, when things came to it, he just muddled through. Otherwise, what else could he do? However, Li Huai felt that he was very lucky, so he kept reminding himself to cherish his fortune. Chen Pingan said, "Knowing your own weight and not complaining when you encounter difficulties is called a normal heart. This is probably from your father. It's not obvious usually, but it's actually a very impressive thing." Li Huai was happy to hear that, but he still said, "Come on, I'm just a coward at home." In his impression, Chen Pingan rarely scolded or praised people. On a street, the other Chen Pingan also did not scold people. He just threw stones. On Ao2 Mountain, Lu Jubao and Yu Panshui, the two cultivators, naturally met here as their own spirits. They had asked teacher Dong and Jing Xing Yuping beforehand. They left their real bodies in the Confucian temple and left their bodies with their own spirits. The Confucian temple allowed them to leave their bodies. Teacher Dong even joked that the Confucian temple did not dare to hinder the two gods of wealth from earning money. The number of divine coins Lu Jubao could earn in a day had always been a mystery in the world. For example, the Lu couple did not stay idle during this meeting. His wife went to the Baobao shop in the Paracontinent. Lu Jubao had secretly bought a mansion on the mountain at a high price. They were waiting for the meeting to end before announcing it to the public. After the Lu family took over Ao2 Mountain, the fruits and wine in each mansion improved significantly. Especially the 8 deities of water, they tasted very good. The Confucian Temple was happy to see this. Other than the Wenjin ferry, the Confucian Temple had already covered the cost of the other 3 temporary ferries. Lu Jubao already had a plan in mind. He would soon build the Ao26 sceneries on the mountain. There were 2 places to play chess. One was the Yangjiang Taigong's arena, and the other was the pavilion where the plaque was hung. Fu Jing, Lin Junbai, and Yu Qingqing could use it to promote themselves. As for Jiang Longxiang, he did not need to use it. Zhang Wenqian also had a poem wall. Dozens of people worked together to write poems and flowers. It was a gathering of sages. There was a painting of water and land by the ancestor of the painter. It was ochre red and green, and the colors were gorgeous. There were more than 500 people of different colors. Each of them had their own merits. In the future, whenever the immortal masters traveled or discussed matters in the Confucian Temple, they would definitely stay at Ao2 Mountain. The young Emperor Yuanzhou blushed. Good. Master Hidden Official is really strong. You used your sword energy to cast the body-fixing technique on that old thief Yinzhan. Lackey Yin, you're really good at picking up scraps. Damn it, you picked up an Ascendant State cultivator. I'm so jealous of you. Why did you stop? Yinzhan, you little bastard, how dare you talk tough? Master Hidden Official, kill him with your sword. In the main hall, Lu Jubao and the others were quietly looking at the landscape painting. Each of them had their own thoughts. Only the young man was making noises. Yu Panshui couldn't stand the annoyance of this emperor. He said, Your Majesty, aren't you thirsty? Lu Suiyu smiled and said, I'm fine. I'm not annoyed at all. She had already kicked off her boots and was sitting cross-legged on the chair. She didn't wear any socks, revealing a pair of beautiful feet. Her toenails were painted red, which was very eye-catching. The emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty sitting opposite her was like a young storyteller. The key was that he was sincere, and it was very relaxing to listen to him. The young emperor imitated the jianghu people in the books. He cupped his fists and said, Sister Lu, we hit it off at first sight. If you don't mind, we can become brother and sister. You're welcome to visit my house. Lu Suiyu smiled and said, That's easy. As long as the salary is enough, it's not a problem for me to have a son, let alone brother and sister. Yuanzhou immediately stopped talking. He had met a master and he was no match for him. These Jianghu sisters didn't care about meat and vegetables. They were not comparable to those blockheads in the palace. Lu Jubao and Yu Panshui suddenly looked at each other. Someone rushed to Turtle Head Mountain like a rainbow. Pei Xiang was confused and said, Why did Qin Pingan come to Turtle Head Mountain? What did he want to do with so many people? Yuanzhou rolled his eyes and said, Of course he wants to beat up that Jiang Longxiang who has a grudge with him. Normally, people in the officialdom don't care about the cold stove. This guy, on the other hand, was blinded by greed. Now he has broken his old bones. It's a waste not to beat him up. After beating him up, he ran away. If I were Master Hidden Official, I would beat the shit out of Jiang Longxiang and feed him until he was full. Lu Jubao waved his sleeve and another landscape painting appeared. It was Turtle Head Mountain. Soon, a man in a green robe dragged Jiang Longxiang away. Yuanzhou patted the armrest of the chair and said, As expected of Master Hidden Official, he is full of surprises. Dragging a dog and traveling far away, his style is unparalleled. The young man turned his head and said, Grandpa Yu, I beg you, help me build a bridge and talk to Master Hidden Official. If he comes to our side and doesn't become an imperial tutor, he can start a sect. Our Xianmi will provide money and manpower. Everything can be discussed. As long as he is willing to ask, Xianmi will dare to agree. As an emperor, it's not a problem for me to go to his sect and be an honorary guest. When Master Hidden Official comes to the capital, I will ask the Ministry of Rights to make a good plan. We must leave a name in history. At that time, I will personally lead Master Hidden Official's horse into the palace. In the future, when he enters the palace with a sword, he will ride a horse and not be restricted by the palace. Lu Yuzhou said, Count me in. I also want to be an honorary guest. The more he looked at the young emperor, the more he liked him. If he had the chance in the future, he must visit Xianmi dynasty more. Yuanzhou said, Brother Lu, if you go to Xianmi dynasty to do business in the future, no matter what you like, from the imperial court to other places, up and down the mountain, the friendship price will be 20%. Every mouthful of saliva is a nail. Today I will leave my words here. Yu Panshui rubbed his forehead. How could he not have a headache when dealing with such a seemingly stupid but actually black-hearted little brat? Lu Jubao said with a smile, my business in Tongya continent is a little big. It's not suitable to be too close to Qin Pingan and Luapa Mountain. Your Xianmi dynasty is no problem. Yu Panshui shook his head. He didn't think that Qin Pingan and Xianmi dynasty forming an alliance was necessarily a good thing. First, it was easy to attract the wind. Secondly, close proximity would cause resentment. Staying for a long time would make people cheap. These old words had to be listened to. The age of the old words was always older than the old people. Qin Pingan, this young man, only acted like an embroidered tiger, but he was not a real embroidered tiger. Xianmi dynasty's national power was thriving day by day. They didn't need anyone to send charcoal in snowy weather, let alone add flowers to brocade. Everything was stable and orderly. As long as they did things step by step, they could raise the dynasty's ranking within 100 years. If they could seize this opportunity to attack the wilderness, perhaps in a generation they could make Xianmi dynasty compete for the top 6. Yu Panshui began to nitpick, Tongya continent is such a mess. It looks like there is money everywhere and opportunities everywhere. But if Luapa Mountain's lower sect is located in Tongya continent, they might meet with the Lu family behind the scenes. Both sides will be red in the face. You are a fastidious person, but in recent years the business people under your Lu family are mixed up with the good and the bad. They are very fierce in their desire to earn money, so they might not be fastidious. As long as there were many people in a family or a mountain, in many cases, doing things would be redundant. For example, they would be worried that they would fall into the awkward situation of not doing anything. In order to keep the glorious position under their buttocks and earn money, it was often easy for them to work too hard. Just like the people in charge of the Mountain and River Palace Bulletin, even if it was a clean office, they would often not be able to control the pen once they started writing. They would do things with good intentions. There were also those in charge of the Ancestral Hall and Ancestral Hall who had cold eyes and cold faces. They looked at people wrongly and were used to nitpicking. There were also those in charge of the money bags who would find trouble for no reason and make things difficult for the people in their mountain who were seeking money. The Lu family of the pure mountain continent had always handled these matters better than outsiders. Wealth was in one's life, not in one's body. When there was wealth, it was not in one's body. It sounded reasonable. But it was not entirely true. Without working hard to build a foundation, what was not a pavilion in the sky that could not withstand the wind and rain a few times? Hence, Lu Jubao cared more about the two words family style than anyone else. All the descendants of the Lu family had to climb up from the lowest position and rely on themselves to make a name for themselves. Often they would change their surnames, go to the marketplace, go to the temple, go to the jianghu. Each of them had many years of experience. In this process, the family would only secretly help them twice. When the Ancestral Hall confirmed that they were really talented, they would be able to return to the family. After that, there would still be layers of examinations waiting for them, one after another, and finally they would be able to take charge alone. As for the only son, Lu Yuzhou, did he need him to earn money? Of course not. When Lu Yuzhou went out, he could spend as much money as he wanted. For example, that inverted mountain yuans were residents. Lu Jubao said, ambiguous matters, the vassal forces of the Lu family in the Tongyi continent, if there is a dispute in the future, can retreat a little. In short, don't be like the 9 true immortal school and get into trouble. There were actually many people in the Tongyi continent who were not particular about doing things. As time passed, they would only become more and more unscrupulous. The real person that the Lu family needed to deal with now was actually Wei Ying, who did not reveal herself during the meeting in the Confucian temple. A suzerain of the Jade sect who was willing to take the initiative to support the cultivators of the Tongyi sect was worth the Lu family's effort. Hence, the sword deity Su Ming, who was in charge of the driving mountain crossing, would soon receive a letter personally written by Lu Jubao. As for Qin Pingan and Luapa Mountain, the Lu family did not need to curry favor with them. As long as the other party's business was big enough and had more business connections, it was destined that they would not be able to avoid the Lu family of the Baijin continent who had already landed in the Tongyi continent. This was not Lu Jubao being arrogant and looking down on the young secluded official, but it was the truth. Yu Panshui asked telepathically, what do you think Jing Juzhong and Qin Pingan will talk about during the journey from the gate of the Panshui residence to the Wenjin crossing? Lu Jubao laughed, why would I guess this? If I can't guess, it's harder than making a loss in business. Jing Juzhong was too shrewd and intelligent. After all, he was someone who could win against Cui Dong in chess. Yu Panshui clicked his tongue. Listen, is this something a human would say? Lu Jubao hesitated for a moment and asked telepathically, if Zheng Juzhong is at the 14th level of Dao fusing, what do you think his Dao fusing will be? In the early years, Cui Dong talked to you a lot. Did he give you any hints? Yu Panshui grimaced, get lost, get lost. Don't mention this to me. You'll get into trouble. I didn't hear anything and I don't know anything. I don't even know who Zheng Juzhong is. Then Yu Panshui smiled faintly and looked at the Baijin continent's god of wealth who only fought with money. What about you, Lu Jubao? Where will your Dao fusing be in the future? Reaching the 14th level of Dao fusing was a silent struggle on the mountain peak. Lu Jubao laughed, I don't know anything other than making money. Yu Panshui was convinced. Lu Jubao said for no reason, the Confucian temple's meeting this time is different. It won't tolerate those ignorant people. Apart from Nan Guangzhou, there were a few other ascendant realms who were not qualified to participate in the meeting. Even though the Confucian temple did not invite them, they did not dare to not come. For example, Jinghao, whose Taoist name was Qinggong Taibao, was a cultivator from the Liuxia continent. There was also Feng Shuetao, whose Taoist name was Qingmi. He was born in the Baijin continent, but he was a wild cultivator who disappeared all year round. Both of them were ascendant realms who liked to live in seclusion and were great cultivators at the peak of Haoran Mountain. Yu Panshui put his hand on his chin, if the Confucian temple is peaceful, the dogs in the village won't stop barking. Lu Yuzhou laughed, yes, it's time to kick them. In the past, the golden boy and jade girl of the divine grandeur sect walked side by side. Unfortunately, the two of them were not a pair of mandarin ducks. It was just the man's wishful thinking. Gao Jinfu looked at her and said softly, why do you have to do this? Many years ago he learned about something from the sect master. In the North Continent, Xiaoyang had publicly announced that she already had a Taoist companion on the mountain. She was just waiting for him to nod his head. Gao Jinfu felt even more miserable. He muttered, why do I have to do this? He always felt that he was worse than Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. When a woman he loved was right in front of him, yet she was so far away. This feeling was even worse than drinking water. He could not accept that the Taoist companion Xiaoyang had chosen was the young man with straw sandals in the Liju cave heaven. No matter how much he thought about it, Gao Jinfu could only remember that the young man was a skinny man with a slightly tanned face. He was poor, timid, and inconspicuous. Xiaoyang turned her head and said softly with a smile, is it so hard to accept that your sweetheart has a sweetheart? I feel like the sky is not falling and the path is still there. Gao Jinfu looked sad. He nodded and said, you can accept it but I can't. Xiaoyang shook her head and said, most of the time, you can't do it because you talk to yourself too much. Every time you ask yourself you can't do it. That's why we have to cultivate our hearts. Gao Jinfu said bitterly, I'm not talking about the Tao with you. Xiaoyang smiled and said, if you don't talk about the Tao with me, what can you say? Gao Jinfu was extremely sad. The woman in front of him had always been like this. She always did things her own way and her Tao heart was clear. But the more she was like this, the more others would miss her. Xiaoyang reminded him, if you don't care about her, your inner demons will make it impossible for you to enter the upper 5 realms for the rest of your life. This time, Qi Tianjun deliberately brought you with him. Don't you know what he wants? He hopes that after reuniting with me you can cut off your feelings. Gao Jinfu turned his head and looked at the river of the Mandarin Duckshu. It was like the sorrowful wine in his heart. He hated that he could not drink it all. Xiaoyang sighed in her heart and stopped persuading him. Gao Jinfu looked at her for a long time and asked softly, what's so good about him? Some infatuated people only hoped that their beloved was out of reach. No man in the world was worthy of her, including himself. 7 emotions, 6 worlds, and 5 desires. People were rolling in the mortal world. Xiaoyang said, my great path is where the opportunity lies. It's not about whether he's good or not. What she meant was that even if he was good, he would still be her Tao companion. Gao Jinfu murmured, if I knew this, I would have died in the battlefield in the central region. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gao Jinfu looked at the subtle changes in the woman's expression and was stunned. Old Josie, who was walking behind them with Madame Gouet, also tried to find something to talk about. He said, the Bourish Peach Pavilion lives up to his name. He's indeed a hero. An ascendant realm demon from the Bourish world dared to subdue Nan Guangzhou in the Mandarin Duckshu. which was an important place of the Confucian temple. Gu Qingsong was quite convinced. The only thing he was not convinced about was that Brother Peach Pavilion was an ascendant realm demon. Once his realm was high, it would be a little imperfect. He was not as good as Yu Pu, who had fallen from the immortal realm. Gu Qingsong glanced at the female immortal from the Qingliang sect. He heard that this junior martial sister had an unspeakable story with Chen Pingon. Old Josie was thinking about how to ask that little kid for advice. He should stop putting on airs as a senior. It's not likable. He was a person who knew what was important and what was urgent. He had always been recognized by the people on the mountain as someone who acted steadily and spoke appropriately. Chen Pingon, this little thief, really can't be judged by his appearance. Back then, even he had misjudged him and mistakenly thought that he was a hothead who didn't know anything about love. He didn't expect him to be a self-taught peerless master. When he missed the opportunity, he wrung his wrist and lamented. It was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Gu Qingsong was simply the most devout reader of the mountain and river travel book that appeared out of nowhere and abruptly stopped publication. He flipped through the book again and memorized it by heart. Many of the scenes where he met with various women and the subtleties of those conversations were circled by him one by one with a pen. It was a pity that after learning all kinds of martial arts, he couldn't even speak when he walked to Madame Gui's side. It was too different from what was written in the book and what was in his heart. What was written on paper was ultimately shallow. On one hand, Gu Qingsong felt that Chen Pingon's talent was extraordinary. On the other hand, he was sad that his aptitude was too low. He didn't even know to humbly ask for advice from Chen Pingon. Even if Chen Pingon was willing to teach him, he didn't know how much he could learn. He couldn't help but call out softly, "Madame Gui." Madame Gui turned a deaf ear to him. This immortal Cha only learned one skill from Lu Chen, which was sticky candy. Gu Qingsong said tentatively, "It's a good marriage for Jin Su and Sun Jiashu to be together." Madame Gui still didn't say anything. It was fine if it was an ordinary person. Why would she care about him? Gu Qingsong was a little proud. Since he didn't get scolded this time, did it mean that there was some progress? On the road by the river, two groups of people walked past each other. Gu Qingsong had a strange expression. Su Xian and his friends were passing by. It was strange. Why did all of them insist on liking their junior sister, Xiaoyang? Both parties didn't look at each other. They just treated it as strangers meeting. When they walked far away, Su Xian turned back to look. He sneered at Gao Jianfu, who was following beside Xiaoyang. Lin Su was still talking about the previous exchange. She said, "His swordsmanship is brilliant. He has been hiding his strength. When facing an immortal, he could still hold back. He's not a match for me. If I'm a step slower, I'll always be behind him." Su Xian said in annoyance, "Laugh if you want. That guy is the Taoist companion Xiaoyang has set her heart on the mountain." This person had once met Xiaoyang at the estuary west of Jibu in the North Continent. It was said that this man and woman had once climbed the high platform by the sea together to see the sky and the sea. After that, Xiaoyang and Su Xian fought in the territory of the Hualing dynasty. Xiaoyang was very serious. Not only did she hurt Su Xian, but she also killed two of Su Xian's Jindan realm maids and directly took the two swords, Kof beads and Fu Yao. After that, Xiaoyang casually threw them at the gate of the Qingliang sect and said that Su Xian should get them himself. If he didn't have the courage and ability, he should ask his master, Bai Chong, for help. At that time, Su Xian had the chance to kill the green-robed man who was traveling far away. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang didn't give him the chance. At the entrance of the Love Pass, the lower 5 realms in the sect could easily laugh at the ascendant realm outside. Lin Su smiled and said, "If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't know about this. I know that he and Lu Jinglong are friends." Lin Su was a typical mountain traveler. She lived alone and focused on Tao, not asking about the outside world. The matters of the world were the matters of the people in the world. The matters of cultivation were the matters of the people in the world. Venerable Fiery Dragon once commented that Lin Su was a Tao cultivator who didn't lack immortal qi. It was just that she wasn't popular and shouldn't have been born in the North Continent. She should have been reincarnated in the Snow Mountain Continent. There were both praises and criticisms. It was both scolding and praising. However, to the cultivators of the North Continent, not to mention being praised by the old Venerable Fiery Dragon, it was an honor to be scolded half a sentence. As for the fact that Venerable Fiery Dragon scolded the Snow Mountain Continent, it was also a matter? This was called giving face to the Snow Mountain Continent. In the past, among the 10 young people of the North Continent, Su Xian was first, Lin Su was second, and Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect was third. Because of Xiaoyang, Su Xian was severely injured. His originally smooth breakthrough to the upper 5 realms and become a sword immortal was greatly delayed. In the end, among the 10 young people who were newly released a few years ago, Su Xian was still first. However, Lu Jinglong and Lin Su were no longer in the list. Lin Su was because of a drop in realm. The grudges on the mountain wouldn't be settled just because one side stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, Lin Su was very open-minded about it. Lu Jinglong, on the other hand, was not suitable to take over the position of the sect leader. In addition, he had entered the pure jade state. Li Kai, Dong Zhu by Shang, and Lu Jinglong had accepted the 3 Q-sword challenges of the 3 sword immortals. Therefore, the entire North Continent recognized Lu Jinglong as a sword immortal. They wouldn't use him to bully the juniors who were still climbing the mountain. Lin Su said in his mind, "Take it easy. Don't give yourself a reason to talk about it. That young sword immortal will be at an advantage no matter who Q-sword challenges him." Su Xian smiled and said, "The mountain path is long. There's no need to fight over who's better." Lin Su was a little confused. He felt that his good friend was implying something. However, he didn't want to get involved in the grudges on the mountain. On the island of the Mandarin Duck Zhu, Jianghu had already won the heart of the beauty. Tian and I had also prepared a draft. He returned to his residence on Mount Ao and started writing. The incident at the Mandarin Duck Zhu was worth writing about. They only had to wait for the Confucian temple to lift the ban. Only Celine was left. She found one of the 4 masters of the blessed land, the plum blossom god, Jade Face. In fact, the literati had given the plum blossom god too many titles. Let's not talk about the meeting at the Confucian temple. The sages of the Confucian temple, Su Zi, Lu Qi Chao group, all of them had written poems about plum blossoms. Every 100 years she would change her name. It was similar to how the lady changed her makeup every day. For example, she used to like the guest. When Rui Feng Er received the name Feather Guest, she banished her to the cold palace and completely abandoned her. Other than that, she was more fond of Yenpa and Gluttonous Fairy. As for Bai Huakue and Yu Shaoxin, their names were too big. The scholars dared to give them to her, but she didn't dare to use them. She only liked them in private and engraved them on the book collection seal and jade pendant. As for the courier, forget it. He was too old-fashioned. Celine smiled and asked, "Shall we take a look at the Yuping Stone scripture?" She nodded in agreement. The plum blossom god was close to a few mountain lords. For example, Mount Jioi, which was full of plum blossoms. The daffodil god, who was also the master of the blessed land, had a good relationship with the water lord of the 5 lakes. This was because they were close to the great Tao. There was once a swordsman who secretly strolled around the 100-blossom blessed land. He squatted on the wall of the courtyard and complained about how the East Lord didn't cherish her and how he was bullied by snow and frost. "Sister, don't worry. One day, even if I have to wear out my iron shoes, I will find Howren and help you get back at him." At first, she thought that he was a flirtatious lecher. Later on, she knew that she didn't misunderstand him. He was one. It was a pity that she didn't manage to meet that wanderer who liked to travel far and wide during the numerous drinking sessions at this gathering. When Yengu arrived at the mansion on Mount Ao 2, Nan Guangzhao shook his clothes and suddenly woke up. The old man stood in the courtyard. His eyes were shining as he kept the immortal weapon-grade water robe. Just the repair alone would require a large amount of Guyu's money. What was more troublesome was not the money, but the refined river that Taoist nun broke. At this moment, Nan Guangzhao didn't look injured at all. Yan Ji's heart palpitated. In fact, Nan Guangzhao was seriously injured. He just didn't want to talk to Yengo. Previously in the small world, Taoist nun only gave him one choice. He could either pretend to be dead or be beaten to death. If he chose the former, he would have to remember to pretend for a while when he returned to Mandarin Duckshu. When Taoist nun said these words, he had already revealed his true body. He grabbed the avatar's body with one claw and bit Nan Guangzhao's head. Although Yengu was surprised, he still said with a guilty face, "Immortal Master Nan, this junior did something unnecessary." Nan Guangzhao obviously knew what kind of person Yengu was, but this time in Mandarin Duckshu, not only did they lose their Dao but they also lost their face. Having an immortal Yengu by his side made him feel better. Nan Guangzhao's expression became more amiable. "Thank you for your trouble." Yengu was flattered and cupped his fists. "I don't dare." Nan Guangzhao went straight to the point. "Pick 2 or 3 disciples of the Yen clan and send them to my mountain to cultivate. Damn it, if Yunmu doesn't do anything after this, I'll go to his 9 true immortal pavilion. Jianghu cupped his fists and lowered his head. I don't dare to disturb immortal Master Nan too much. In my clan only Jianghu has a decent aptitude. He's worthy of immortal Master Nan's guidance when you're free. It's already this child's great fortune. In fact, Jianghu thought highly of Yen Lu. That kid was a sword cultivator and had even gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train. But Jianghu wasn't a fool. How could he send a sword cultivator to Nan Guangzhao's doorstep? Therefore Jianghu benefited from it. Nan Guangzhao's eyes flickered. Back then Yunmu secretly deceived his master and killed his ancestor in Yun Bo's treacherous scheme. He told the public that his master was in seclusion and died. Yunmu and his Dao partner, this pair of bastards, obtained a great fortune and thought that no one would know. Did they really think that he was a fool who couldn't see the changes in 9 True Immortal Pavilion? Yunmu's master was famous for cherishing his life. As for immortal Yunmu, he didn't directly return to his residence on Turtle Head Mountain. He landed at the lower reaches of the Mandarin Duck Zhuzhu. He shook his sleeves and threw Li Qingzhu to the ground. Then he waved his sleeves again and cast the bewildering barrier. Yunmu remained silent. His eyes were cold as he looked at his once proud disciple. Li Qingzhu stood up in fear. He felt wronged. Master, that sword cultivator is crazy. Yunmu waved his sleeves and hit Li Qingzhu. Li Qingzhu's body spun and fell to the ground. Then Yunmu used the white jade Ganoderma to hit his forehead. Li Qingzhu lay on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. Yunmu sneered, "What? You can't get anything good from me, so you want to complain to your master's wife?" Li Qingzhu said with a trembling voice, I dare not. I dare not cause any more trouble for the sect." Yunmu turned his head and looked at Turtle Head Mountain. He started to worry about that old bastard Nan Guangzhao. He looked kind, but he was just putting on a sanctimonious act. Otherwise, how could he be together with his master? They had been brothers for so many years? According to his master, he had joined forces with Nan Guangzhao to search for the ruins of the divine residence and secret realms in the early years. Nan Guangzhao did not do anything, but when he did, he was ruthless. Moreover, he did not leave any trouble behind. At that time, his master laughed and said that he would not have dared to travel with Nan Guangzhao if they were not in the same realm. Yunmu retracted his gaze and scolded the disciple on the ground. What a piece of trash. You can't even take down a golden core realm girl from the May Mountain Sword sect. What about those tricks of yours? Haven't they always worked? How dare you say that as long as it's a woman, even if she's in the pure jade realm, she will be easily taken down by you? Do you think that the ancestral hall of the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium doesn't know about those bastards? Do you know that the Zhuolu Song clan spies know everything? They have already recorded it and will attack the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium at any time. Li Qingzhu raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said softly, Master, I still have some sense of propriety when I'm at the foot of the mountain. Those women will be dead set on me in the end. The Zhuolu Song clan can't take advantage of these small matters to attack the sect. Yunmu sneered, relying on those lousy soul-shifting techniques? A few unorthodox talisman that can't even be seen in public? You're really capable. How dare you say that? If the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium didn't need this disciple to do something, would this kid really think that his master's wife favored him? The female sword cultivator from the May Mountain Sword sect was called Su Wui. She was the granddaughter of the current sect master and the last disciple of the May Mountain ancestor. She was extremely lucky. For some reason, Lu Zhou, who didn't practice the sword but played chess on the banished Immortal Mountain, took a fancy to her cultivation foundation and made an exception to accept her as an unregistered disciple. With the combination of these 3 factors, Su Wui was famous for being in high demand on the mountain. In other words, if Li Qingzhu could really become Taoist companions with Su Wui, it wouldn't be as simple as a marriage between the 2 sections. Yunmu had the means to carefully manage and support this disciple. Within 500 years, the May Mountain Sword sect would change its surname to Li and quietly become a vassal of the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium. Yunmu thought of something and sneered. Earlier, by the river, the girl in the Plum Blossom Nunnery was heartless. Fortune favors fools. When she saw Li Qingzhu's elegance, she fell in love with him. Now that he had become a drowned rat, she was greatly disappointed. Presumably, when they met again in the future, she would not stick to Li Qingzhu. Su Wui, on the other hand, didn't have a good attitude towards Li Zhuqing before. Who would have thought that she would pity Li Zhuqing after falling into trouble? Was she dissatisfied with the green-robed sword immortal? Did she think that he was too domineering when he was a sword cultivator? The girl didn't know that it was that person who had indirectly saved her, this stupid girl, and saved the legacy of the Mei Mountain Sword Sect. Once the incident at the Mandarin Duck Zhu occurred, the 9 True Immortal Pavilion's secret plan would go down the drain, just like Li Qingzhu. Even if Su Wui was stupid, the elders of the Mei Mountain Sword Sect were not. They would never let her form a contract with a cultivator who had become a laughingstock. Yunmu finally sighed. The great Tao was unpredictable. The immortal's expression softened a little. Qingzhu, get up. Li Qingzhu stood up and bowed. She lowered her head and sobbed. I've caused trouble for Master. I can't redeem myself even if I die 100 times. Yunmu stretched out the white jade Ganoderma and helped her up. Just treat it as a mental cultivation. By the way, let's talk as we walk. Tell me everything that happened before. Don't leave out anything. Li Qingzhu wiped her tears and began to recall the matter. She only said that she seemed to have been possessed and that she didn't think before she spoke. According to her temper in the past, she would never provoke the green-robed sword immortal again and again. Yunmu was shocked. As expected. It was City Lord Zheng whom she respected like a god. As expected, Lu Daochuan's sudden appearance was a smokescreen. When Yunmu brought Li Qingzhu back to Ao2 Mountain, she was shocked to learn about the Wenjin fairy. Yunmu was speechless. The reverence in her heart couldn't be any greater. City Lord Zheng, who worshipped the First of Mercy, really deceived everyone in the world. If it wasn't Jing Juzhong, who else could it be? Money came and went like water in Ao2 Mountain. Many gorgeously dressed young fairies traveled the mountains and rivers. They also made friends with the young talents on the mountain, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. A mountain lord from a small country in Liuxia continent came painstakingly just to plead with the talisman to remove the floating talisman that was holding up the mountain. A middle-aged Taoist priest who claimed to be from the Jingwei Temple found a family in a city near the Confucian Temple. He said that the family's ancestor had taken a fancy to the family's child's foundation and that the child had an immortal fate. The child's parents didn't dare to casually hand over their only child. After confirming that the other party wasn't a swindler, they even dragged the good-tempered Taoist priest to find the Jingwei Temple. Then they went to the county office to check the other party's customs and immortal residence records. Only then did they confirm that the other party wasn't a swindler. They learned that the Jingwei Temple, which had a grand name, was actually a Taoist immortal residence with the word sect. That muddle-headed child seemed to have 2 green snakes hanging from his nose. The Taoist priest was the disciple of the Central Plains talisman Yu Xian. The Jingwei Temple was one of the 3 sects of the One Mountain. Some people copied a copy of the Jingwei Temple's Xianping stone scripture. Some found it troublesome to copy, so they bought a copy from the nearby shops. Those who were more active spent money to hire a scholar who earned money by copying books to help them make a steal. Compared to buying a copy, it was more meaningful. If these scholars, who were temporarily in dire straits, became sages of the Confucian Temple or scholars of the academy in the future, they might be able to use them as their family heirlooms. In Panshui County, many Qi cultivators bought a lot of books. The price was ridiculously cheap. Even the immortals' money couldn't be used. How could it be considered spending money? They bought the books so that they could be more cultured. When they returned to their hometown, it would be easier for them to give them away. Moreover, who knew if these books had been touched by any sages or cultivators at the peak of the mountain? Everyone's trip to the Confucian Temple was worth it. The young female cultivators were so excited that they felt like they were breaking through every day. Lu Qi was indeed unparalleled. With a willow branch hanging from his waist, he was the most exiled immortal in the world. Fu Jing, the little white emperor, lived up to his name. He didn't disappoint women and made them fall in love with him. As for Chao Ci, when she smiled, she was simply mesmerizing. The young Su Bai was indeed ethereal. He was indeed worthy of the nickname Su Xian. Because Su Bai was guarding the arena at Ao2 Mountain, he was the easiest to find. Chao Ci and her friends also appeared at Ao2 Mountain. Fu Jing and Yu Qingqing played a game of chess. Of course, he let his pieces go. As the well-deserved master, Fu Jing gave 2 pieces to Yu Qingqing. He had an extraordinary aura, like an immortal sitting in seclusion. He had the charm of, I'm invincible except for my master. Lu Qi had once taken a night cruise in the Mandarin Duck Zhu. Therefore, some of the lucky ones did not hesitate to travel back and forth to meet 2 or 3 of them or even all 4 of them. It was such a feast for the eyes that the women were about to eat until they were full of beauty. Some of the fairies started to imagine if there was such a sect in the world that could gather handsome men like Lu Qi, Fu Jing, and xianxia to activate the catoptric deflection. Wouldn't they go crazy? They could even put aside the matter of cultivation on the mountain. A young man who was fishing at Mandarin Duck Zhu with his friends put away his fishing rod and returned home. He was a scholar who specialized in helping people copy the Sheeping Stone scriptures. In fact, he wasn't a Confucian disciple. However, he was good at writing small regular script. He had been earning money from this for a few years. He had already rented a shop in Panshui County and started to sell books. Unlike other foreigners, he didn't come here because of xianxia and the other peak grandmasters who came here to fish. He usually liked to come here alone to fish. He didn't like to talk. Occasionally when he smiled he would be shy and sincere. For example, when he was bargaining with those traveling aristocratic families. This young man's real name was Lu Kai. He was a sword cultivator. (798). As the ferry approached the Parrot Continent, Qin Pingan turned to look at the young Taoist who was exchanging saliva with Lu Qiqing and asked, "I heard that you are familiar with Jinsui City?" Jinsui City's robe refining skills were superb and famous in the wilderness. Otherwise, Yangji's black dragon robe would not have been made with the unique secret technique of Jinsui City's waterway dividing yin and yang. The Sparrow Mansion relied on the Jinsui City robe that Qin Pingan obtained and Miyu gave it to them. They made a lot of money and helped the Sparrow Mansion, which was originally located in a corner, show signs of becoming one of the top immortal mansions in the North Continent. Just the Dali dynasty, through Wei Shanjun of the Cloud Mountain, made thousands of robes custom-made for the Sparrow Mansion. The robes were given by the Song clan to the gods of the mountains and rivers, the city god and the Xuanhu temple. This gave the female cultivators of the Sparrow Mansion the nickname of the Weaving Ladies. Anyway, sewing and refining robes was the cultivation of the Qi cultivators of the Sparrow Mansion. Luapa Mountain also made a lot of profits through the established revenue-sharing agreement with the Sparrow Mansion. Every 5 years, a large amount of Guyu money would fall into the bag and be recorded by Wei Wenlong and kept in the treasury. Every time Wu Jiong, the law master of the Sparrow Mansion, went to the Oxhorn Mountain ferry to deliver money, she walked on the ferry with trepidation. She was afraid of encountering the bandits of the Upper Five Realms. After boarding the cross-continent ferry from the Sparrow Mansion to the Skeleton Beach, it was better. She was especially nervous because there was only one golden core sword cultivator, Yumi, with her. Several times when he escorted her to the Skeleton Beach ferry, Wu Jiong would repeatedly ask, "Do you really not need the protection of the Sparrow Mansion? Anyway, your Luapa Mountain has a good relationship with the Sparrow Mansion. It's not too much to hire someone to go to the Sparrow Mansion and ask for security, right?" Miyu said, "What's the point of wasting money? I'm here to squander the relationship between the Mountain Master and the Sparrow Mansion." Wu Jiong could not help but ask the man who looked like he was in the Upper Five Realms but was only in the Golden Core Realm, whose fault would it be if someone robbed the money on the way? Miyu smiled and answered, "If the money is lost, it's on me." When a good-looking man talked big, even if people didn't like him, they couldn't hate him. Wu Jiong was helpless. The money belonged to Luopa Mountain. Luopa Mountain did not even care about it, so why should she worry? Fortunately, there were no accidents when she sent money to Luopa Mountain several times. After all, the Hempsex Ferry and Dali's northern peak were all protective talismans. As for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Middle Five Realms Mi Bangi, the Upper Five Realms Mi Xiahua, and the stories of mountains and rivers that were far away in the horizon, the man in front of him was surnamed Yu and named Mi, and he came from Luopa Mountain. The two of them had nothing to do with each other. Qin Pingan knew very well that the magic robe that had become the biggest treasure bowl of the Sparrow Manor and the biggest windfall of the Luopa Mountain was as good as the lowest grade armor of the School of Military Warfare's armor pills. It could be improved by another level. The way to do it was to seek the ancestors of the Jinshui City in the desolate land and improve the craftsmanship. It was just that the cultivators of Jinshui City had never gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the booklet that he asked someone to help him pass to the Dali dynasty, Qin Pingan had reminded Dali that they must seize the magic robes produced by Jinshui City on the battlefield. The more the better. They must dismantle more spells and restrictions. It would be best to capture a few cultivators of Jinshui City, the higher the realm, the better. As if facing a great enemy, Taoist Nun hurriedly denied, "We're not familiar with each other. We haven't contacted each other for hundreds and thousands of years, how could we be familiar with each other?" The ceremony of all the female Jindan cultivators in Jinshui City, Even the celebration of the city lord becoming an immortal 300 years ago, that woman Yang Ji personally attended the ceremony. Have you heard of touting showing up to congratulate us? There's no such thing. Qin Pingan nodded with a smile. So that's how it is. The secret file of the Summer Palace didn't say so, but I probably read it wrong. I'll look through it again later to see if I misunderstood Senior. Taoist Nun had a sullen expression on his face as if he didn't eat hot shit. The heroic spirit he earned from the Ascendant Realm's Nanguangzhao was returned to this black-hearted Taoist Nun. Taoist Nun quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart and tentatively asked, "Do you have a grudge against Jinshui City?" No cultivator from Jinshui City has ever disturbed Howren. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "There's no grudge between us. Junior has always been fascinated by Jinshui City's robe refinement. In fact, in the past, on the carriage at the Sword Chi Great Wall of the North, there was a group of female monster cultivators. Among them were the younger generation of the Great Monster Official Alley and a female cultivator from Jinshui City. Because of the robe she was wearing, she was very eye-catching." Taoist Nun suddenly said, "That's right. I heard that every time Taoist Nun went to the battlefield he wore more clothes." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and said in his mind, "If Senior can take out enough Jinshui City's secret refining technique, I can give you half of the profit." Taoist Nun raised his hand and wiped his mouth. Master Taoist Nun really knows how to joke. I almost laughed my teeth out. Most importantly, only half of the profit? Do you think I'm a beggar? 50% is more like it. Qin Pingan continued, "In the Confucian Temple, other than refining a certain kind of military armor pills, they might also make 3 to 5 kinds of standard robes. Since they're still focusing on quantity, the quality doesn't need to be too high. It's similar to the clothing store at the Sword Chi Great Wall in the early years. There's a Sparrow Mansion in the northern Reed continent. Taoist Nun, I know you don't lack money. However, money in the world is the most precious. I believe you know this better than I do. Besides, earning money in the Confucian Temple is a small merit. Even if you don't want the merit, the Confucian Temple will still remember you." Of course, Taoist Nun didn't lack money. Since he was already at the peak of the ascendant state, he didn't lack cultivation. So what did Taoist Nun lack now? Taoist Nun only lacked a sense of security in the world. At the end of the day, Taoist Nun was afraid that Taoist Nun would be disliked by the Confucian Temple as she was an outsider. She was afraid that the Confucian Temple would side with Taoist Nun for many things that could be wrong or right. In that case, the young secluded official was helping the young Taoist to pave a winding road for him to seek out incense. The more sincere one was, the easier it would be to pass the new year. Taoist Nun's expression turned serious. He said slowly in his mind, "Jinshui City is a place that stands aloof from worldly affairs. I'm not talking nonsense. As for Castellan Xuanhu, she's a cultivator who doesn't like fighting. I'm not talking nonsense either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given herself the Taoist name of Scribe Wu. The Summer Palace must have detailed records of this. So, Master Taoist Nun, is it possible?" Taoist Nun's words were vague. Qin Pingan understood. He smiled and said, "I can't promise you anything now. Otherwise you won't believe me. Even I feel that I'm not sincere enough. However, you've helped Jinshui City to find a way out. If something happens, Castellan Xuanhu will have to make her own choice. You're already very kind and considerate." Taoist Nun thought for a while and said, "I'll have to talk to Li Huai's master later. This matter is too serious. I don't dare to make a decision on my own." Actually, there was no need to talk to him. Did the old blind man care about these trivial matters? However, Taoist Nun felt that she was being led by the nose by Taoist Nun during this conversation. She felt embarrassed. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Senior, you're older. You're experienced and prudent in dealing with worldly affairs." Taoist Nun remembered something and asked cautiously, "Master Taoist Nun, when I sneaked out of the 100,000 mountains to congratulate Yunhu, how did the Summer Palace find out about it? I remember that I was very careful when I went out. You shouldn't have noticed my trace." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I didn't write it down. I just made it up." In the secret records of the Summer Palace, it only wrote that Taoist Nun in the 100,000 mountains had a good relationship with Xuanhu in Jinshui City. Then there was the previous generation's hidden officer Xiao Chua's comment, which was written in a crooked handwriting, "Mistress, no doubt." Taoist Nun smiled awkwardly. Should he believe it or not? Both seemed to be bad. Qin Pingan was silent for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Senior, don't you have any doubts about the 5% profit? In fact, I really hope you can ask for 10%. Taoist nun was about to speak, but Qin Pingan said with a sincere expression, "I didn't expect you to be so generous and open. You didn't mention it at all. Junior admires you. This kind of demeanor is rare." What else could Taoist nun do? He could only stroke his beard and smile while cursing in his heart. However, after thinking about it, Taoist nun felt that he didn't lose anything. Of course, the young man beside him would only earn more. Taoist nun thought for a long time and said in his mind, "Doing business with a hidden officer is really refreshing." Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled, "I'm far inferior to you. Senior, you're not a businessman at all. That's why you can be so calm and composed." What he said was true. This time Taoist nun felt really refreshed. The ferry arranged by the Confucian temple moved slowly and couldn't go fast. Along the way, a few ferries that left later for the Parrot continent arrived at the ferry port earlier. They were all private ferries on the mountain. However, when they passed by, they intentionally or unintentionally changed their route and chose to take a slight detour. Obviously, they were greatly traumatized by the extremely bad-tempered green-shirt sword immortal and the even bad-tempered Taoist tender. No one wanted to be the next immortal Yunzai or the ascendant state Nanguangzhou. Who knew if they would get in the way of the other party's eyes and their own ferry would be attacked? Only the private ferry of Liuxia Island's Chiu clan in Yuzhou approached. Qin Pingan took the initiative to salute the ferry from afar. As a guest of the Chiu clan, Lin Qing raised his hand and threw an item to the man in the green shirt on the opposite ferry. It was the newly carved landscape calligraphy seal. The old man smiled and said in his mind, "Welcome, sword immortal, to my blessed land." Qin Pingan reached out and caught the seal. He cupped his hands again and smiled, "Of course. Other than asking Mr. Lin for advice on gold and stone, I'll be thick-skinned to ask for a few Xuanhuan restaurant seals. I'll also have to eat the best Yuzhou hot pot before I leave. I'll definitely have to pay for the seals. However, if the hot pot doesn't live up to its name and disappoints me, don't expect me to pay you a single copper coin. I might not even go to Yuzhou in the future." Lin Qing smiled, "That's not a problem." The two fairies then parted ways. Lin Qing told the Chiu brothers about the sword immortal wanting to eat hot pot. Chiu Shingong and Chiu Xuanji, the two talents of Yuzhou's Chiu clan, looked at each other and smiled. Chiu Shingong asked, "Mr. Lin, is this unknown sword immortal using Yuzhou's hot pot to get close to us, or is he really a glutton?" Lin Qing smiled, "Why would a sword immortal who doesn't even care about Yun need to get close to Yuzhou's Chiu clan? Don't forget that the backer of Jiuzhen Immortal Restaurant is Zhuolu Songzi, who's having a meeting in the Confucian temple. Did you see him being courteous?" Chiu Xuanji smiled, "That's good. The old ancestor is right. Most of the foreigners who like our Yuzhou hot pot aren't bad. They're worth making friends with." Qin Pingan sized up the old Tianhuang seal, which was of excellent workmanship and materials. It was extremely heavy in his hand. To the immortal teachers and scholars who liked this item, one tael of Tianhuang was equivalent to one tael of grain rain money. Moreover, it was priceless. Seal, west of the golden sky, disappearing in the daytime. Drunken immortals came from the moon cave. Flying swords like rainbows, kicking the south to open the earth veins. Overturning the Big Dipper, illuminating heaven's gate. Bottom line, once seen in green. Qin Pingan fell in love at first sight. He immediately felt the seal in his hand become even heavier. The ferry stopped at the Parrot Island's port. There were already people waiting there. It was a group of young boys and girls. All of them had swords on their backs. They were the 18 swordmasters of the Elephant Sword sect. After Qin Pingan and the rest got off the ferry, one of the girls mustered up her courage and walked out of the group alone. She blocked the path. As the Elephant Sword sect's guest elder, Madame Xianyan pretended not to know this girl who was extremely talented in swordsmanship. In the sect she was the most daring. She was the one who spoke the most freely with her master, Qi Tingji. Lu Ji had high hopes for this girl. Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks and asked, "You are?" The girl blushed slightly, "I'm a disciple of the Elephant Sword sect. My name is Wu Manyan." Qin Pingan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Then he waited for her to continue. The girl's face instantly turned red. She was afraid that this hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Mr. Qin in her heart, would misunderstand her name. She hurriedly added, "It's Yen as in 100 flowers bloom. Yen as in beautiful and ugly." Qin Pingan could only continue to nod. He could still recognize this word. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. The world's most embarrassing opening line, she did it? How could she forget the draft from before? How could she not remember a single word? Seeing that the girl did not speak and did not give way, Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" The girl's forehead was dripping with sweat. She shook her head vigorously. No. She did not move a single step. In fact, it had only taken a few steps to reach this place, but it had already exhausted all of the girl's courage. Even though she kept telling herself to get out of the way and not delay the hidden official's work, she found that she could not move at all. The girl's mind went blank. She felt that her life was over. The hidden official would definitely think of her as someone who did not know the importance of things, did not know the slightest bit of etiquette, and was also ugly. She would just obediently stay in the sect and practice her swordsmanship. 10 years, 100 years hiding in the mountains and not going out. Her life, other than practicing her swordsmanship, was meaningless. Qin Pingan did not have the slightest bit of impatience. He only smiled softly and said, "Practice your swordsmanship well." Wu Manyan finally came to her senses. The smile on her face was uglier than crying. She sniffled and moved aside to give way. She lowered her head and muttered, "Okay." Qin Pingan was actually very embarrassed. He braced himself and said to the girl, "In the future, you can ask Mr. Lu more questions about your swordsmanship." Wu Manyan raised her head slightly. She still did not dare to look at the smiling face. She grunted in acknowledgement. Madame Royan sighed faintly in her heart. What a silly girl. At this moment the girl seemed to have flown over like a cloud. Her beautiful face was like the rosy clouds of the morning sun. Fortunately, a young man came to her rescue. He said telepathically to the young hidden official, "My name is Xianxia. I will enter the upper 5 states in the future. I will have a sword fight with the hidden official." Qin Pingan turned to look at the energetic young man with a sword on his back. He nodded with a smile and said, "Sure." It seemed that he had good luck with the younger generation. After the two groups of people separated, Wu Manyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked the young man, "What did you say to Mr. Qin just now?" Xianxia said, "We agreed that when I reach the pure jade realm, we will have a sword fight." Wu Manyan was puzzled. "When you enter the upper 5 states, won't Mr. Qin be at the 14th state? Why fight? What sword fight?" The young man said sadly, Senior sister, just because I like you, you can't bully me like this." Wu Manyan shook her head. Her ponytail swayed slightly. She looked at the back of the green-robed figure. Suddenly she felt that sword training on the mountain was very interesting. Before he reached the Parrot Continent, Qin Pingan stopped and turned his head. He looked into the distance. 2 sword auras dispersed, each going to a different place. One of the sword auras was the Parrot Continent? Qin Pingan was puzzled. Why did senior brother use his sword? Who was he fighting with? And it seemed like there were 2 of them? One was the Parrot Continent, the other was the Panshui County. Qin Pingan saw with his own eyes that the sword aura brought by the scabbard landed not far away. As for the ordinary cultivators, their realm was not high enough. They had already closed their eyes or turned their heads to avoid it. They did not dare to look at the sword aura. The Parrot Continent itself didn't have many changes, but the river water around the island suddenly became shallow, causing the originally small Parrot Continent to look like a receding river, with many mountain roots and earth veins exposed. All the cultivators who had just arrived from the Yuanyangzhu complained incessantly. What was going on today? Were there fights everywhere? Taoist Nun patted his good friend's shoulder. "Fellow Taoist Lu, thanks to you. Wherever Pavilion Master Lu went, there was bound to be a disturbance." Lu Qiqing smiled. "You're too kind." In a mansion in the Parrot Continent, Ascendant Realm cultivator Feng Shuetao, whose Taoist name was Qingmi, was discussing with several friends on the mountain. The so-called good friends were actually just like Nan Guangzhao's lackey Yen, who knew how to talk and was tactful. They discussed together on how to spread their influence in the Tongye continent. Other than the Yugui sect of the Yugui sect, which needed to be treated with respect, the Yugui sect was not worth mentioning. In the Panshui County, the great cultivator of the Liuxia continent, Jianghu, the master of a sect whose Taoist name was Qinggong Taibao, was also in a similar situation. However, compared to Feng Shuetao, who was a wild cultivator, there were more than 20 people around him. He was sitting on the main seat talking and laughing together. Previously, everyone disapproved of the sword cultivator who was the head of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. Some people said that this guy only dared to arm wrestle with Yunjian. If he dared to come here, he would not even be able to enter the door. An unsheathed long sword broke the mountain restriction of the mansion and hung in the courtyard. The tip of the sword was pointed at the heroes on the mountain in the house. Jianghu put down the wine cup in his hand and squinted at the long sword outside the house. It looked unfamiliar. Which unruly sword cultivator was it? Someone in the house stood up and cursed loudly. He came to the door and said, "Which blind fool dares to disturb Elder Jing's drinking mood?" A figure landed in the courtyard. He reached out and gently grasped the long sword. He said indifferently, "Zwa." The person at the door looked like he was being strangled. His face was pale and colorless and he could not say a word. Zwa said, "I'm looking for Jianghu." "Those who have no business here may leave." Zwa glanced at the person at the door and said, "You can stay." The person was in a dilemma. He wanted to say to Zwa, "Don't be like this. Actually, I can leave. I'll be the first to leave." Everyone here had heard of Zwa's name even if they had never seen him before. The person outside the house was known as the person with the highest Haoran sword art. He was recognized as the scholar with the worst temper in the Confucian school. Jianghu stood up and twisted the wine cup in his hand. He said with a smile, "Mr. Zwa, since you and I didn't know each other before, you're not here to drink. However, I don't think you're here to practice sword with me, Jianghu." Zwa said, "After practicing sword, it's up to you whether I drink or practice sword." He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. Zwa took a step forward and waved his sword casually. He and this Qinggong Taibao, who was known as the master of the 80 great spells, made their first move. The person at the door and the people in the house all used their special escape techniques to escape from this troublesome place. There were all kinds of spells and abilities and they were dazzling for a moment. Only the person at the door suddenly stopped at the top of the wall. Because the surroundings were like a cage, sword chi created a strict world. After Zwa made his move, he said to the person without turning his head, "Are you not going to apologize before you leave?" The person immediately cupped his fists and lowered his head, saying, "I was wrong." In an instant, the pure Jade Realm cultivator was wrapped in the sword chi cage and fell heavily on a roof a few hundred feet away from Panshui City. Fortunately, only his robe was torn. After the person got up, he still cupped his fists and thanked Zwa before leaving. Jianghu threw the wine cup in his hand, and the cup suddenly transformed into a pocket-sized mountain. The wine in the cup turned into a long green river that surrounded the mountain like a belt. At the same time, a small world with mountains and rivers of 100 miles appeared between him and Zwa. As he raised his hand, the great Tao of the world in the sleeve appeared. However, they were all slashed apart by the sword. The sword chi arrived in the blink of an eye after traveling 100 miles. Jianghu stretched out two of his fingers and held an unusual green talisman. After dispersing the slender sword chi, the priceless talisman in the Qinggong Taibao's hand was also scattered by the sword chi and its spiritual energy was quickly burned to ashes. The small talisman was actually as bright as the galaxy. However, Zwa didn't know how much swordsmanship was used in this casual move of his. Zwa stepped over the door with his sword in hand and reminded, "Raise a world." Jianghu had no choice but to perform several interlocking small worlds as if he was obeying orders. Moments later, the famous Grand Protector of the Azure Palace stood guard in his own world and unleashed all of his 80 great Daos. However, he only unleashed a single sword strike each time, either breaking through one or several of Thornwormwood's attacks. As for Jianghu's endless spells, even if they were lucky enough to escape under the sword light, they couldn't get close to him at all. They would collapse by themselves if they got close to him. In the end, Zwa seemed to have told Zwa that fighting was not complicated at all. Just use one more sword. Zwa really only used one more sword. He walked out of the house with his sword and left with the wind. In the sky, he stopped an Ascendant Realm cultivator who ran away when he saw the situation was bad and asked, "Where are you going? Shall I give you a ride?" Feng Shuatao didn't stop. He became faster and faster and said loudly, "I don't dare to trouble you, Mr. Zwa." Zwa was running side by side with the real body of the cultivator whose Taoist name was Qingmi. Zwa said, "Yes." $7.99. Feng Shuatao, who was born in the mountains and lakes, was more decisive than the Green Palace Grand Guardian of Panshui County. Seeing that Zwa didn't seem to show any mercy today, he immediately used his trump card to attack. The Ascendant Realm cultivator, whose Taoist name was Qingmi, suddenly shone with golden light between his eyebrows, as if he had opened his heavenly eye. Vaguely, It was as if a gate had opened, revealing a small and exquisite imperial palace. Then a young man in a boa robe and a white jade belt walked out from it. He had golden eyes and held 2 iron maces in his hands. Every time the 2 iron maces knocked against each other, a golden lightning would burst out. The lightning grew bigger and bigger and finally intertwined into a net, as if a thunder pool with infinite Taoist will had reappeared in the world. Every time Xuanhuan sent out a sword, he would leave a clear and stable sword trajectory between heaven and earth, which was unshakable. Therefore, in the sky there seemed to be more than a dozen silk threads suspended in the air. This was probably the most real way to cut through the sky. In fact, Feng Shuatao had already used several kinds of mysterious escape methods, but somehow, Xuanhuan could always accurately find his real body and arrive at him with his sword in an instant. The young man in a boa robe and a white jade belt was Feng Shuatao's yang spirit body, named Qingmi. The thunder whip transformed from the iron maces could also search for Xuanhuan on its own. Unfortunately, as soon as those thunder methods approached Xuanhuan, they would end up with more thunder than rain. It was not that Qingmi was an embroidered pillow, but this kind of offensive thunder method, which was as powerful as the heavens' tribulation, seemed normal when facing Xuanhuan. If it were any other immortal, they would have been in a terrible fix. Qin Pingan raised his head and squinted. When he looked carefully, he found that each thunder contained a long string of golden words, as if they were a complete secret book of the Thunder sect. With just this slight movement, the lightning whip in the sky was like a divine general of thunder that had sensed the offense of a mortal teacher. It swiftly and fiercely smashed down, charging towards Qin Pingan, who was near the Parrot Island ferry. Qin Pingan lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and instantly leaped several dozen feet above the ground. He stretched out a palm, his 5 fingers like hooks, and used his palm to block the golden thunderbolt. His other hand twisted his wrist, controlling the martial aura chi to prevent the true meaning of the thunderbolt from dispersing. Finally, he shook his sleeve, condensing the thunderbolt into a golden bead, and threw it into his sleeve. It was equivalent to receiving a remnant of the true thunder talisman. It wasn't very meaningful, but it was better than nothing. When he had free time, he would try to refine a few more words. Even ordinary Ascendant Realm Chi refinement warriors might not be able to withstand this lightning whip without damaging the Tao of Thunder Dharma at all, unless they were half-step heaven ascension great cultivators like the Grand Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain and Venerable Fire Dragon. The slightest mistake in the celestial treasured book secretly passed down from the top of the mountain could lead to a huge error. 1 or 2 sentences or a few key words might lead the cultivator astray. Later on, the blind old Taoist Jia Cheng became a consecrator of Luapa Mountain. Putting aside his hidden identity, he had injured his internal organs because he practiced an incomplete thunder dharma, which subsequently led to his blindness. The young Taoist was anxious. Obviously, after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Chi, his swordsmanship had improved again. This was the first time Li Huai met this senior uncle Zhuo, who he had only heard of but never met. Thinking of the shallow knowledge in his mind, Li Huai felt very guilty. He always felt that he would be scolded to death if he met this senior uncle Zhuo. Pei Qian had once told her that Uncle Master Zhuo was very knowledgeable. Back then she had traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Chi with the big white goose. She was lucky enough to meet Uncle Master Zhuo, who was even more knowledgeable than swordsmanship. During that examination of knowledge, Uncle Master Zhuo had asked so many questions that it shocked the heavens and the earth. It was only thanks to her rote memorization that she was able to pass the examination. One should know that Uncle Master Zhuo had asked her dozens of difficult questions in one breath and she had only answered about 70 to 80% of them. Therefore, Li Huai's impression of this senior Uncle Zhuo was that he liked to catch the juniors and ask them a lot of questions. The young Taoist was about to say something when Lu Qiqing spoke first and praised, "Senior Uncle Zhuo, your swordsmanship is amazing." The young Taoist said, "Senior? Fellow Taoist Lu, you don't have to. According to your age, you are much older than me." Lu Qiqing sighed and said, "There is a seniority in learning the Tao and there is a specialization in the field. I sincerely call Mr. Zhuo a senior. It is my heartfelt words." Qin Pingan reminded the young Taoist, "Senior." The young Taoist was confused. What? He was pretending to be stupid. He cursed in his mind, "Motherf asterisk Ker, your senior brother is attacking left and right. Why am I helping? Am I asking to be chopped?" On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would rather curse Alliance 100 times than look at left and right. This was a principle that even an idiot knew. Qin Pingan had to explain patiently, "There is a pile of free incense on the ground. Senior, are you too lazy to bend down?" The young Taoist was enlightened and laughed, That makes sense. Many cultivators who came to the Parrot continent were not strong enough, but they were bold and didn't know what was good for them. They were used to the bustling scene on the mountain and didn't know the mysteries of the cultivators fighting on the mountain peak. Especially the thunder technique of Taoist Qingmi, it was too strange. It was as if it had eyes and could generate lightning on its own, smashing anyone who tried to peek. As a result, dozens of lightning whips fell down. The young Taoist rose from the ground and hovered above the island of the Parrot continent. He waved his sleeves and shattered the golden lightning bolts one by one. Qin Pingan reminded him again, "Senior, after saving people, remember to scold them. Don't be polite." The young Taoist lowered his head and scolded, "Little kids don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't you want a pair of eyes?" The sounds of thanks around the Parrot continent were endless. Some of the Dao protectors who had failed to persuade the juniors did their best. The older cultivators were also able to protect the lives of the juniors around them. Of course, it was better for them to have someone help them, as it would save them a lot of cultivation and magic treasures. For a moment, everyone sighed endlessly. They never thought that this young Taoist who appeared out of nowhere, who acted so domineering and arrogant in the Mandarin Duck Zhu, was actually an otherworldly expert who cherished his juniors. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Qin Pingan reminded him again, "If someone invites you to be a guest, you can pick 2 or 3 people you like and tell them you'll see when you're free." The young Taoist smashed a golden lightning whip with his palm and said angrily, "Do I need you to teach me the ways of the world?" Qin Pingan laughed and said, "I don't dare to teach you how to do things, but I can teach you how to behave." When getting along with this savage touting, one couldn't be too obedient. The young Taoist glanced at the person who seemed far away but was close to him with a sword. He flew back to his original place resentfully. Lu Qiqing asked softly, "Brother Touting, how long do you think they'll fight for?" As for the outcome, there was no suspense. The young Taoist sneered, "If you're not at the peak of the Ascendant Realm, you won't be able to withstand a few swords. Just treat them as more than half of the 14th Realm sword cultivator." More than half of the 14th Realm didn't sound as good as an Ascendant Realm peak. But in fact, not to mention more than half of the 14th Realm, even half of the 14th Realm was a natural chasm compared to an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Because it meant that a peak great cultivator didn't have the qualifications to reach the heavens. Because his life was not in danger, Feng Shuatao glanced at the green shirt sword immortal on the Parrot continent. He didn't expect that Taoist Qingmi's distraction would cause him to take another sword for no reason. The sword slashed horizontally and then vertically, causing the lightning pool to be halved again and again. Whether it was when he fought the Green Palace Grand Guardian in Panshui City or Feng Shuatao in the Sky Canopy, he still held back a lot. He only used the sword technique realm he had when he went to the sea to visit the Immortals and fought against the 2 Ascendant Realm Q-swords. He didn't even use his full strength. This was equivalent to pressuring the border again and again. First of all, the 2 Ascendant Realm cultivators had many scruples when they fought. They were too worried about being questioned by the Confucian Temple, so they didn't dare to use their full strength. Moreover, they didn't know the depth of the Ascendant Realm cultivators' foundation. They didn't want to accidentally kill the other party with just a few swords. But if it was on the sea, it was a different story. If they were careless, then so be it. In the end, some Ascendant Realm cultivators in the vast world, such as Nan Guangzhou and Jinghao, were inferior to the Ascendant Realm demons in the desolate world in terms of fighting and killing. The Qi cultivators in the vast world mostly did it for the realm, to prove their Tao and immortality. The desolate world was purer. They wanted the realm, immortality and immortality. But in the end it was for the pleasure of killing on the great Tao. They both wanted to live as long as the heavens and the earth, but they were on 2 different cultivation paths. Feng Shuatao was indeed a wild cultivator. He said in his mind, "If the left sword celestial wants to kill, don't blame the area within a 1,000-mile radius for spreading spells and spells. When the time comes, innocent people will be implicated. Of course I'll be the one to blame. But if they die they can't blame me. They can only blame the left sword celestial for being overbearing." The left servant said, "You can try." Feng Shuatao was speechless. He was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. If it were someone else, Feng Shuatao would think that they were bluffing. However, the scholar in front of him who turned to sword practice could not be judged by common sense. Feng Shuatao asked, "Why do you want to fight with me? You need a reason to fight, right? I don't have any grudges with you and the sage of literature." The left servant said, "I don't like you. Does that count as a reason?" Feng Shuatao's face turned gloomy. Why must I be involved in the battle? I've cultivated in peace on the mountain for thousands of years, and I've never disturbed Haoran Mountain. Do you think you're the hierarch of the Confucian Temple? Why do you care so much? The left servant frowned and said, I'll tell you one last thing. Only a stubborn person has the right to talk tough to me. These Ascendant Realm cultivators were not weak in cultivation, but they were good at finding excuses for themselves. Even if they couldn't imitate Zhou Xinji's skills, they could at least imitate Pan Huayin. Of course, they didn't want to suffer any losses. It would be fine if that was all, but when the world was peaceful they would gloat. For example, there were several fierce battles in the south of the Liuxia continent. However, the Qinggong Taibao, whose hometown and sect were both in the Liuxia continent, never showed up. Zhou Xinji, the sword cultivator from the Central Plains, died in the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent. Feng Shuatao, who had a grudge with Zhou Xinji, went to the ruins to pay his respects. Even when they arrived at the Confucian Temple, these peak cultivators who survived the tribulation of weapons still didn't know how to restrain themselves. When the sky was about to fall, it was fine to lower one's head and lower one's waist and drag out an ignoble existence. When the world was at peace, one could just close the door and secretly enjoy it. Don't push one's luck and pretend to be indomitable and upright, only to accidentally miss the war that swept the world. The left servant didn't talk much with Feng Shuatao, but every time he spoke he would feel more annoyed. Therefore the left servant decided to use his sword for the last time. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the Confucian Temple and shouted, "Let me do it." The left servant hesitated for a moment and didn't use his sword. He allowed that person to brush past him. He pressed Feng Shuatao's head, who had nowhere to hide, and they ascended and left Haoran together. From the looks of it, they were going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The cultivators around the Confucian Temple were all dumbfounded. The left servant sheathed his sword and returned to the Confucian Temple. He didn't use his sword and he didn't say anything unnecessary. He returned the text. At the entrance of the temple, the left servant sat on the steps. Lin Junbai was still sleeping, and the young celestial master, Zhao Yaoguang, was guarding her. Zhao Yaoguang hesitated for a long time before he mustered up his courage and said, "Mr. Zhua, I'm Zhao Yaoguang. I have a favor to ask." The left servant said, "He won't agree. Don't say anything." Zhao Yaoguang hesitated for a long time before he said obediently, "Okay, I understand." When he returned to the celestial master residence in the future, he would be able to answer to the elder at home. It wasn't that he was heartless, but the left sword immortal didn't even give him a chance to invite him. The left servant placed his sword on his knees and closed his eyes to rest. Back then, when he was practicing his sword skills at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Qingdu once told the left servant in private, "If you can't kill an Ascendant Realm cultivator within 10 moves, what's the point of ascending to the 14th realm? It's meaningless." At the end, the eldest sword immortal patted the left servant's shoulders and said, "You're not young anymore and your sword skills aren't good enough. I'm worried for you." At the door, the scholar Yuping said with a smile in his mind, "Mr. Zhui used his sword twice and it was lighter than expected." The left servant replied, "As long as the Confucian Temple gives me a definite answer, I can use my sword more heavily." The scholar Yuping shook his head, speechless. On the Parrot Continent's side, Taoist Nun said something fair. Compared to Nan Guangzhao, this guy with the Taoist name Qingmi is indeed stronger. However, he's more thick-skinned. He's willing to stand still in front of everyone and take that dog's paw. Anyway, Alliance wasn't here so he could scold him as much as he wanted. Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "Feng Shuatao is actually more than that. He's hiding a lot. Wild cultivators are all like that. Of course, it's mainly because Feng Shuatao doesn't dare to move." He had already provoked the left servant who would definitely ascend to the 14th realm. If Alliance, who had already experienced the glory of the 14th realm, came, no one in the world would dare to be so fearless. Chen Pingan said, "The great cultivator Qing Mi is more suitable for fighting on the battlefield." Taoist Nun ignored it. Those who were weaker than him in fighting were not worth his attention. However, Lu Qiqing understood the meaning behind Chen Pingan's words. Feng Shuatao was more suitable than Nan Guangzhao to descend the mountain. Taoist Nun gave Chen Pingan a shiny jade tablet. It was engraved with the key secret techniques of Jinsui City's robes. It was written in tiny characters, and there were about 7,000 to 8,000 words. Taoist Nun said with a smile, "It's agreed. 10% of the profits." Chen Pingan did not care about Tao Ting's shameless act. He quickly browsed through it with his mind and made up his mind. According to the secret record, it was indeed possible to upgrade the robes of the Sparrow residents by 1 rank. Not to mention 10%, even 20% was not excessive. Chen Pingan said, every 60 years, Luapa Mountain will pay according to the agreement. Other than the immortal money, there's also an account book. There was a big difference between paying every 60 years and paying every 10 or 30 years. Taoist nun frowned and said, annoying, checking the accounts. Do you think I'm an abacus accountant? Do you not trust me, or do you think I don't trust you? If I don't trust you, why would I do business? If you don't trust me, you can walk your own path and I'll walk my own path. Chin Pingan smiled and said, friends have their own rules. Doing business has its own rules. Especially when friends do business together, there's no ambiguity. Senior cannot look at the account book, but Luapa Mountain can't not give the account book. If you think this will hurt your relationship, then it means we're not suitable to earn money together. Taoist nun said impatiently, whatever. The group went to the bundle house. It was a secret realm of mountains and rivers. It was similar to the Golden Millet wine shop in the inverted mountain. Along the way, many people looked at them and took the initiative to make way. An unreasonable green shirt sword immortal, a young Taoist who almost killed Nan Guangzhou, and a famous white emperor city's Lu Daochun. These 3 people indeed had a unique aura of, please come and provoke me. Chen Pingan always felt that his bundle house was not bad. Until today, when he entered this secret realm, he knew what real family background was and what cultivation was. He felt a little ashamed of himself. In fact, his own Oxhorn Mountain, together with the ferry and those shops, was actually the work of the bundle house. It allowed Cloud Covering Mountain and Luapa Mountain to benefit greatly. The bundle house was a loose sect. It was said that they did not have any serious golden jade records, nor did they have a mountain or an ancestral hall. The whereabouts of the founding ancestor was also uncertain. In any case, wherever the sect's cultivators went, business followed. As for how the Qi cultivators entered the bundle house and what the sect's regulations were, it was a mystery. It was only known that every time the founding ancestor of the bundle house appeared to do business, he would take out a Qi harmony house that he carried with him and open the door to welcome customers. There were a total of 99 rooms. Each room usually only sold 1 item. There were occasional exceptions. Chin Pingan and the group walked past the rooms one by one. Almost all of them would enter and take a look at the goods sold by the bundle house. There was the sea of brushes from the glittering jewel immortal abode. There was a painting of an immortal horse. Each of the 24 solar terms was taken and displayed in sequence. There were extremely few small summer coins in seal script. There was a big colorful bowl with the 5 grains bountiful into the treasure map. There were a few stone heads of strong men, mountain ghosts and thunder gods spending money. A pair of large wooden boards with painted door gods. Qing Lu Blessed Lands Landscape Painting Book. There was a small clay jar called the Descending Mountain Jar. It looked inconspicuous, but it was a mountain treasure that could suppress ghosts. There were also a few broken grotto heavens and blessed lands. As long as one had enough money, they could all be bought. If they had already sold the goods, the talisman beauty in the room would hang a small wooden sign outside the door. There were 4 words written on it: good karma has been formed. To be honest, if these were not treasures that the founding ancestor of the bundle house personally took a look at, there was no possibility of picking up a bargain. Chin Pingan really wanted to sweep them clean. He only said that the jade bamboo fan that he saw in the room had an excerpt of Suzi's prayer for rain post on one side of the fan. On the other side he wrote, Dragon Sting Poem in cursive. At the end he wrote, Grain of grain season, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The inscription was from Lu Zhou of the banished immortal mountain. Chen Pingan almost wanted to borrow money from Lu Qiqing to buy this item. However, when he saw the price, he knew how difficult it was and retreated in the face of difficulties. There was no doubt that all the treasures in this bundle house were open to the public. However, the price was indeed too high. One could only hate that it was too difficult to earn money and that one's wallet was too thin. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to move. The delicate and pretty talisman beauty in the room seemed to have secretly received an edict from the founding ancestor of the bundle house. She suddenly bowed to the green-robed sword immortal. She smiled gracefully and said in a soft voice, If sword immortal takes a fancy to this item, you can buy it on credit and take this fan away first. In the future, in any bundle house in the vast world, you can make up for it at any time. This is not an exception for sword immortal alone. Our bundle house has always had this rule, so sword immortal need not worry too much. The biggest feature of the bundle house was that the buyer could buy it on credit. No matter if it was an immortal master, a mountain cultivator, or a poor cultivator, they all had the opportunity to sign a contract with the bundle house. Then they could take away the goods. It was much simpler than buying and selling houses at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, the contract was almost without any binding force. In other words, if the buyer could not pay the money, the bundle house would admit defeat and would not pursue the debt. Therefore, in the history of the vast world, there would often be cultivators who would appear every 100 years or even 1,000 years, to pay the bundle house back the immortal money they owed back then. Of course, not everyone could be like this. The cultivators also had to see if they could enter the bundle house's eyes. Qin Pingan had some guesses about this. It was most likely that the bundle house had a secret treasure that could check other people's fortune. Otherwise, how could there be such a way of doing business in the world? Qin Pingan thanked the talisman beauty first, then asked, "If I take a fancy to any item, can I buy it on credit?" The talisman beauty smiled and nodded, "Anything is fine. Our bundle house only has one request. After you have walked through all 99 rooms, Sword Immortal cannot turn back." Qin Pingan looked at Li Huai. Li Huai nodded and said, "Then let's go to the next room to take a look." Madame Ruoyan said in her heart, "Hidden official, I actually still have some savings. It's enough to buy this fan." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "There's no need." Actually, Qin Pingan wanted to owe the bundle house a favor first. Only then would there be a return of favors. In the end, they had walked through more than 30 rooms. Li Huai's eyes were a little dry. Only then did they make up their minds. They took a fancy to a rather strange item. It was a stone the size of a fist, engraved with the two words, Mountain Immortal. There was a pocket-sized willow tree with old roots entrenched in it like a bonsai. Under the tree stood a tree spirit of the sea-viewing realm. He looked like a white-haired old man, calling himself the Old Immortal of the southern city. Seeing the guests entering the room, the latter was slightly tempted. Just as they had the thought of buying it, the old man cursed loudly, jumped up and spat at the chi cultivators, saying, "You blind things, how dare you invite me to stay in your house? If you're so capable, why don't you just ascend to heaven?" The bundle house's price was only 10 grains of grain rain money. The realm of the willow tree spirit, the material of the mountain rock and so on, the talisman beauty in the room would explain to the guests one by one. However, the items sold in this secret realm of mountain water were not all priceless and rare items. Even the dozens of grains of snow were also sold. The rooms with a high threshold would not be able to hang the wooden sign. The rooms with a low threshold would be able to afford it. The customers would get it on a first-come first-served basis. By the time Li Huai and the old willow tree were staring at each other, the old willow tree spirit was probably feeling thirsty after scolding the old willow tree spirit with its back against the stone wall. It took off the wine gourd from its waist and gulped down a large mouthful of wine. It was only 10 grains of grain rain money. Qin Pingan could have bought it himself. However, after some hesitation, he still signed a contract with the talisman beauty. It could be considered an IOU for only 10 grains of grain rain money. After that, Qin Pingan pooled his money together and borrowed the grain rain money from Lu Qiqing and Madame Ruoyan. One after another, he bought a few items that Li Huai found attractive. An expensive subduing demon pagoda, a pair of small golden gourd earrings with a heavy scent of rouge and powder, and a painting of a Narcissus swimming in the night filled with shrimp soldiers and crab generals. During this time, he met a group of female cultivators on the mountain. Among them, there was a woman with a graceful bearing. She bought all the dozens of robes and dresses in the room without batting an eye. When he reached the next room, there were 10 sets of flower deity cups from the blessed land of 100 flowers. Altogether there were 1,000 wine cups. She only left one set for the people behind her. The other 9 sets were all taken away. Most importantly, Qin Pingan didn't see the woman take out anything. She didn't pay the bill with the bag shop. The two talisman beauties seemed to be used to it. They didn't say a word. Qin Pingan recognized the woman. She was the Taoist companion of the richest man in the world, the wife of the god of wealth from the Snow Mountain continent. She didn't need to bring money with her when she went out. She could spend as much as she wanted. In the city not far from the Confucian temple, Qin Pingan clapped his hands and stood up. Jiang Longxiang, who was leaning against the wall, was beaten up and hit with dozens of stones. The old scholar was so angry that his body trembled. "Who are you? Tell me your name if you dare. As a sword immortal, do you think that you're afraid of a cultivator from the middle 5 states?" This middle-aged scholar's face was actually written with 4 words, tough on the outside but timid on the inside. Of course, a scholar would not resort to violence when he was seeking revenge. It would be a disgrace to the scholars. He was going to ask the sages of the Confucian Temple to uphold justice and discipline the cultivators who violated the rules with violence. Qin Pingan pointed at Jiang Longxiang's mouth and reminded him, "This is what you get for not keeping your mouth shut the last time you were here. Are you going to complain to the Confucian Temple this time? Think about it yourself. You can say whatever you want, but you only have a few teeth. You should cherish them. Otherwise, you might not be able to speak clearly when you're teaching in your hometown. The students might not understand what you're talking about." Jiang Longxiang's face darkened. His biggest question at the moment was not why the man was attacking him, as it was no longer important, but why did the man have the guts to attack him? Why did none of the sages of the Confucian Temple show up when they were so close to him? Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I don't dare to touch you at the Confucian Temple today. However, don't think this is the end of it. I'll travel to the Xuanhuan dynasty in the future. We can catch up then. You don't have to seek revenge." Jiang Longxiang's heart was filled with resentment, bitterness, and fear. "You don't dare to touch me? What do you want the next time we meet?" Qin Pingan raised his hand and extended his palm. He said with a smile, "I'll settle the score with you. I'll make you pay with interest." Jiang Longxiang struggled to stand up. Qin Pingan pretended to hit him. Jiang Longxiang was so scared that he quickly turned around. Qin Pingan smiled and left. The woman with the hedgerow on her head appeared from the corner. She stopped and looked at the green-robed man from afar. Although her face could not be seen, her figure was graceful. She looked like a plum blossom in the corner just by standing there. Qin Pingan ignored Jiang Longxiang and walked toward the woman with the hedgerow. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Greetings, shopkeeper Yao." She smiled and cupped her fists in return. "Child Qin." Qin Pingan said, "You can call me by my name." The two walked side by side in the alley. The woman beside Qin Pingan was Jianyang. She first left the Great Spring Dynasty with Xuanhuan and went to the Yugui sect. She cultivated there for several years. After that, she left the Tongya continent with the great celestial master Zhao Tianlai. She cultivated in the back mountain of the celestial master's mansion on Longhu Mountain. She and the ten-tailed celestial fox Lianzhen were of the same origin but different bloodlines. They were naturally close. After spending all these years together, they were like sisters. The celestial fox Lianzhen's Tao was high and extremely detached. He had lived in the mountains for a long time and had an ethereal qi. He was no longer comparable to ordinary demons. He liked to listen to Jianyang's stories of jianghu. Even the battles of wits and courage between the Yamen constables of Hure Town and the evil spirits were interesting to him. Jianyang turned her head and lifted a corner of the hedgerow. She smiled and said, "I almost can't recognize you, child Qin." When they met for the first time at the Great Spring border and Qin Pingan was still a teenager. He was dressed in a white robe with a red wine gourd hanging from his waist. Beside him was a mischievous little girl with charcoal hair and a few different retinues. He was once a teenager, but now he was a slender man in a green robe. He was worthy of being called the sword immortal of the mountain. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Yao is still as charming as ever. I miss the 5 years of plum wine brewed in the inn and the roasted whole lamb. It's really a delicacy that can't be found on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain." Jianyang loosened her fingers and let go of the hedgerow. "Don't call me shopkeeper Yao. It's too formal. Child, just call me Jianyang." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. The first time he heard of the phrase, "life is narrow, and the wine cup is wide," was from this Jianyang at the table. Jianyang smiled and asked, "That Wei Haiyang, is he not following you as a retinue anymore? That martial artist surnamed Wei claimed to have a great appetite. In the end, that man became a pile of mud after drinking a bowl of wine and snoring thunderously on the table. It left a deep impression." Qin Pingan shook his head. "Everyone has their own lives." Jianyang sighed. "That's true." Qin Pingan said in his mind, "I heard that Zhong Kuei is still in the Western Buddhist kingdom." He missed this meeting. Jianyang and Qin Pingan had nothing to reminisce about. Although their relationship wasn't bad, it wasn't enough for Jianyang to come looking for him. She didn't ask him anything, but she was here to ask him questions. Jianyang said, "What's the point of mentioning him? He's neither human nor ghost. He likes to ask for trouble." Qin Pingan said, "Zhong Kuei was timid back then. Maybe it was because he guessed what would happen later. He had no choice but to be bold." Jianyang rolled her eyes. "He's timid?" She then smiled. His timidness has nothing to do with me. He's just an accountant. It's up to fate whether we meet or leave. Qin Pingan didn't say anything else. After chatting with Jianyang about the recent situation of the Great Quan Empire, they parted ways. Zhong Kuei and Jianyang, who had a special identity, were like a muddled account in a marriage book. Jianyang, or Madame Huan Sha, was most angry with Zhong Kuei, who was the accountant. It wasn't even because Zhong Kuei hid his identity as a gentleman of the academy and watched her, Madame Huan Sha's actions. It was just that Zhong Kuei was too cowardly. All of his seemingly audacious nonsense was actually cowardly. I might not agree to your request. But since you like me, why don't you dare to say that you like me? What's going on? Perhaps what she hoped for was for Zhong Kuei, the accountant, to behave himself and stand in front of her, sincerely saying the word, like. Women weren't completely unreasonable. It was just that the reason a man spoke was often different from the reason they wanted to hear. A woman's reason was more in her mood. If a man couldn't even understand why she was being unreasonable, then there was nothing he could do. Naturally, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Qin Pingan had always felt that he was just a little late in understanding the relationship between men and women. In fact, he was really talented and knew a lot. Even if his senior brothers of the same sect were added together, they still wouldn't be as good as him. He even dared to say such words in front of senior brothers Hua and senior brother Jun Qian. Of course, the prerequisite was that the teacher was beside them. Qin Pingan walked alone in the alley and suddenly thought of something. Previously, he had traveled with Zheng Juzhong on the Wenjin crossing. Actually, the city lord of White Emperor City only said 3 sentences along the way. Qin Pingan just listened. Firen and Zhou Qingao. Undoubtedly, they were the 2 most prominent people in the desolate world in this confrontation between the 2 worlds. Zheng Juzhong only commented, Firen is very smart and has a bright future ahead of her. Zhou Qinggao's fate may be more pitiful. Therefore, if you have the chance to review the situation, you should satisfy him. Another sentence had a deeper meaning. Life is like a dream. With a single thought, one will be startled awake. The last sentence was truly the words of a senior. I called you Mr. Chen before going out to meet you. The reason is very simple. The person I am meeting today is not the young reclusive official of today, but the future Mr. Chen at the top of the mountain. Following this, Qin Pingan planned to go to the Qiuasking boxing competition. On the night boat in Consonant City, a handsome young man with antlers on his head followed his mistress. He took the initiative to greet Ning Yao's group, saying that they were welcome to stay. Qin Pingan didn't receive such treatment before. When they passed by Consonant City, the 2 sides nearly came to blows. They stayed in an immortal residence in Consonant City. In the night, Ning Yao brought Pei Qian, Xiaomi and the white-haired boy to sit on the roof and admire the moon. Along the way, every time Ning Yao passed by a city, she would slash out with her sword and break the ferry's restrictions. The night boat didn't have any intention of stopping her. At this moment, Ning Yao smiled and asked, Xiaomi, will you have to go to fewer places in the North Continent because of me? Xiaomi thought about it carefully and shook her head. No. She had to think about it carefully. She couldn't just blurt it out casually. That would be too insincere. Pei Qian sat at the side feeling a little nervous. He was really worried that Xiaomi would speak nonsense. Xiaomi glanced at Pei Qian from the corner of her eyes. Then she leaned back and secretly stretched out her hand behind her back. She gave Pei Qian a thumbs up to take credit and praise herself. She wasn't a little fool. Previously, there were some small mistakes at the inn in Entry City. In fact, she deliberately pretended to be a fool. Xiaomi hesitated for a long time and asked carefully, Madam Mountain Chieftain, are you worried that the good Mountain Chieftain will like someone else? Ning Yao smiled and didn't say anything. Xiaomi hugged her knees with both hands and said softly, That's not true. Back then, I was standing in the big wicker basket behind him and accompanied the good Mountain Chieftain to roam the pugilistic world. We walked for a long time and every time he met a pretty girl he would ignore them. The good Mountain Chieftain likes you a lot. Ning Yao said, Actually, I've never been worried. It's just that if I don't do this, I often don't know what to say when I talk to him. Ning Yao paused for a moment. Actually, I'm still worried. How could she not be worried at all? She was a little worried. If Qin Pingan wanted to go to a place, he would definitely go there. No matter how far he went, he wouldn't change his mind. However, if he wanted to leave a place, he would definitely not turn back. Xiaomi asked curiously, Madam Mountain Chieftain, I heard from the good Mountain Chieftain that the 2 of you fell in love at first sight. Ning Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She ignored this. What love at first sight? There was no such thing. she said to Xiaomi, just call me Sister Ning. Pei Qin deliberately choked on his wine and coughed a few times. Xiaomi immediately understood. Did she say something wrong? She immediately tried to salvage the situation. I know. The good mountain chieftain fell in love with Sister Ning at first sight. At that time, Sister Ning was still hesitating whether to like the good mountain chieftain or not, right? Ning Yao thought for a moment and shook her head with a smile. That's not true. When we first met at Mud Bottle Alley, I didn't like him and he didn't like me. Xiaomi immediately crossed her arms and turned to look at Ning Yao. She said seriously, that's not true. The good mountain chieftain said that at that time, he just didn't know that he liked you. Ning Yao was so angry that she laughed. You even told him the truth. However, she was happy to hear this for the first time. The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed scholar swaggered back to the immortal inn at Egret Ferry on Mount Xingyang. Tianhuan's real body was still hiding in Mount Xingyang. However, she was forced to show up at Egret Ferry by these two idiots. This was because the two of them had not only seen through her clone's escape technique, but they had also captured all of her soul. If it was only her soul or spirit that had been captured, Tianhuan was prepared for the worst. She could just give it up. She had her own methods to make up for her great Tao. However, since she had both her soul and spirit, it was not up to her. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said to Sister Tianhuan, who was dressed in pink and green, the moon on the water is as far away as the sky. The flowers in front of you are like looking in a mirror. It's easy to see a person dressed in jade but difficult to approach. On the other side of the great wall of sword aura, a figure fell straight to the ground. Feng Shuetao, a great cultivator who was forcibly ascended to another world, felt dizzy. He stabilized his body with great difficulty and looked into the distance. He was in the wilderness. As for a certain son of AB***, he stood on the shoulder of this ascendant state cultivator and stroked his hair with both hands. He sighed, look into the distance. "800, Feng Shuetao asked, why did you bring me here? The great cultivators at the peak of Haoran Mountain had to follow many rules if they wanted to ascend. First, they needed the permission of the Confucian Temple, and then the Confucian sage in the sky screen to open the door for them. Otherwise, they would get lost easily and end up in all kinds of strange beyond heaven secret realms. Moreover, the process of cultivators ascending and traveling was extremely dangerous as well. They had to come into contact with the long river of time that was formed from the Grand Tao, and the slightest carelessness would cause their cultivation to be greatly depleted and their lifespan to be reduced. Therefore this time Feng Shuetao traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi hand in hand, with Alliance. With Alliance opening the way, Feng Shuetao walked very easily. As for why Alliance did not go through the gate of the inverted hanging mountain and came to the wilderness, Feng Shuetao was too lazy to ask. He just took it as this guy showing off his sword skills. Alliance said, you're not the same as that Qinggong Taibao. Feng Shuetao sneered, not the same? Didn't I get hit by his sword? Alliance laughed, you're quite hot-tempered, aren't you? Nan Guangzhao Jinghao Feng Shuetao. The three ascendants' Taoist names were Qinxiu, Qinggong Taibao, and Qingmi. Each one was more arrogant than the other. I'm not. When Alliance thought of this, he felt a little sad. This Feng Shuetao beneath his feet had a personal grudge with the old sword immortal of the Central Plains, Zhou Xinji. Feng Shuetao had been born as a mountain cultivator. His Dao name was Qingmi, and it was not for nothing. Naturally, he would not be stingy with his shady dealings. There were definitely plenty of shady dealings that were unethical. Jing Hao, on the other hand, was the most authentic library master. He was born on the mountain and was a natural cultivator. His cultivation in this life was very smooth. Back then, the demons of the wilderness crushed the mountains and rivers of the Jingjia continent and crossed the sea to the southern end of the Liuxia continent. Jing Hao was in the ancestral hall for a meeting. At the beginning, at least half of the cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm and above would go down the mountain and rush to the south to fight to the death. Some of them were old and had no hope of breaking through to the next realm. There were also many cultivators whose family and friends had died in the drifting Dawn continent. Thus, they came out of the mountains to kill demons, both for the greater good and to avenge their personal grudges. However, this great sect that was second to none in the flowing Dawn continent had unexpectedly chosen to seal itself off from the outside world. Not to mention the constant criticism from the outside world, even the sect itself was puzzled. It was said that the sect master, who was going to personally lead the team down the mountain, suddenly changed his mind at the end of the meeting at the ancestral hall. This was because he had received secret instructions from the old ancestor, Jianghu, to preserve his strength. It would not be too late to wait until the army of the demon race advanced to the north and fought their way to the gates of their own mountains. They could take advantage of the geographical advantage and learn from Fuyao Continent's Heavenly Rumble Village and Tongyi Continent's Lotus Flower City. They could defend their mountains to the death and do things more steadily. They could also contribute to their hometowns. If the Drifting Dawn Continent lost, they would strive to protect themselves. If the world won, then the vast southern territory of the continent would be cleared of all the immortals on the mountains. It would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the sect to expand their territory and gather vassals. As for how the outside world learned of this rumor, it was because that sect master immediately lost his position as sect master after the ancestral master came out of seclusion and was punished. Nominally, he was a hindrance to the war effort. As a sect master, he was irresponsible and ashamed of his ancestors who were hung on the statues. He had to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes for 100 years. Feng Shuatao asked, "Can you come down and talk?" In the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, apart from a Confucian temple accompanying a sage, there were also several great cultivators from various continents who were stationed here. They were all watching the show. Alliance complained, "If you tell me to come down, I'll come down. Do you think I don't have any face? You're just stupid. If you told me not to come down, do you think I wouldn't come down?" Feng Shuatao could only pick up his identity as a rogue cultivator. "Anyway, I'm a rogue cultivator. What face do I need?" Alliance did not embarrass Feng Shuatao too much. He floated to the ground and sat on the edge of the wall. He tapped the wall with his heel and took out a pot of wine. Feng Shuatao hesitated for a moment. He squatted down and looked towards the south. He asked, "That's the old blind man's Xuanhuan Mountains?" Alliance nodded. "It's considered my territory. I often go there to drink and eat meat. Back then the old blind man took 18 of my swords. He admired my swordsmanship very much. He said that if I wasn't young and handsome, he would have mistaken me for Qin Qin. He would have used all his strength to attack." Feng Shuatao's words went in one ear and out the other. He just said to himself, "Alliance, why did you stop me from using my swords? At most I'll just stand still and take a hit. At most I'll drop my realm." Alliance said, "In my impression, rogue cultivators like you are very good at calculating. If you want to drop your realm, go to the south. What's going on in the vast world? Your reputation is not good." Feng Shuatao asked, "That's why I don't understand why you want to help me." Alliance said, "Do you remember the 16th year of the autumn hunt of a certain dynasty in the Central Plains? That dynasty ordered a few vassals, joined forces with a few big neighboring countries, all the immortal masters of the archives, and the gods of the mountains and rivers to hold a great hunt and kill demons and ghosts?" Feng Shuatao was expressionless. "I don't remember." Alliance said, "I remember that there was a rogue cultivator who was passing by. He fought and beat up 2 immortals. Those immortal masters of the archives were very embarrassed." Feng Shuatao was puzzled. Why mention such a small matter? He just couldn't stand the way those immortal masters of the archives acted. They were young, but all of them were old and cunning. They were good at currying favor. Alliance drank his wine and said casually, "If the immortal sects where cultivators gather only move the government from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, I think it's very boring." Feng Shuatao just squatted and felt bored. Alliance turned his head. "Can you have the courage to prove that the Confucian temple misjudged you and attacked the wrong person?" Feng Shuatao sneered. "Forget it. To be honest, I don't think I'm wrong, but I don't think they're wrong either." Alliance rubbed his chin and sighed. "There's no rogue cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the world." Feng Shuatao felt a little sad. If this son of AB*TCH was willing to talk seriously, he wouldn't be as bad as the rumors said. Alliance asked, "Do you have any sword cultivator friends in your life?" Feng Shuatao shook his head. "I have many fair-weather friends. I don't have any close friends." To be precise, he didn't have any friends. A long time ago he had one. Alliance stood up and laughed. "Then I'll have to congratulate you." Feng Shuatao knew something was wrong. As expected, Alliance said seriously, "As long as you accompany me through the Boorish land, you'll have a sword cultivator friend." Feng Shuatao smiled bitterly. "Do I have no choice? Through the Boorish land?" Feng Shuatao wasn't an idiot. Alliance said earnestly, "Don't worry. I can protect an ascendant realm cultivator." Feng Shuetao sighed and began to think of a way to escape. However, when he thought about the boorish land, he felt that the son of Ab** Tish beside him was much more familiar with it than he was. How could he escape? The man threw away the empty wine bottle and held his forehead with his hands. Invincible boorish land cultivator, sword cultivator alliance. He didn't want to wait for Sister Lu Ji. He wanted to leave her with a handsome and majestic back. Feng Shuetao sorted out the messy emotions in his heart and sighed. He raised his eyebrows and looked to the south. After a moment of silence, he smiled and imitated Alliance's way of speaking. He muttered to himself, "Wild cultivator Qing Mi Feng Shuetao of the snowy mountain continent." In the Parrot continent, after visiting 99 rooms, Qin Pingan didn't return with a full load, but he gained a lot. Qin Pingan asked Lu Qiqing if he could help find a place to stay on the island. He planned to cook a meal for everyone. Lu Qiqing said of course there was no problem. He had a lot of friends on the mountain. There were not many who didn't know him and had never heard of him. The old tree spirit, who called himself the Lord of Heaven in the south of the city, seemed to have an immortal restriction on his body. He couldn't return to his true form for the time being. He was about 3 inches tall. At this moment he was sitting on the shoulder of the young Taoist and drinking. He squinted at the boastful Lu Qiqing who was dressed in fancy clothes and cursed him for being a sissy. However, Lu Qiqing grabbed him and squeezed him in the palm of his hand before throwing him back to the young Taoist. The old tree spirit was drunk and disoriented. He asked Li Huai, "Your trusted subordinate was bullied. Are you not going to do anything?" Li Huai said he couldn't do anything. The old tree spirit immediately stood up and put the wine bottle on his waist. He straightened his clothes and bowed. "This immortal master is wearing a pink robe. She is really unique, like a peerless beauty who stands alone in the world." Lu Qiqing felt bored and slapped the old tree spirit gently. The old tree spirit held the mountain with both hands and complained incessantly. Li Huai had to intercede for Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing stopped. The willow tree spirit didn't dare to scold the pink-robed immortal master. He turned his head and spat. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the young Taoist's territory and quickly wiped it with the tip of his foot. Li Huai remembered something and said to Qin Pingan telepathically, "The old man left a package for you at the Yang family's drugstore. He said in the letter that you can go to his house and get it." Qin Pingan nodded. Li Huai took out a yellowed book from his sleeve. "Luopa Mountain became a sect, but I didn't attend the ceremony. It's overshadowed, right? The old man gave it to me. It's full of messy scribbles. I don't want to learn it and I can't learn it. Just looking at it gives me a headache. I'll give it to you, don't mind it." Qin Pingan didn't refuse. He took it and said, "Consider it a loan. I'll return it to you after reading it." Li Huai said angrily, "Give it back to me." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "You haven't finished reading it yet." Qin Pingan suddenly stopped and turned around. It was the old sword cultivator Yu. He had also finished walking around the bundle shop with the other tycoons. Other than the Myunxia clan, there were also young ladies from the Xianxia clan. However, they were not as likable as sword cultivator Zhu Mei. Yu said to the young man beside him with a smile, "Xianhuan, I'm in a good mood today. I'll tell you a secret. Can you keep your mouth shut?" The disciple of the Myunxia family from the Snow Peak continent was a little shameless. He said to the chief foreign minister of his family, "I promised Mr. Yu first. As for whether I can keep my mouth shut, I'll see. After all, it's not up to me." Yu said, "You came to the Confucian temple to join in the fun. The person you want to meet the most is right in front of you." Xianhuan walked over quickly. This handsome disciple didn't seem to have any doubts. He bowed to the green-robed sword immortal but didn't say anything. Silence spoke louder than words. This was called Xianhuan bowing his head to the hidden official. Qin Pingan looked at Yu. The old sword practitioner laughed in his mind, "Master hidden official, don't worry. Xianhuan looks like he doesn't know what's important, but he knows what's important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been groomed as the next master of the Xia family." He heard about Master Hidden Official's deeds through the family's secret channel in his early years and admired Yu. He even wrote erotic books about Lady Ruoyan from the Plum Blossom Garden, Nayland Saihuan from the Great Wall of Sword Aura, and the female sword immortal Song Pin from the Golden Armor Continent. Senior Hidden Official may not know this, but in the past 10 years in the Pure Jade Continent, 40 to 50% of the most widely circulated erotic books on the mountain were written by Xianhuan. The number of female cultivators who wanted to beat him, if not 100, then at least 80. Qin Pingan returned the greeting with a fist salute to the young man. In fact, he wanted to punch this xianxia from the snow-peaked continent to the ground. Xuanhuan straightened his back and suddenly reached out his hand. He probably wanted to grab Qin Pingan's sleeve, but he didn't succeed. The young man said resentfully, "I want to touch the celestial aura so that I can write like a god." Qin Pingan reminded him with a smile, "Master Xie, there are some books that shouldn't be spread." Xuanhuan looked at Lady Ruoyan beside the young hidden official and nodded. They were both men, so they understood tacitly. They parted ways. Xuanhuan wanted to visit a senior who was staying in the Parrot continent. The young flower goddess, whose nickname was Rui Fenghe, was full of joy. She rode the wind and rushed to the Parrot continent. She curtsied to the young secluded officer and thanked him sincerely. She said that Teacher Zhang was not angry but happy. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. He invited the flower goddess to be a guest at the Luopa mountain in the future. In fact, at the entrance of Lu Xianyang's ancestral home in his hometown, there was a small canal passing by. Between the cracks of the rocks, there was a balsamia that was suspended in mid-air. The flowers bloomed in 5 different colors. In the early years, many young girls in his hometown seemed to like to pick the flowers and crush them, dyeing their fingernails bright red. Qin Pingan didn't think it was pretty at that time. Lu Xianyang had always talked about this flower growing in front of his house. The elders had a story about feng shui. In the end, a greedy little slug came to his house with a small hoe and secretly dug it away in the middle of the night. After daybreak, Lu Xianyang squatted in front of the door for a long time, cursing and swearing. That night, the little snot bug that had secretly planted the balsamine elsewhere was pulled by the ear and returned. To Lu Xianyang, who was in the dark, the balsamine at the door seemed to have grown legs of its own, running away from home and returning to its home. Lu Xianyang was very happy to have regained what he had lost. He said that this flower was indeed strange. At that time, Qin Pingan nodded and the little slug rolled his eyes and made a face. In fact, when Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingan each went to study and returned home, they both became mountain dwellers. It was then that they realized that the balsamia that looked beautiful in the past was actually just ordinary. Madame Huayan bid farewell to Qin Pingan and left. She brought the balsamia flower goddess to the bag shop again. She had secretly taken a liking to a few items. Lu Qiqing walked to the door of a mansion in Parrot Island halfway up the mountain and knocked on the door. A timid girl walked out. Her family's elders and a few good friends on the mountain were all on guard. They didn't dare to come out to meet this Lu Daochun from White Emperor City. In the end, they let her come. As for the green shirt sword immortal and the young Taoist, the young female cultivator didn't even dare to look at them. Even if she came from a sect, she didn't dare to be rash in the face of these fierce people who could arm wrestle with the leaders of big sections. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Miss, I am close friends with your family's elders. Can you let me borrow your house to entertain my friends?" The female cultivator nodded vigorously. Her master said that as long as Lu Daochun asked, she would agree to anything. Lu Qiqing pinched out a grain rain coin with 2 fingers and said, "Miss, after you take this grain rain coin, remember to return me 2 small summer coins." Her eyes were filled with doubt, but she didn't dare to disobey. After accepting the grain rain coin, she took out 2 small coins from her sleeves and handed them to the famous pavilion master of the colored glass pavilion with fear and trepidation. Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "There are so many beauties in the world. If 10 small summer coins were the full number, you would be very beautiful. Today I see that your marriage is not shallow. It is a feast for my eyes. May I ask your name, where do you live, where do you cultivate, and whether you have a Taoist companion?" Qin Pingan came to Lu Qiqing's side and slapped him on the back of the head. Then he apologized to the young female cultivator and said, "Sorry to disturb you." If he knew that Lu Qiqing had friends all over the mountain, he wouldn't have asked. The girl shook her head and didn't say a word. She just made way for the door. The cultivators in the house had already left from the side door. They didn't dare to ride the wind. They met the young female cultivator at the ferry and left Parrot Island by ferry. The girl was anxious, but her master smiled in his heart and said, "You have made a contribution. When we go back, the ancestral hall will record it." After entering the house, in a secluded courtyard surrounded by cypress trees, Qin Pingan first took out the fish basket from his sleeve. Then he opened the box and took out the tools skillfully. He was ready to show off his skills to Li Baoping and Li Huai. Li Huai and Taoist Nun brought in a table and chairs. Lu Qiqing took out a few pots of immortal wine. The table was full of dishes. There were a few golden carps, steamed, braised, and stewed fish. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "How is it?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "It's delicious." Li Huai said, "It's much better than Pei Qian's." Lu Qiqing and Taoist Nun looked at each other. They both felt that they had to show some strength of character and not say anything that went against their conscience. Qin Pingan glanced at the two guys who were eating so much that they became mutes. He nodded with satisfaction. Maybe this was what it meant to be beautiful without words. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Qin Pingan put down his chopsticks. Li Baoping was still chewing slowly and Li Huai was still wolfing down the food. Li Huai suddenly felt embarrassed. He approached Qin Pingan and said in a low voice, "Qin Pingan, I've read a few books. Can I talk to you about the principles in the books? If it's not right, you can forget about it." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Of course you can. Just say it." Li Huai still didn't seem to be very confident. He only dared to talk to Qin Pingan secretly through telepathy. The books say that when a person has both great achievements and worries about himself, his life will be more tiring. Because he works hard on the outside, he works hard on the inside. You have a lot of titles now, so I hope you can find a few ways to relax. For example, liking fishing is good. The eyes of this young man in a scholarly robe were full of worry at this moment. Li Huai had never been good at reasoning with people. Today he had done his best. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Such a good principle. I will definitely take it to heart." Li Huai laughed. If he could reason with Qin Pingan, then it would be a pity if he didn't become a sage. Qin Pingan clenched his fist and gently knocked on his stomach. "All the good principles I read in the books and heard are my principles as long as they are in my stomach." Li Huai looked at him and said, "Qin Pingan." Qin Pingan was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Li Huai chuckled and said, "You are called Qin Pingan, so you must be safe. With you here we will think about finding a chance to get together. Even if there is nothing to talk about, we still need to get together." Qin Pingan was not here, so it seemed that everyone was leaving it up to fate. Of course they were still friends, but it seemed that they didn't want to meet again. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Li Huai lowered his head and continued to eat. "You are welcome." Blockhead Lin, of course they were all good friends, but his temperament was a bit light. He didn't care about meeting after a long separation. And that Yu Lu, the reverse homonym, was Yu Lu. He probably said that, "There are survivors of the Lu family," or perhaps he was expressing his will and not forgetting his origin. Yu Lu constantly reminded him that, "I am a descendant of the Lu family?" That year, only Yu Lu would take the initiative to keep watch with Qin Pingan. In addition, that year at the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, Yu Lu stood up for him and hit him the hardest. Li Huai always remembered that. In fact, Li Huai missed them. Of course there was also Shi Jiachuan, that little abacus. He heard that even her child had reached the age where she could talk about marriage. That year on the long journey, Li Huai was the closest to Qin Pingan, but he was also the most afraid of Qin Pingan. Because Li Huai intuitively knew that Qin Pingan was patient, good-tempered, generous, and most willing to give things to others. He always cared about others first. If such a good-tempered person became angry and ignored him, then it would really be difficult for him to travel the long journey. There was no water in the mountains and the sun was scorching. It was really difficult to find a stream. His mouth was dry and his lips were chapped. The straw sandals youth held a hatchet and said that he would go take a look. When Qin Pingan returned, more than an hour had passed. His body was covered with bamboo tubes filled with water. Li Huai would forget many trivial things, but he would never forget the feeling that Qin Pingan gave him. It was as if he was saying, "I'm here, everything will be fine." At that time, Li Huai would think that Qin Pingan was older and had suffered since he was young, so he knew everything. Naturally, he knew more than Lin Shui, who was a child from a rich family. He knew how to climb mountains and go into the water. He knew more about how to make a living from the heavens. When Li Huai himself was 14, he realized that this was not the case. Later on, even if he was 10 years older, he would wait until he was 24. No one would be willing to deal with those trivial things every day. Li Huai always felt that taking care of other people's hearts was a very tiring thing. He did not know how to and did not have the patience. Luckily, Mr. Qi had abducted Qin Pingan for them. On the road, there would always be a straw sandals youth with a hatchet at his waist, leading the way. On the road of life, walking together with Qin Pingan would be a very stable path. Because Qin Pingan seemed to always be the first to think of trouble, and when he saw trouble, he would solve it. Cui Dongshan had once said, "The simpler the reason, the easier it was to understand," but at the same time, the harder it was to understand the reason that truly belonged to oneself. He had also said that many people relied on luck to get to where they were. But many people relied on their own abilities to make their lives more and more difficult. Lu Qiqing looked at the red-clothed lady and then looked at Li Huai. This fearless owner of the glazed pavilion had a lot of emotions in that moment. The younger generation of Pearl Paradise was gradually being viewed as the opening the door generation by the Aquarius continent. But because the Mountain Water Bulletin was not up to date, there were currently a lack of people. But Lu Qiqing was different. At that time he had brought Brother Longbo and personally walked through the small town of Huaihuang County, and had personally seen all the different young people. If not for Li Lu and the lady. There was also Luopa Mountains Qin Pingan, Dragon Spring Sword Sects Lu Xianyang, White Emperor Cities Gukan Apricot Blossom Alleys Ma Ku Xian, Clay Bottle Alley Song Jisun Dali Vassal King, Fortune Streets Zhao Yao, Dali Capital's Ministry of Justice Assistant Minister, Peach Leaf Alley Xieling, Dragon Spring Sword Sect's direct disciple, Lin Shuyi from the Construction Supervision Office. Of course there was also Cliff Academy's Li Baoping Li Huai. Qin Pingan laughed and asked, "Baoping, what books have you been reading recently?" Li Baoping shook his head, "Not reading, just thinking about some things." Qin Pingan asked curiously, "What things?" Li Baoping said, "There's one thing I'm thinking about, why I lost to Yuan Zhen in the last argument. On the way here I already figured it out. There are two other things that are difficult." Qin Pingan laughed, "Tell me about them." Li Baoping thought for a moment and pointed to the table. "For example, the books say that literary thoughts are like a fountain. I've been thinking about how scholars get their literary thoughts. I thought of a way, imagining that I have a chessboard in my mind, and then I put a word in each grid, like living in a house, sad, happy, lonely, sad, angry, and so on. After I filled up a chessboard with great difficulty, there was trouble again. Because all the words were very troublesome. Should I take a step in each grid, just like how youngest Martial Uncle had to greet Song Jisun next door when he walked in Clay Bottle Alley, or could I take a few steps in one go? Could I walk directly to Gu Kan or the Chow family's ancestral house? Or could I just jump from one grid to another? Could youngest Martial Uncle jump from Clay Bottle Alley to Apricot Blossom Alley in my house on Fulu Street? Or could you go directly to Sister Tao Ya's Peach Blossom Alley because you want to see peach blossoms? I can't even think of a good rule. Apart from this, there's also the addition of sad and sad words. If sad and happy words meet each other, it's subtraction. The addition, subtraction and subtraction will need another rule." Li Baoping swiped horizontally, then raised his hands vertically. Then he tilted and tilted as if he was overlapping two worlds. "Other than emotions, I thought of a second chessboard. It's a more concrete word, such as a bridge, flowing water, a door, a friend, a book. There's another chessboard. Because there are many thoughts, other than staying in the grid, it's like thinking blindly at home. They must have seen something, that's why they have the synesthesia, translocation, and imagination. When I was thinking about this, I thought of another thing which is even more difficult. For example, the book says that one is born from one. I'll assume that this one is 1 point. Youngest Martial Uncle, for example." Li Baoping's thoughts jumped around and she spoke quickly, making her seem very imaginative. When she said, "Tao begets one," Li Baoping pressed her thumb and index finger together, as if she was pinching a mustard seed. She reached out and placed it in the air. The moment she said, "One is born from two," Li Baoping suddenly let go and immediately had two horizontal lines. Two vertical lines pierced through the mustard seed. In the blink of an eye, countless more straight lines were formed. Qin Pingan instantly took out a caged sparrow. This immortal and built on top of Egret Fairy Mountain was called Cloud Crossing Inn. In addition to the reed marsh at the foot of the mountain, there were large terrace-like paddy fields nearby. Egrets flew in circles and sparrows grabbed the reed stalks. It was quiet and peaceful, giving off a rustic vibe. Fishermen on the water and farmers in the fields were already used to the rise and fall of the immortal fairies. Egret Ferry was less than 100 miles away from the nearest Qingwu Peak. These people at the foot of the mountain had lived in the boundary of Xinjiang Mountain for generations, so they had seen many immortals on the mountain. Cui Dongshan personally brewed tea for the guests. The white-robed youth was like a cloud, making people forget about the world. After Tianhuan sat down, she took a cup of tea from Cui Dongshan, but she did not dare to drink it. After all, she was here with her real body today. Previously, she had used all her means, including using her yin spirit to travel far away, her yang spirit to escape far away, and her camouflage technique. Unexpectedly, they were all intercepted by the two people in front of her. Moreover, they seemed to be certain that her real body was still in Xinjiang Mountain, which made Tianhuan feel helpless. She had manipulated the red string and played with people's hearts in the Aquarius continent for many years, and this was the first time she felt that her plans were not as good as God's. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "This is the tea that my husband brought back from Qingyuan Prefecture's Xianyu County. It's very precious and priceless. I'm usually reluctant to drink it. Sister Tianhuan, try it. If it's good, you don't have to pay. After drinking the tea, we'll talk about business." Tianhuan sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll send people to Xianyu County to track you down?" Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "Smart people don't say stupid things. Sister Tianhuan, you're being insincere." Tianhuan was smart because she never did anything superfluous. This was also the reason why she could live in seclusion in Xinjiang Mountain in the Aquarius continent. This junior sister of Zhou Zi could make many smart people think that she was only a little clever. Xinjiang Mountain Sect Master Bamboo Emperor, Pure Jade Realm's Patriarch Xia Yuansui, Tao family's Patriarch Tao Yanba, and the sect's Discipline Master Yanji. These old sword immortals whose names shook the entire continent felt that Tianhuan's seat in the ancestral hall of Xinjiang Mountain was actually dispensable. Jiang Shangzhen did not go over to drink the tea. She stood alone by the railing of the observation deck and looked at the children playing by the water. A group of children formed a circle and played a flower tug-of-war known as a shy girl. There was a girl with a red face who won against her peers. She grinned as if she had a decayed tooth. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and squinted her eyes. She leaned on the railing with a gentle gaze and said softly, "Today, I've won the grass tug-of-war." Smiles come from both faces. Cui Dongshan extended a hand to signal Tianhuan to be tactful. "You didn't drink the tea I offered you. Are you determined to drink it as a forfeit?" Tianhuan could only force herself to drink the tea. A moment later, her face turned pale. Even though she was prepared to cast a secret technique to seal the mountain and gather spiritual energy in a few natal aperture points and was prepared for the worst, the remaining spiritual energy in her meridians were only strands that could be ignored. However, when the spiritual energy froze, she felt heart-wrenching pain. In the end, the frozen spiritual energy gathered like rows of driftwood boats and rampaged on the river, in her small world. Tianhuan frowned slightly. Jiang Shangzhen turned her head and smiled. "Old weather and old clothes. The egret spies on the fish." Cui Dongshan scolded, "What are you talking about? Do you think Sister Tianhuan can understand you?" The next moment Tianhuan's face turned pale. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the young man in white. "Aren't you afraid that I'll die with you?" It turned out that at the front of the floating boats, there was a mind of the young man in white in front of her. It was like a boatman carrying wormwood. He wore a green bamboo hat and a green straw raincoat and was singing a poem of the evening on a fishing boat. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. In Tianhuan's heart lake, the boatman took out a green bamboo fishing rod and threw it out. He lifted the rod and directly pulled the mind out of the heart lake. Tianhuan felt a heart-wrenching pain and couldn't help but cover her chest. The young boatman reached out and grabbed the fish. He looked at it carefully and shook his head. "It's really scary." Cui Dongshan crushed the mind and threw it back into the water. He continued to drive the floating boats that were gathering under his feet and swam away. "The egret spies on the fish," Cui Dongshan said, "then let's get down to business." Tianhuan was about to speak. The boatman in the heart lake lifted the rod again and reached out to grab a fish. He laughed and said, "It's fine as long as senior brother is here? Sister Tianhuan, you're not being kind." Tianhuan could only hurriedly activate a heart room, Taoist supernatural power. In the heart lake, the raging river water froze 1,000 miles. The floating boats that were swimming away froze and stopped. The young boatman put his palms together and jumped down. His head hit the ground in the middle of winter. He shouted and flipped his head and feet. He spread out his hands. When his feet touched the ground, colorful ripples spread out on the ice. He squatted down and tapped a few times with his fingers. Then he slid to another place and tapped a few times with his fingers. He tapped here and there as if he was looking for a suitable place to fish so that he could hammer a hole and throw a rod to catch a big fish. Cui Dongshan's mind turned around and smiled. "It's finally here." A palanquin with gold foil and flower decals appeared in the distance. It was a little like the so-called Wangong palanquin in the folk. It was extremely luxurious and exquisite. There was no one to carry the palanquin. The palanquin floated over by itself. Cui Dongshan stood up and said with a smile, "Sister Tianwan won't be convinced if I don't reveal your secret dowry." He looked around and asked loudly, "Where are Li Tuanjing and his Taoist companion?" He lifted a corner of the curtain of the palanquin and revealed half of Tianwan's face. She held a mutton-fat white jade toast token in her hand. "Here, I have all the advantages. Are you sure you can defeat an Ascendant Realm sword cultivator?" Inside the palanquin, it was like a luxurious lady's boudoir. There was the gold-threaded Phoebe, the cypress wood Fu hanging screen, a vermilion bamboo painting by Su Zi spread out on the painting table. There was also a copybook, which was the third chief of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Chen's swordsmanship. There was also a seal that was written by an unknown person. It was suspended in the air in the carriage. The young helmsman formed by the mind ran wildly around the palanquin shouting, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Outside the Heart Lake, Cui Dongshan said with a horrified face, "Chief Zhou, what should we do?" Sister Tianwan said, "We definitely can't defeat an Ascendant Realm sword cultivator." The young man in white opposite Tianwan held a teacup in his hand and trembled. Tianwan really couldn't stand the poor acting skills of the guy in front of her. Was it interesting? Jiang Shangzhen turned around and leaned against the railing. He asked with a smile, "Tianwan, since when can the combat power of us sword cultivators be calculated on paper? A few nascent soul realm sword cultivators are one Yupu? A few Yupu is another immortal? The last Ascendant Realm cultivator is an Ascendant Realm cultivator? I don't read much and don't know much. Don't fool me." Cui Dongshan had already estimated Tianwan's trump card. Chief Zhou alone was enough to deal with half an Ascendant Realm sword cultivator. However, he still needed his help to catch the big fish. "Tianwan." Cui Dongshan put down the teacup and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Let's talk business." Tianwan was about to ask. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "Yes." Tianwan was about to speak again. Jiang Shangzhen took out a folding fan and gently fanned it. He said with a smile, "Brother Cui, as the proud disciple of our mountain master, you will keep your word." Jiang Shangzhen added, "What's more, if I don't keep my word, what can you do?" Without waiting for Tianwan to speak, Cui Dongshan said again, "You don't have any leeway. If you want to live, you have to agree to one thing." Jiang Shangzhen closed the folding fan and pointed to his wrist. He said, "Don't you like to play with marriage and matchmaking? Very good. Once you refine this red string, come at me. I will bear the full brunt of the consequences." Tianwan, who had not had a chance to speak, was livid. "In your dreams." The other party's move was really hitting the nail on the head. He grabbed the lifeline of her great Tao. Tianwan's biggest fear was, of course, that Jiang Shangzhen seemed to be flirtatious but was actually the most ruthless. If it were ordinary men such as Wei Jin and Lu Baqiao, who were infatuated with love, even if she pulled the strings, she was still confident to get out of trouble. She might even gain some benefits. But once she was involved with Jiang Shangzhen, her end would definitely not be good. Especially when it involved the root of the great Tao. In other words, no matter how far away they were for Tianwan, no matter where she escaped to, even if she was in another world, she was still trapped in the cage of love all the time. The most terrible thing was that the longer she delayed, the deeper she would be involved. It was like a willow by the water and a mainstay in the middle of the river. If the two were tied together by an iron chain, the mainstay would definitely not suffer. Jiang Shangzhen's Taoist heart was as stable as a rock, and there was even a turbulent current surging. She could only suffer alone. Jiang Shangzhen complained, "I'm not bad-looking and I have a small family background. Now I'm single and I don't have a Taoist companion on the mountain. How can I not be worthy of Sister Tianwan?" Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "I've already said that it's not that difficult for Chief Zhou to return to the Ascendant Realm, right?" Jiang Shangzhen cupped his fists, raised them high and shook them heavily. "I'm convinced." Tianwan seemed to be flipping through the marriage book randomly and messing up the destiny of the sword principle of a continent. But once she and Jiang Shangzhen were connected, their relationship would be more like a Taoist companion than a Taoist companion on the mountain. It was a bit similar to the contract between Qin Pingan and GQ. If he didn't break the contract, he could now share the water fate and enjoy the fruits of others' work. Moreover, Qin Pingan was close to the great Tao of water, which was of great benefit to him. He would only get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, Tianwan had always thought that the young man was crazy. It seemed to be right. Only such a person would have such a student and disciple. Only Luapa Mountain would have such a chief. Tianwan sighed and said, I can take out all the information and secrets of Xinjiang Mountain in exchange for my freedom. This is a scheme against Lu Xianyang. I'll take out an unrecorded cave to compensate Luapa Mountain. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, an unnamed cave? Since it's not among the 72 small caves, you still have the face to take it out? Tianhuan said with a gloomy face, although this cave is unknown, it can support the cultivation of an ascendant realm cultivator. Among them there's a jianghu immortal mansion which is more mysterious. In addition there's a Dan stream which is very heavy and gloomy like jade. It's most suitable for alchemy. There's also a red pine mountain which has poria, ganoderma, ginseng, spirit trees and heavenly treasures everywhere. I know Luapa Mountain needs money, a lot of immortal money. Jiang Shangzhen said with a shocked face, money? Cui Dongshan frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Do we need it? Tianhuan was really disgusted by this pair of clowns. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and said, don't talk about this. If you take out the cicada shedding cave I might be willing to consider it. Tianhuan shook her head and said, it's not on me. The cicada shedding cave was one of the most important ruins of Gushu. It was rumored that many ancient sword immortals had ascended from this place and died in the daytime. Their immortal hearts were shed, leaving behind a cicada shedding its skin. Cui Dongshan sighed and said, then there's nothing to talk about. Tianhuan was silent for a long time before asking, what are you guys after? Cui Dongshan crossed his arms and said, my master said that he wants you to return the sword techniques and fate to Aquarius continent. Everything will go back to where it came from. Tianhuan sneered, return it to Aquarius continent? You mean to give it to Luapa Mountain? Cui Dongshan shook his head, his eyes were pitiful. The frog in the well talks about the sky and the ocean, the summer bug talks about the ice and frost. Time? Part 2. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.